I hear myself. Let me unclick that because it freaks me out when I hear myself. Hello, good morning, 13th jurors. Good morning, good morning. I am so glad to see you all. It is Wednesday, right? It's Wednesday, right? Hump day. Yeah, because yesterday was Taco Tuesday. It is Wednesday. Good morning, good morning. I will go ahead and tell you that I was going down a rabbit hole last night with something, and I didn't go to bed until too late, and then woke up this morning. When I finally did go to sleep, I slept so good. But normally, I am up and starting my day by like 5 a.m. Not this morning, though. So you get me still in pajamas, haven't brushed my hair. I didn't have time to make coffee, and I did brush my teeth, and I did take Lucy out. So priorities. So you at least got that. We've got no makeup, messy hair, pajamas, but we're here, and we're going to make it through the day. So that's all that matters. And I am still so tired that my eyes have not even fully adjusted yet. So I'm looking at the screen like this, and my eyes have not even fully adjusted yet. So that makes it even more fun. Normally when I start my day, I feel like I'm like, prepared and I'm so on top of things. Not today. Not today. So it's going to be a fun day. We're just going to see how it goes. Choose your own adventure also means we're going to just choose our own adventure and see how the day goes, because I have done absolute zero preparation for today. Zero, none. So it's going to be fun. We're going to see where it goes. And if it goes well, look, maybe I will stop spending so much time prepping for everything, and we'll just see how it goes. Like, we'll just do this once a week or so. Aaron Patterson has been a member with us for 3 whole months. Happy anniversary, Aaron Patterson. It is good to have you here. And look at those cute little pups on your profile picture. How adorable is that? I love that StreamYard has now shows us when we have our anniversaries. It didn't do it for the longest time. So I would have to, I would see it on one screen, and then I would have to, announce it and try to, type it in like, hey, happy anniversary. We're glad to have you. And now this is something to celebrate. Now we get to see it on StreamYard, and we get to post it, and we get to celebrate, and we get to get excited. So Aaron Patterson, happy anniversary. We are glad to have you here. Oh, so happy to be here. I really am. Dog Mom says, that's okay. I'm still in bed. You know what? I might do this. If we have like a Friday, we'll have a casual Friday one day where I will literally just stream from my laptop in bed, and we'll start doing casual Fridays sometimes. That'll be a lot of fun. Shake it up a little bit. Hello to all of y'all coming in. You need to get coffee. I do have my coffee. I have my coffee ready. That's about the only thing. I did brush my teeth, which makes my coffee taste a little bit funny, but that's okay. It'll get better the more coffee I drink. And I took Miss Lucy out because Lord knows you can't skip her. She's so fun because she will wake up in the mornings, and she's like, she's used to us getting up early, because I normally will take her out on the beach in the mornings, and we'll go out there while the sun's rising, and she'll run around and stuff. But today we didn't have time for all that because I woke up late. So today we went, we just went for a short walk, and she got to, go out there and do her business. But she's funny because in the mornings, normally, I'm up before the sun comes up. When I wake up, it's still dark outside. So normally I'm kind of waking her up, this morning, not so much. She's like jumping around, and she's on my head, and she's like slapping me with her, little bitty paw. She's a trip, y'all. She's so funny. And when we took our field trip to the zoo, last week or the week before, whenever it was, I think it was last week, when we took our field trip to the zoo, we were talking about, possibly doing, a Lucy cam. And I've thought about that because right now when I stream, she's gotten to where, yes, I'm talking about you, you precious little angel. she will literally lay right here in her bed. I really think I might get a little Lucy cam, and we can keep her own little box on here, because everybody's always asking what she's doing anyway. I think I might look into doing that this weekend. That would be fun. Something fun. I know that a lot of y'all are here to see her. Anyway, you should see her little messy. Come here. Let me show them your bed head. Come here. Look at her little bed head. She and I have the same bed head when we wake up in the mornings. Oh goodness, we need to fix it, don't we? We'll brush it out. Say good morning. Good morning. I got bed head. How cute is she? Okay, you can lay down. Sorry. Carry on, big girl. So fun. Yes, casual Fridays. That sounds like a really fun time, actually, especially because it means I would get to stay in bed. So that would be even better. Sharon Kinsharp says, I haven't had coffee yet. It's time. It's time, Sharon Kinsharp. Get your coffee. We got stuff to do today. Let's see. Dinah says, me either, or a Red Bull. I'm dying. Oh my gosh. Normally when I take her out, they have the vending machine downstairs has Monster energy drinks, and I will grab one a lot of times. And there was none today. So normally I will grab one and I'll, sip on it either while I'm walking her or out on the beach or when we come back, but there was none today. So it's coffee alone today. Oh, that's all right. Kathy says, I didn't realize that you were supposed to wear real clothes and makeup online. Is this a new rule? Look, Kathy, you get what you get. You don't pitch a fit with me. I can sometimes show up and I'm like, if I have extra time, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll do my hair. And then you'll see me 3 days later with just dry shampoo and the same curls. So sometimes it's that. I very rarely wear like actual real live makeup, like girl makeup, but I do put on I'll put on like eyeshadow or mascara sometimes. That's really the only makeup I wear. I don't wear face makeup because I'm in Florida, I'll sweat it off. So I don't do face makeup, but I probably about 2 or 3 days a week, I'll have something on my eyelids. That's something. Kathy, though, I've seen Kathy's videos. Kathy says she don't want to wear makeup. She don't want to do her hair. She don't want to wear a bra. She's going to do her video and you're going to get it. I love it. I love me some Kathy. If y'all haven't watched her videos, she is a trip. I'm behind on them, actually. I have 3 of them in my watch next that I have to watch, that I have to catch up on. Yes. Welcome to the cult family. Oh, actually, speaking of cults, there was a wonderful on Netflix. It's a series on how to become a cult leader. And I had that on last night while I was doing my, my deep dive. So that was interesting. If y'all are into all that. I think you should film Lucy on the beach. Yes, I might do that. She's so funny. I love her. She's the best. And I do eyebrows. That's right. I get my verdict eyebrows. I do have those. So it is an interesting tutorial. I want a cult. Kathy's going to start. I'll be the first member. I'll be the first member of your cult. Let's do our first to the tailgate. And I think I have got this down to where it doesn't skip. it didn't skip. That makes me the most happy of everything because I could not figure it out for the longest time why I couldn't get it to do it without skipping. And I think I have finally figured it out. So there's that. I appreciate y'all coming in early, getting the stream going, getting the party started. It's funny because I say that y'all were early. You were the first in chat. Early might not be the right word because I literally just created this chat or this stream right before I came on to, because again, slept in a little bit this morning, but that's okay. You got in, got it going for us, and we are grateful for you. So today is going to be a day. I have no plans, so we're just going to see where it goes. I have a couple options and we can vote on what we want to do. If you did not catch the interview that we did yesterday with the Joseph Scott Morgan, it was one of the best interviews. It was so good because he is just so smart and so interesting. Like the level of knowledge that he has is so intriguing to me. And, he knows so much about so many different cases and stuff. And so I asked him, y'all, like, I'm not a professional interviewer. I am just somebody who's interested in a lot of the same things y'all are interested in. So I ask all the questions that I want to know. And then I, will ask y'all's questions too. So y'all, I had to ask him about the pit poker. And that was probably one of my favorite moments from yesterday. And then also him saying that when I was telling him about different things that I didn't understand or that I thought were crazy or whatever, and I said, I'm not a death investigator, and he was like, I'm going to stop you right there because, he basically was saying you don't have to be a death investigator to be inquisitive. And, so many things are getting, light shined on them, and so many things are getting solved now because people who aren't like qualified death investigators and, things like that are, asking questions, asking the tough questions and being inquisitive and stuff like that. And I was like, what a great, perspective to have on things, because, I will try to say with certain things, I'm like, I'm not a lawyer, or I'm not a death investigator, or I'm not this, or I'm not that. And then I'll say whatever it is I'm thinking. But one of the whole reasons that I really wanted to start this stream was because I was tired of the lawyers telling me that my thoughts were wrong because I'm not a lawyer, or that I don't understand how the court works because I'm not a lawyer, or that my opinions are not as valid as theirs because I'm not a lawyer. So the whole reason I wanted to start this was like, screw y'all. You know what? The lawyers aren't the ones who decide guilty or not guilty. It's the jurors. And I'm in that category. I would be a juror, not a lawyer. And sure, the lawyers are, guiding the way through court, but they're not the ones making the decisions. They're not the ones that have these questions. So I wanted to start a stream where we represent the thoughts and the questions and the process behind analyzing things from a juror's perspective. I'm not going to look at it from a legal standpoint. And I love the people who do. I watch, the lawyer, and I watch, some, like, I love hearing, what Bob Motta has to say. And I love, Mark Scheiner. I could just soak up all of his wisdom. I love hearing that. But I got so tired of lawyers telling me during the Murdaugh trial, especially when I was doing my charts and stuff, that I didn't know what I was talking about. And so him saying that yesterday was like one of those reminders that, you know what, you don't have to be, have this qualification or this qualification or this qualification to ask questions. We are, we are all inquisitive in our own ways, and we are allowed to ask those questions. And I thought that was one of the coolest insights from yesterday too, is just him reminding us all to, keep being nosy and keep asking questions. And, if something doesn't make sense, say it, because, it could be, something that pushes something over the edge. So, or makes progress on a case. You never know. So I love that. He was incredible. And I am so excited to see his special on Oxygen on the Piketon Massacre in November. That is going to be so much fun. So cool. It's such a wild case, and I cannot wait to see all of his insight on it too. So Nurse for God just gifted a membership. Melissa Ann was just gifted a membership by Nurse for God. Thank you so much. We are off to a good hump day, y'all. We're already off to a good start. Thank you, Nurse for God. I appreciate your support. Y'all are the best. So validating and powerful. Yes. We do. Life Lessons, we do have great guests here. We are so lucky. We have just, I love it. I love it. And he says, what lawyers told you that? I just need to have a conversation. I had a few of them, and they are all mostly two of them. Well, and one third one, but she's irrelevant. But two of them were the rudest to me. And it really, I'm so thankful for them being so rude, because it really is part of what drove me to want to do this, because I wasn't the only one that they treated like that. Hearing people give their thoughts and their opinions and, what they thought, and then to be shot down and told, like, you don't even know what you're talking about because you're not a lawyer. The jury isn't lawyers. It's not made up of nothing but lawyers. So, of course, our thoughts are valid. And I love that we have a place here where we can all, come in and say what we think and why, and talk about it and bounce ideas off of each other, and, question each other and stuff like that. So I love it. Love it. Love it. But she's irrelevant. Yes. Yes. She sure is. All right. So let's see. All right. So we have a couple options for today. I have a few things. We had talked about the possibility of, because we don't have any current big trials going on right now. We had talked about possibly doing the George. Okay, when we talked about the Piketon massacres or whatever, we had talked about doing. I think I saved it too. I showed. Let me see. Make sure before I say this that. Yeah, the George Wagner the fourth, the Pike County Massacre trial. We have the first one. So that's what I thought too, Lisa Wilmot. That's what I thought too. Do the rude lawyers realize that they are preaching this to a majority of non-lawyers, therefore insulting most people? Not bright. That's my thing. I love hearing the insight from lawyers about the legal perspective. And I've watched a lot of it. So there are some things that, I know now just from watching. And then there are still questions that will obviously come up, because I don't know everything there is to know about everything. And every state is a little bit different when it comes to the law. So I love hearing that perspective, but I don't need a lawyer's perspective to look at evidence, which is my biggest thing of what I like to, put together and focus on. I like to look at the timelines. I like to look at the evidence. These are things that I don't need a lawyer explaining to me. These are things that are factual that I can look up. So it was shocking to me how many were so rude to people, especially during the Murdaugh trial, for whatever reason. And maybe that's because it was, he was a lawyer too. And so lawyers were really interested in that. And all of a sudden we don't know anything. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, speaking of irrelevant, a fun channel to watch is Judge Alex Manning in Fulton County. Oh, Fulton County's wild, y'all. Fulton County is wild, y'all. We can look it up. Judge Alex Manning. There are bless it. Let's see. He's not live now, but he's got a few things that have come up or that are on. So we can look at, there's some different, like we could do some court hopping. There's some different courts that we can watch that are going to be live, doing different things. We can watch the Pike County Massacre stuff or go into some of that. We can, there's actually also, let me see if I can find it. See if I can find it. In Florida, leave it to Florida, y'all. In Florida, there's virtual courtrooms. Let me see what's live right now. Initial appearances are live. Let's see. That one's not. And then, you know what? We can always watch pandas. Still one of my favorite moments. Okay. There's also those trials that I mentioned yesterday in Texas. They have their YouTube stuff that is available. We can see what they got going on. And then Wisconsin always has some. That one hasn't started yet. I'm glad I didn't have that pulled up. Something that was not what I searched just popped up. I'm glad I didn't have my screen shared in that moment. AJ Armstrong has some new evidence, is what was on the news. Yeah, so they say that AJ Armstrong, that they retested the t-shirt and that they have now, after 7 years, now they have they've found blood flakes on it, like DNA blood flakes, but that those didn't show up all the other times. I really wish they would have allowed cameras in that one.
From Mr. Smiley.
What is this? I have to double check because some of these they won't let you stream, and I have to double check and make sure. Oh, there's one of our people in the chat on this one. I don't see. Well, this guy, you can like barely see him. Judge Elizabeth DeSanto.
27 days.
I want to find. The one. Yes, I saw the poop prank thing. How crazy is that? I mean, insane. All right, let's see. Live. It's funny because when I used to hit live, the only thing that came up was like court trials and news and stuff like that. And now when I hit live, it's like live kitty cam and live sea turtles and like all of these things. Because we had our field trip to the zoo that day. Where is the judge that? Oh, or I forgot. We could do.
I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank.
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such
So this is about
encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so. So I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with.
Have y'all seen?
Good morning and welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomena.
Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner.
We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them.
Dadgummit.
And that's
did y'all see the there's been so many funny alien things lately. There was one that this girl posted. She was like, are the aliens over 6 foot and completely over their exes? Because if so, I might be interested. I thought that was hilarious. There's so many of the funny, and then there was one that was like, yes, aliens are there, but when they, ride by Earth, they lock their doors and stuff. So like, that's why we've never talked about them and stuff. It's been pretty funny. All right. I'm going to
UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony.
I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency.
Reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank.
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on.
I don't remember. Okay. I see there's one in 2011. They wrote on the ticket 2014, but I don't see that one.
I love our tenfold tiaras.
Okay. Suspensions. 2013.
We're going to watch a couple, find a couple, and then we'll vote on which one y'all want to
Looks like it is
go with. Choose your own adventure day.
So that's incorrect. Let me the maximum penalties are actually 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, and a 3-year license suspension. There's a mandatory minimum penalty of 3 days in jail or a 3-day driver intervention program, $375 fine, and a 1-year license suspension.
So instead of going to jail, I can do the program.
Driver intervention program, yeah.
Okay, I can handle that. So I guess I'll be pleading guilty to it there.
You want to plead guilty today?
As long as I can stay out of jail and do the program,
Okay.
yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, let me make sure that's what it is here real quick, because the officer wrote down you had a conviction in 14, but I don't see that one.
Where is the one I'm looking for? I wish I remembered the judge's name. I should have wrote it down.
Intervention program, if that's something I can do on
Oh,
the weekend.
It's a 3-day program. I don't know if they do it over the weekend, but yeah, if it is, yes. It's overnight. I mean, you have to. It's like being in jail. You get jail credit for it.
Okay.
So you have to stay there for 3 days.
All right. We have
23 CP 218036, 97 days without indictment, no bond as of 4/28. Burglary in the second degree, criminal damage to property, second degree.
this is Judge Manning.
27 is Melvin Hill, 23 CP 218122, 97 days without indictment. A $5,000 split bond as of May 1st on criminal damage to property, theft by taking misdemeanor, and burglary in the second degree. Free trial.
Extensive arrest history, 40 prior arrests, prior simple battery, at least 8 felonies, so a repeat offender. He has at least 4 burglary convictions. Most recent one is in 2017 of 7 counts. Nothing further.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Hill is 62 years old. He'll turn 63 in 9 days. We don't currently have a good we have an address for him, Judge. 1132 Arlington Avenue. I think that's where he can get his court notices. He graduated from high school. He has a baker's certification.
Did sound like an auctioneer.
We are asking for a reasonable bond for Mr. Hill today. He is indigent, Judge, and really cannot pay very much at all. He's been in over 90 days, so he is of course entitled to a bond, but we're just asking that it be as low as possible based on his financial circumstances. Really, he would need the bail project to bond him out, Judge. So we would ask for a total bond of under 5,000.
All right. He just doesn't have an address where he'll actually live, correct?
So I think he is, yes, residentially challenged.
Okay.
Judge.
All right, what says the
Residentially
state?
challenged.
Your Honor, the state has, would ask for significantly more than $5,000 bond for this defendant. The state's concerned with the amount of prior cycles, those 40 cycles, particularly those 7 burglaries in 2017. So there's some level of recidivism here with the same exact offense. State's also concerned with the fact that both of these are with the same victim and pretty much the same exact activity. So it's concern about danger to the victim as well as intimidating witnesses, since both of these instances, number 26, 27, are the same location. So I'm definitely concerned with the threat to the victims. I would ask for position 27 for the bond to remain the same, but have no contact with the victim, store an ankle monitor. And then I would ask for round 40 for position 26, no contact with the victim, store, and an ankle monitor as well for that. And that's the state's recommendation, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm so sorry, judges, if I could just amend my argument briefly. That address I gave, that is actually where he lives. He resides there alone.
I don't think I can do theirs because her little thing says do not record, and technically streaming is recording, and I don't want to get kicked off. Hold on, I'm about to see if I can find the one who, where is it? Anthony Todd trial is only a 3-day trial. If we are looking for a filler, we can look at that. Because the one that I want to show is still not live, and they might not have anything on the agenda for today. Let's see. Toddich. A physical therapist on trial for allegedly murdering his family. Yeah, I would rather be safe than sorry. I don't want to push my luck on a hump day. Okay, so let's do our poll. Oh, the one for, hold on, while we're doing our poll. I want to pull this up. Live. Filters. Live. All right, let's see. Oh, yep, no trial on her channel today. Dang, she's a good one too. Okay. All right, let's do
that's what this alternative gives you. So do you want to try to post bond, or do you want to resolve the case by the plea agreement?
I don't care. I don't understand any of this. Just, yeah, what he said. Like, I really don't.
Okay. Well,
he muted
criminal
her in a
history
heartbeat.
is pretty lengthy, so I think you're familiar. You've been explaining these rights before, but if you have questions, I can't accept your plea if you don't know if that's what you want to do.
I don't need to be muted. Yeah, I don't, but it's fine. It's whatever.
Okay. I can't accept the plea agreement if someone doesn't understand. So, Ms. Rich, do you want to accept the plea agreement? Or do you have questions?
Yeah, that's what he said. I just thought if I have a bond of 500, if I can sign myself out.
No. I know you've got criminal history in other states, and they may have that option there. In Florida, your bond is set at $500 cash. So if you post bond, you'll be released. Otherwise, you stay in jail until your case is resolved or it goes to trial. But if you would like to accept the offer, that's okay. If you don't, there's no pressure either way. So do you want to take the offer or not?
Yes, yeah, sure. Sure.
All right. All right, Ms. Rich, I'm going to accept your plea of no contest to the charge of retail theft. The new case, ma'am, I'm going to judge you guilty of that offense, sentence you to 60 days in the county jail with credit for 3 days you've served. Ms. Rich, I'm recommending you for our trustee program. Ms. Rich, that's important because, ma'am, that can turn the 57 days you have left down into a much lower number. You can cut that sentence in half or get very close to cutting it in half if you get in the program and stay. Ms. Rich, so that means you've got to follow the jail rules.
It's fine. It's fine. Just, yeah.
You got to follow the jail rules, Miss Rich, and be willing to work at the jail to stay in that program. So hopefully you can do that and get some time off your sentence. No probation involved in this sentence. Miss Rich, do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Have a good day, ma'am.
She's a little sassy.
Both of them had 3 days credit. Yes, ma'am. Mr. McDaniel, I think that's it on my list for today. I know we've got our cases from yesterday we need to go over that on the non-English speaking docket, but on today's docket, anything else, Mr. McDaniel?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Corporal Jones, anything else from the jail today?
Yes, there was one packet we sent. We don't have in custody that the sheriff's office requested us to send to you. I didn't know if we needed to follow up on that.
That's a notice to appear that they don't give those very often, but if they do, they should take them to the jail just like they did, and they come up with the first appearance paperwork. I'll pass it on to the clerk's office. So we'll see if that person shows up tomorrow. I think that notice to appear was for tomorrow for medical reasons. So we'll see him tomorrow if he shows up. Thank you, Corporal.
Yes, sir.
Right, Mr. McDaniel, I'm going back to yesterday's docket. And on my computer, Mr. McDaniel, I don't know that I can look on without opening each case up and telling which ones were resolved. So we've got a Henry Gomez. Was that one that was resolved, sir?
It was resolved. So the first case we got is Marco Gonzalez, case number 23493. It was a fine only case, failure to appear.
All right, 23-493 CT, State versus Marco Gonzalez. Let's see. No valid driver's license, arraignment letter return, anything from the state on that case or defense?
Judge.
All right, Madam Clerk, please issue a warrant for Mr. Gonzalez with a $400 bond on that case. What else you got, Mr. McDaniel?
23472 CT, Gadiel Jimenez Mahia was a probation case, driving license, suspended commercial driver's license.
Mr. McDaniel, did you, since he didn't show up, you probably didn't get this, but do we have any way of knowing if there's no driving record in there? Do we have any way of knowing if that was a medical card suspension or not?
It was not. He had a license he had commercial license out of Mexico, if I recall, and his Mexican license had expired.
All right, so Madam Clerk, please issue a warrant for Mr. Armando Jimenez Mejia, $2,500 cash or surety bond. Failure to appear.
The
Last
poll
case
is really close.
23507 Angel Vega. It's a fine only case for no driver's license.
And in that case, what I'm seeing is notice being sent, the notice did not come back, and the defendant just did not show up. Pensacola address. Anything from the state?
Nothing, Judge.
Mr. McDaniel, anything additional in that case?
No, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, please issue a warrant for Mr. or Miss Vega, $400 bond, no valid driver's license because it was a fine only case. Mr. McDaniel, it's everything I have on the docket this morning, plus our cases from yesterday. Anything else from the public defender's office?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Bremer, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's 8:50. We're through with first appearances and first appearance courts adjourned.
What happened? Y'all it looks like Pike County Massacre trial right now is winning. So if we do the Pike County Massacre trial, what we would do is there's going to be a lot of dead space that we would fast forward through. And we can listen to it at 1.25 so that we can get through it. But we don't have a lot of, we don't have anything coming up in the next few days. So we could watch this one, finish out the week watching this one. And while we watch it, I can chart. One thing about the Pike County one is this is the one that that the Joseph Scott Morgan yesterday was talking about. He's going to have the 3-part special on oxygen coming up in November about this one. And there's one trial left. It's a wild one. So I definitely want to you can only vote on the top 2 options. Okay, let me start one more poll because I'll take the top 2 options and then we'll do a poll on just the 2 options. Vote on next adventure. Because either way, I would like to do the Pike County one at some point because I want to watch it. It's so wild, and I want to watch it before the next trial. The next trial is going to be the beginning of next year. So if we do this one, it is long. We would skip forward through all of the time where it was like dead air, where the people didn't want to be on camera. We can basically do it to where we hit the highlights of it. Like we can listen to the openings, and then as each witness comes up, we can, some of the witnesses are not going to be as important right now, if you know what I mean. So I would want to watch like some of the highlighted parts, not necessarily the entire thing. So if we did that, I would want to do like the opening statements, and then, definitely the, family members who are testifying against him and stuff like that. I would want to do it that way, as opposed to just the gavel to gavel they showed, just because it was such a long trial and the whole So here, I'll do Pike County Massacre trial highlights. And then what was our other one that was the most? Fort Hop. But I wouldn't necessarily want to sit through all of the stuff. I would say openings, the highlights of the people who we would want to see testify, and then cut out all of the extra. Okay, let's see. Choose your own adventure day. That Texas judge that I mentioned some of those trials. She has a channel, and I had looked to see if she was on, but she's not live right now. But she's interesting too. Let's see. I'm going to give y'all a minute to vote. Live. Filters. All right, so let's see. So right now we've got Pike County Massacre trial highlights is in the lead. Let's see. There's so many documentaries out there about Pike County. I listened to 3 podcasts about the case too. It was wild. It's insane. It's insane. Angie says, I vote anything not Melly. Yeah, that's the thing about that one. Anything that's no video, no audio would be cut out anyway. And we can skip through some of the stuff. Let's see. Uh, Pike County, I believe it's going to be early of 2024. They were saying like February, March-ish, I think is the plan as of now. The Pike County trial is about, okay, so let me see if I can pull up, because I haven't made a chart on it yet. You know I will, because we're going to be covering it. All right, let me see. Pull up Dayton Daily News has. So Daily News' little thing on it. Okay, so these are the Wagners. These are the ones who were arrested. It's going to show the full family tree in just a minute. They're accused of planning and carrying out all of the April 2016 murders. Okay, so this one is Jake. He is 26 now. It says he fathered a daughter with Hannah Roden. Hannah Roden was like 13 when they started dating. This is the dad. This is the mom. And this is the brother. Okay, so let me move myself somewhere. Let me just make myself itty bitty over here. All right, so it's the Wagners and the Rodens. Okay, so these are the ones that we just saw. George, my graphic when I make it, by the way, will be, of course, much better than this. No offense to Dayton Daily News. So these are the Wagners. So Jake, the younger one, had a daughter with Hannah Roden. So this whole big family feud comes all because of their 2-year-old daughter. She was 2 years old at the time. So it's these four, and then all of the Rodens. Okay, so Hannah Roden is she had the 2-year-old daughter. They are in a custody battle. She also had a daughter that was at home with her, 4 days old at the time. Okay, so the parents of this family are Christopher Roden Sr. and Dana Roden. They are no longer married, but they have these 3 kids. They have Hannah, Christopher Jr., and Frankie. Frankie also has a son who was 3 years old at the time of the crime, and a son with Hannah here who was 6 months old at the time. Christopher, the dad on this side, so the one who's in the custody battle, her dad, his brother, which is her uncle, Kenneth, and their cousin Gary. So all of these are the ones involved in all of this. Now, it's, yeah, this one is crazier than it's literally the new age Hatfield and McCoys. Yeah. And what's crazy is that there's so much more involved to this case too. Like, it's so much more beyond just the murders. Like, there was, this happened in Ohio right before I moved to Ohio, and I lived in like Southern Ohio. So, you know, I heard about all of this and thought like, man, it's so crazy. But I remember them, you know, people talking about the investigation and stuff, because it was always on like, you know, Cincinnati Enquirer and Dayton Daily News and stuff like that. Like, it was always in all of the, you know, news stuff. They would do like, you know, basically guess about what was happening when they had Governor DeWine, or not yeah, DeWine. That just started again out of nowhere and it scared me. DeWine did a press conference at one time, and he said that they had found a marijuana grow operation. There were on the Rodin's property. There were also, I think, a couple stolen cars. And so then there were all these rumors like, okay, well, maybe it was the, Attorney General DeWine. There was all this talk about, well, maybe, you know, maybe it had something to do with the stolen cars, or maybe it was, you know, Mexican drug cartel, or, you know, maybe it had something to do with the marijuana grow operation, or then it came out that there was cockfighting. So there were all these things about, you know, what it could have possibly been. But at that time, it was not linked to the Wagners yet. Yeah, he was the Attorney General. It was Attorney General at the time. I know him as governor because Lord knows during COVID, we saw him on the news, like, you know, every day, you know, Governor DeWine. But at the time, and bless his little heart, he's like this little bitty thing, Governor DeWine. He looks so little bitty. That's beside the point. Anyway, so they had all this speculation about what could have happened. And the kids were not harmed other than the one 16-year-old, but the young ones, the 4-day-old child, the 3-year-old, the 6-month-old were unharmed. And then the 2-year-old, I believe, was with Jake that night, if I remember right. I could be wrong. Y'all let me know if I'm wrong, but I believe. There was also, and it's been a while since I've read all of it, so I might not remember everything right, but I remember that there were like forged documents on, you know, custody stuff, and the mom was all involved in all of this. There was a lot of animosity between Jake and Hannah over custody of the 2-year-old, and he wanted full custody of the daughter and said that, you know, the daughter could just live with him full time, and that, you know, Hannah could live there too, but that the daughter was going to live with him. He wanted full custody, and she said, I think there's even a text from her to one of her friends that said, no, they're going to have to kill me first, or something like that. So that's that. Let's see what else they say about this. All right, so the fight for the custody of a child was at the center of the battle that led to one of Ohio's most notable mass murders, the killings of 8 members of a Pike County family, according to Dayton Daily News investigation that first appeared in December of 2018. today on the 5th, oh, this was kind of crazy too. On the 5th anniversary of the killings, Jake Wagner agreed to plead guilty to a number of charges in the case to testify against some of his family members. Now, remember, Jake is the one who this, whole thing was kind of centered around. And he agreed to testify. So it looks like that is what has won for today for us to watch the highlights of that. So we will, yeah, the grandmas were involved, the mamas were involved. I mean, everybody was involved. This was literally like big time family affair on all of this. So, let's see. Oh, that they had homemade silencers. See, some of this we went over yesterday. But this is Jake, and then this is his brother, and then his parents, who were involved with all that. So, this is part of the. See how pretty it is? Like Southern Ohio is real pretty, y'all. Brenda says, who got killed? That basically the entire Roden family, all of them. There were 8 of them. So let's see. This was Hannah. Oh, and the 4 that the Wagners, they sold their farm and moved to Alaska after right after all this happened. See if there's any more. Oh, all of the cameras that they had, because they had cameras, the cameras had been disconnected, and one of the neighbors was on vacation, and when they got home from vacation, they realized that their camera was gone. So that's that. So we will watch that. We will do the highlights of that. That's kind of like the little Cliff's Notes version. Let me get it pulled up, and we'll skip through. Let's see. Watch later.
Served as a juror before, it's not something you've done often, so an explanation may be helpful. Those who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with established rules. And that's true of witnesses, it's true of the lawyers, it's true of the judge, and also true of the jurors. The lawyers present the evidence according to those rules. The judge enforces the rules and determines what evidence may be admitted. You will be the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to their testimony.
Okay, so this is him. I'm going to
later
skip
through
the judge's instructions.
But are not required to discuss election. In no way makes his or her memory more reliable.
Not that he's
there
not
may
important,
from time
but
to time be bench conferences, whispering at the bench. You are forward at this time. May begin your opening statement.
All right, so we're going to skip right to opening statements.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to start this with an apology because I think we owe you an apology, and also, again, gratitude for your patience throughout this process. We've tried to warn you that it's going to be a long process, and you guys persevered regardless of those warnings. But starting back in July, when you showed up at the gymnasium and filled out, a 20-page questionnaire, and then showed up for individual questioning, and then again for general questioning, and then literally weathered a jury U, 2-day jury U, where it was kind of hot on that bus, I think. And then the delay. We sincerely apologize for the delay that happened. None of us wanted that to happen. Obviously, we have 6 alternate jurors in case something happens to one of you original 12, but we don't have that ability if something happens to the participants. So again, I apologize for that. We all would have liked to have started this last week, especially when the jury view was still fresh in your mind. Especially, it would be nice to be sitting here saying we have 1 week under our belts of a 6 to 8 week trial, right? But again, our apologies for that and our gratitude for you to continue persevering. Also, thanking you in advance for the amount of patience that you're going to have to show over the next 6 to 8 weeks. We will be trying to streamline this as much as possible. So, we will try not to call 12 witnesses if we can do it with 2 or whatever the case may be. One of the things that you might see us doing is calling a witness more than once. And we're doing that because we want to present this case to you in a chronological fashion so that it makes sense. So for instance, our ballistics expert, for instance, did some work at the beginning of the case and then very at the tail end and some in the middle, right? Well, it wouldn't make much sense for him to sit up here and talk about the tail end of things when you guys haven't even been introduced to that evidence, okay? So in that fashion, you might see us doing that with more witnesses. So we won't be able to offer you that explanation then, so I'm offering it to you now. Additionally, what's I going to say? Oh, we might have to call jurors or witnesses out of order. I just got done saying we're going to try to present it to you in a streamlined fashion so that it makes sense chronologically. But due to schedules and stuff like that, we can't always do that. So we apologize if we do end up having to call somebody out of order. Okay, let's talk about why we are here. We are here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, because this defendant, George Wagner IV, aka George Wagner, and his brother, Edward Jacob Wagner, and his father, George Wagner III, also known as Billy Wagner. The 3 of them, in the late hours of April 21st of 2016 into the early morning hours of April 22nd of 2016, went up to Union Hill Road to 3 different locations that you all saw, and 1 location out on Left Fork Road, and murdered 8 people who did not deserve to die. I want that to sink in. They killed people who did nothing to justify the death sentence that they received at the hands of the defendant and his brother and his father. And in part, you will learn his mother, who helped in the planning and plotting of this. This was not a crime of passion. This was not in a fit of rage. This was not in self-defense. These murders happened after a period of 3 months of planning and plotting and purchasing and preparing and executing 8 individuals of a family. The question that has been asked the most over the past 6.5 years is why? Why did 4 individuals plot to kill 8 members of another family? And I think you will be disappointed to learn that there is no good reason. Now, I say that. There's rarely ever a good reason to kill somebody. But you, at some point in the middle of this trial, or certainly by the end of this trial, it will dawn on you that these murders should have never happened. It was the result of a series of misguided decisions by the defendant and his family. You will learn that some of the people they intended to kill, other people were killed simply because they were there. And you will learn that the defendants knew that before they walked out of the door that night to kill these individuals, that there might be other people there. And they all agreed those people would have to be killed too, regardless of the fact that they literally had no issue with any of those other individuals. They decided that those people would have to die too. And it could have been much worse. You will learn that little Chris, one of the victims in this case, 16-year-old Christopher Roden, often had friends spend the night. It was highly unusual that he didn't. Fortunately for his friends, he was grounded because he came home late the night before, and his parents took away his car, and he wasn't allowed to have his friend over. But if there had been a friend laying on the couch, as he would have been, you will learn without a doubt that they would have killed him too. Corey Holdren, who was the boyfriend of Hannah Mae Roden, also could very well have been there. And if he had been there, you will learn they absolutely would have killed him too. Again, people they had no issue with, they were willing to kill indiscriminately with no reason. I'd like to start by introducing you to the 8 people who were killed and telling you a little bit about them and why they were. Okay, these are the 8 individuals who were killed, like I said, late night, April 21st. Can you not see?
Just ask about taking notes. We can deal with history of these statements.
I'm sorry.
The juror is asking if they can take notes during openings.
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. I meant to ask, Terry, would you get the jurors' notepads now?
Thank you. Thank you, Iowa Dog Squad Mom. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead and go later on.
Judge, can we approach just for a moment?
Yeah.
This is the best part about watching one that happened a few months ago, is that I can fast forward through all that stuff.
You each have your notepads now, and thank you for reminding me of that. And you may certainly take notes during opening statements. Again, I just remind you that the opening statements of each attorney are not in and of themselves evidence, but are designed to help you understand the evidence as it's presented. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I've been asked not to stray too far from the microphone. Again, our court reporter has trouble hearing if we do, so I'm going to try to anchor myself here a little bit. Okay, so Christopher Roden Sr., and Gary Roden, Frankie Roden, Hannah Hazel Gilly, Dana Roden, Hannah Mae Roden, Chris Roden Jr., and Kenneth Roden. Chris Roden Sr. is 40 years old, was 40 years old at the time of his death. He lived at 4077 Union Hill Road, which was that very first address that we got out on the jury view. The very first one we went to. There was a shed there. There was a big, huge gray building. So hopefully you guys remember where this from. But he was married to Dana Roden in 1994.
Happy
and
anniversary,
they
Melissa.
divorced
Thank you.
13 years later, but for all practical purposes, they lived as husband and wife. They did not live together. But for instance, he purchased the trailer that she lived in at 3199 Union Hill Road about a month before the homicide. So He worked at Big Bear Lake every day. He operated heavy equipment and did construction, built decks and stuff like that. And alongside of Gary and Shannon Miller. People would describe Chris Sr. as a generous person. He would help family members. One of those examples is Bobby Jo Manley, whom you will hear from. She lived on his property for $150 a month, and in exchange, she would feed his animals every week, on every other day basis or frequently throughout the week. Another individual was buying a car from him that he never would have been able to afford, but again, Chris let him work that off by mowing the lawn or helping with feeding the animals, of which they had many. You see here that on April 21st of 2016, his last outgoing text was to Dana Roden, his former wife. That was at 10:53 p.m. And you can see that his last outgoing contact was to Billy Wagner at 10:55 p.m. And that time will become very important to you when you learn its significance. Gary Roden was 38 years old at the time he was killed. He lived with Christopher Roden on occasion. He was from Kentucky, but he would come and stay with his cousin, and in so doing, he would work at Big Bear Lake and help make a living. So he worked alongside Christopher Roden Sr., and he was last seen at 8:30 p.m. by another individual there at both at his residence and down at 3122 Union Hill Road. Dana Roden was 37 years old at the time she was killed. She's the daughter of Leonard and Judy, and she is one of 4 siblings. James Manley is her brother, Bobby Jo is her sister, and Kathy Clay is another sister.
Thank you, Melissa Dotson. I appreciate
She married Chris Roden. We already talked about this. They had 3 children together, Frankie Roden, Hannah Mae Roden, and Christopher Roden Jr., or Little Chris, as most people called him.
I will do my
She
own
worked
report
at
on
Hillside
this.
Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. She pulled a double shift on April 21st of 2016. She started around 8 o'clock in the morning, and she worked until a little bit after 11 p.m. And she was last seen on video surveillance at the People's One Stop, and she was seen having a conversation with her friend and coworker, Angela Pease, around from 11:15 to 11:30 p.m. And the last outgoing contact was a series of text messages to her former husband that were unanswered. And she definitely relished in her role as grandmother. Even Angela Wagner would say that the grandchildren adored her. She would have cookouts and do other fun things for them when she had them. Frankie Roden was 20 years old. He had just started a new job doing construction. This was in keeping with what he had gone to vocational school for 3 years. His teacher there knew that Frankie considered him a mentor. He was in constant contact with him, even though he had already graduated. And the teacher knew that Frankie had just started this job. Again, that was in keeping with the skills that he learned at school. He had 2 children, 2 sons. One was Clarence Brentley, is what he went by. He was 3 years old at the time his father was killed. And he also had a 6-month-old son named Ruger, who was actually laying in the bed with Frankie and Hannah Hazel when both of them were killed. He spent the day working with Cody Manley. He is seen by himself on surveillance camera purchasing groceries at Reardon One Stop. His last outgoing contact was a phone call to Chelsea Robinson, Chelsea is the mother of Brentley. She had called him that evening and asked if he would be able to watch Brentley because the kids at the daycare were sick and she had to work. They had a very good relationship, and he consented to having Brentley come over, and that's why Brentley was there that night. The last activity we see on his phone is just before 11 p.m. He takes a picture of both of his children sleeping. He was dating Hannah Hazel Gilley, the mother of Ruger, and intended to marry her. They were living together at the time they were killed. Hannah Gilley was also 20 years old when she was killed. She is the daughter of Andrea Carter and Ray Gilley, engaged to Frankie Roden, had a son. One son, who was her first child, 6-month-old. She was nursing him. She was not working at the time. She was simply providing care to their child. And she had been at that residence since the day before. And her last outgoing contact was to her sister at just before 1 a.m. Hannah Mae Roden, had just turned 19 a few weeks prior to her death. She resided at 3122 Union Hill Road. I guess I should back up. Frankie and Hazel lived at 4099, no, doing that wrong, 4199 Union Hill Road. If you recall, we had you walk from one location to the other, and you kind of went through it was mowed grass, but then stuff on the side, and you were asked to kind of look around as you traveled that direction. Because Frankie and Hazel lived, it's approximately a half a mile from the front doorstep of Chris Sr. To that second place where there was only a porch left, but that's where Frankie and Hazel lived. Dana and Hannah Mae and little Chris lived together at 3122 Union Hill Road. And they had just moved there approximately a month prior to that, a little less than a month prior to that. So, and living there as well was Kylie Roden, which is the daughter that Hannah Mae had given birth to 5 days before she was killed. Her daughter, Sophia Wagner, who was almost 3 years old, not quite, she was 2.5 years old. I know it says 3 years old up there. But she also lived there when she was not with her father, Jake Wagner. So Jake Wagner was the father of Sophia Wagner. Her last outgoing contact was a text to Corey Holdren. Corey Holdren was supposed to spend the night that night with her, but his sister's water pipes burst, and so he had to leave to help his sister with that emergency. Otherwise, he also would have been there. And lastly, Chris Roden Jr. also lived there at that residence with his mother and his sister. Again, he had just been grounded because he had been out late. He was dating a girl at the time of the homicides. He was a freshman in high school. He had just got his driver's license a few months prior. And his last outgoing contact was a Snapchat just before midnight to Brandi Taylor.
I'm working on throwing together a chart for y'all to help because I know that there's a lot of people.
There he is getting his license. I'd like to go back. So you will learn that Chris Roden Sr. was one of the intended targets of the Wagners. And you will learn that's because he was the patriarch of the family, and they considered basically that if they kind of got rid of him, that the structure of the family would fall. And they also knew that if they only killed Hannah Mae, who was really their true target, right, that he would know who did it, and that would either get them arrested or he would retaliate and try to kill one of them. That's the reason he was killed. Gary Roden was killed simply because he was there. Now, they knew that he often stayed there and likely knew that he was going to be there that night. And again, were perfectly comfortable with killing him regardless. Frankie Roden knew that his sister had complained about the violence that Jake had exhibited upon her. He found this out, Jake Wagner found that out when he was speaking with Dana Roden the week of the homicides. And Dana had shared that with him. And that, again, he would know that it was the Wagners that killed them. Hannah Hazel Gilly, again, she was collateral damage. The Wagners were willing to take on to get to the other people that they wanted to kill. Dana Roden, again, her crime, she was allegedly not even one of the targets. She was allegedly collateral damage, but I think you will learn that she almost had to be a intended target, because you will learn that they waited for her to return to the residence after she got off of work. But again, she knew some of the things that Jake had said to Hannah Mae. She knew that he had said to her that if she left with Sophia, tried to leave with Sophia, that he would kill her and bury her body where her family couldn't find it. And so Dana confronted Jake Wagner with that information when he came to the residence the week of the homicides. Hannah Mae Roden, her crime was not returning the love of Jake Wagner, not submitting to the control of the Wagners. And you will learn that that is the character of this family. Was very controlling of any women who came into their circle. So any women who dated, had children with George Wagner, any women who dated or had children with Jacob Wagner. And we have 3 prime examples of this. But for Hannah Mae's purpose, she was a little bit stronger than the others, and that is why she ended up being killed. Chris Roden Jr. was an intended target, again, because he lived in the same residence, would know who did this, and that would cause an arrest or retaliation. Kenneth Roden was kind of an add-on. He was the one who lived out on Left Fork, where we drove down, and there was like construction down there on Left Fork. We drove past it at one point, and then we allowed you to stop and get out and walk up into that area. Kenneth Roden and Chris Roden Sr. were very close to each other. Kenneth Roden worked in Columbus, Ohio, at U.S. Utilities Company, and he had no running water at his residence, so he would get up at 4:30 in the morning and drive over to Chris Sr.'s and take a shower and then go on to work. And there had been prior occasions where Chris Roden had been hurt, and Kenneth retaliated on his behalf. So the Wagners very much knew that about Kenneth, and so they decided that he had to be killed because, again, he would know who it was, and he also knew that the Wagners were going to be there that night, so he knew they had to kill him. Okay, so let's talk about how is it that 4 individuals plot and plan and conspire and prepare and execute 8 individuals. And you will learn that they were killed, most of them were killed while they were sleeping or in their beds, with the exception of Chris Sr. and Gary Roden. who were awake. It kind of starts with a love story, if you want to call that. A very young teenage girl, Hannah Mae Roden, age 13 at the time, was at the Pike County Fairgrounds. She participated in 4-H, and she had bunnies, and somebody introduced her to Jacob, who was almost 18 at that time, and she kept asking him to look at her bunnies or pet her bunnies. Jake will tell you that he was annoyed initially, but then on a second chance meeting, they started dating, if you can date at age 13. That was in August of 2010.
You can date at age 13.
Reportedly, Jake gets permission from Chris Roden Sr. to date his daughter, his very young daughter. Chris Roden agrees, but he.
Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to show. I'm going to try to keep this little thing down here. And then when they're talking about somebody, I'll try to point to who it is. So maybe that can help. I know that there's a lot. The rodents over here, these are the ones who were the victims. She said it started with a love story. Girl, bye. 13 is not a love story. Yeah, now I'm saying it's contagious, y'all. So these are the victims. These are the ones who were arrested in connection with the murders. The love story is between these two, Hannah and Jake. Now, keep in mind, at the time she was killed, she was 19. When they started dating, she was 13. And I mean, she's a little girl. Like, she was excited about raising bunnies and whatever. So this is them. So I'll try to, if it helps, I'll try to kind of point. Now, remember, this is mom and dad. Nope. This is not the same as the, oh yeah, it is. Okay. I need my glasses. These are the two that had the kids together. This is what the whole thing was about. I think these are mom and dad. This is the brother and the cousin. And then these are, of course, her siblings and her brother's fiance, Hannah. So these are the victims. Now, the dads here were friends and business partners. So that makes it a whole nother, the whole scenario even more Hatfield and McCoy-ish, because these weren't just star-crossed lovers. This was a child, and the dads were friends and business partners. Let's see. And then, of course, his brother, who is the one on trial. He is the one who, on the anniversary of the murders, he came forward and said that he would take a plea deal and testify against them. So that, okay, people are asking if we can skip openings. Do you want me to, we'll do a poll. Because, hey, today is Choose Your Own Adventure Day. Start a poll. Do you want to skip the rest of the openings for the state? I'll give you the option. All right, while y'all are voting, I'll give it another
Always
minute.
sends along a chaperone, either Frankie or little Chris.
But
go
keep in
with
mind,
Hannah Mae
she's going to be
whenever she's hanging
stuff.
out with Jake Roden. And you will learn as well that Chris Roden Sr. also knew Billy Wagner. They were, in fact, friends. And so because of that, he gave his permission for her to be dating Jake. A few years later, Jake asked Chris Roden Sr.'s permission to propose to his daughter. Chris Roden permitted the proposal, but informed Jake that he would not permit his daughter to marry anybody until she was 18 years of age. So they had an engagement where they tattooed wedding rings on themselves. And then you will learn that Hannah Mae got pregnant when she was 15 years of age. And at that time, Jake was 20 years of age.
That helps. Do it a little bit faster.
It was during the pregnancy that we see the first signs of trouble. There are text messages from Jake to Hannah Mae, which state that she has to make a decision whether to be with him or not, whether to live with him or not, that Sophia, they had already named their child, was going to live with him no matter what. So if she wanted to be with Sophia, she would have to come and stay with him. And he says, quote, "I'll take Sophie, and if I have to, by force." This is when Sophia was still inside of Hannah Mae's womb. She gave birth to Sophia in November of 2013.
This is Sophia.
She did stay with the Wagners periodically up on Bethel Hill Road. If you recall, we went up to Bethel Hill Road during the jury view. That was the hill that we literally went up. That was, I think, day 2 of our jury view. We went up the hill. Once you got up there, there was a trailer. That trailer was not there previously. That's now a hunting cabin. But we asked you to look first to the left of that trailer out in the distance, and there was some structure there. That was the home that they lived in at the time. As a side note, on the way down from Bethel Hill, we had you look off to the right. You stayed on the bus, and we had you look generally in a location. That was the location of the first residence of the Wagners, which you will learn burned down.
It reminds me of Zulema. From
ultimately, the Wagners moved to Peterson Road, 260 Peterson Road. That was the location. It was a red house. It had a pool, a standing pool outside. It had 2 barns we had you go through. We had you look at a well. We had you look at a cistern inside one of the barns, if you recall that. That pool was not there when the Wagners lived there. That's something that the new owners have improved on the property. Likewise, there was, I think, a deck on the cabin right by the pool that they had put on. So there were some things that were different, but for the most part, structurally, it was the same. So Hannah Mae lived with Jake and George and Angela at 260 Peterson Road. You will learn that when they were on Bethel Hill, Billy lived with them. But once they moved to Peterson Road, it was only Jake and George and Angela Wagner. And Tabitha Wagner, who was George's spouse, they got married in 2012. And she lived there as well as Hannah Mae would stay there sometimes. Sometimes she would go home to her family.
This is someone else's chart, by the way.
Eventually,
I would do my own.
Hannah Mae leaves Jake
Mine are a
in
little bit
early
easier.
2015. She calls her father, asks for him to come get her. Jake had choked her, and she just could not handle the controlling nature of not just Jake, but also the family. You will learn that
this is Jake.
She found difficulty because Angela Wagner, or Jake wanted Angela Wagner to really parent Sophia Wagner. And she said it was awkward because they would want her, Sophia, to call Angela mom, even when Hannah Mae was sitting right there. So again, just this kind of controlling, there was fat shaming, trying to keep her from her family. And you will see that they also did these sorts of things to Tabitha Wagner and later to the wife of Jake Wagner. Once Hannah Mae left Jake, she started dating somebody named Charlie Gilly, who was the brother of Hannah Hazel Gilly. You will learn that she did not date him for long because he had a drug habit and she was not tolerant of that. And so she stopped dating him. She started dating another individual named Corey Holdren. After she started dating Corey Holdren, she learned that she was pregnant. And she knew that the child belonged to Charlie Gilly, just based on the timing and everything. She let Corey Holdren know that, and you will hear from him that he elected to stay with her because they had a very loving and supportive relationship. In fact, he will tell you that he had an addiction to pills that Hannah Mae helped him get over. She insisted that he not use drugs if they were going to remain together, and she stayed with him during the period of time that he was withdrawing from those drugs. So at this point, Jake is continuously trying to get Hannah Mae to come back to him, threatening to keep Sophia from her, and goes to see an attorney for custody. And you will learn that Hannah Mae goes to that attorney, even though it's Jake's attorney, and she knows that, and meets with them. But you will learn from that attorney that Hannah Mae was not interested in signing any custody paperwork. She wanted things to just remain status quo. She would ask for changes, they would make it, but she still would refuse to sign the papers. And ultimately, when they learned that she was pregnant, they decided to put that to the side. And again, that was in late 2015. So at this point, I'm going to bring in Tabitha Wagner, which is George Wagner's former wife, because she plays an important role in this story. She was living with the Wagners at the same time that Hannah Mae was. And you will learn that they engaged in the same cycle with Tabitha. She was not allowed to have contact with her family. She will tell you she had over a year where she had no contact with her family. And that was because the Wagners did not think her family were good people. There had been some abuse in the past, and they didn't want her even associating with her family. She will tell you that she was allowed to call her mother one time on her birthday, but they would stand there while she was making that phone call. They would accuse her of poisoning them with food. The Wagners would accuse Tabitha of doing that. They would accuse her of being abusive of Bullvine, which was the child that she and George Wagner had. And again, were very critical of her, criticized her on how she parented, and heralded Angela as the role model to emulate. And again, Angela was basically parenting Bullvine instead of allowing Tabitha to do that. You will learn that on one occasion, George and Tabitha got into an argument and over Bullvine, and Tabitha said that she was going to take Bullvine and leave with him. Angela took Bullvine from her and made the comment that she was going to go get her gun. Angela said that. Tabitha fled from the residence. You will learn that Angela threw a 2x4 at her as she was exiting the residence, and Tabitha hid on the property until it was dark, and then she took a bicycle and she bicycled down to the gas station, the nearest gas station, which was at least a mile away. Simultaneously, the Wagners go out looking for her, and when they see her arrive at the gas station, they are worried that she's going to call the police and say that they threatened her and they, threw a 2x4 at her, etc. She was just calling her mom for help when that's what she did. She called her mom. But the Wagners, anticipating that she might be calling for law enforcement, the comment was made that whoever calls first is the one who gets the charges. You better call first, George, and report domestic violence against her, so that counteracts that. So that's what they did. And since there was 3 of them against one of Tabitha, a complaint was filed against Tabitha, even though she had not done anything to them. Then you will find out that there was a custody here. There was a dissolution of their marriage and custody hearing on Bullvine, and she was not represented. Tabitha was unrepresented. George had an attorney, and she entered into one of the historically worst custody agreements anyone's ever seen. Specifically, she had no rights to him. George had full custody, and she was permitted to see him only when the Wagner said so, and only supervised when they said so. So no set schedule for her to see this child, and only if and when the Wagner said so. She will tell you that they convinced her that this was just a temporary thing, that until she was able to get her own place and be on her own 2 feet, that this was just a temporary thing. However, when she got on her own 2 feet and tried to get increase in visitation, they did not permit it. So she had to get an attorney. Again, this was in 2015, which becomes a very important time period. I know I'm kind of bouncing around here, but this takes us back to Hannah Mae when she was talking to Tabitha's mother. Okay, Tabitha's mother is named Tess, Patricia, but she goes by Tess. She is having a private Facebook conversation. So, the messenger, I don't know how many of you know Facebook, but you can post stuff on your Facebook and everybody can read it, or you can instant message somebody, message them privately and nobody else can see that conversation except you and the person you're conversing with, right? But they are talking about the Wagners and the custody issues that Jake and Hannah Mae are having. And Tess, Tabitha's mother, says to Hannah Mae, just make sure you don't let them make you sign papers like they did to Tabitha, right? To which Hannah Mae responds, I won't sign papers ever. They'll have to kill me first. Okay? Again, that's a private message between Hannah Mae and Tabitha's mother. That conversation happened on December 9th of 2015. She had left Jake early in 2015. That conversation happens December 9th of 2015, after they had already kind of exhausted the whole attorney thing. Just over 4 months later, Hannah Mae and 7 members of her family are dead. So let's go back to April 21st and April 22nd when these homicides occurred, and how we ended up here today in the courtroom with this defendant. You will learn that Bobby Jo Manley, I mentioned her earlier, she's the sister of Dana Roden. She was there coming to the property of Chris Roden Sr. to feed the animals that he had. He had numerous dogs. They had chickens, they had pigs, they had inside dogs, outside dogs. So she was there to do this, and she typically would get her daughter on the bus at 7 a.m. and arrive at Chris Sr.'s house around 7:30 a.m. when she went. She didn't go every day. She sometimes went with an individual named Billy Morgan. Billy Morgan and Emma Morgan were a married couple that lived with Billy Jo Manley at that time, or Bobby Jo Manley, sorry. And sometimes Billy Morgan would go with Bobby Jo, and again, he would help her feed the animals, or he would mow the lawns and stuff. And they would keep track of their hours. There was a log inside Chris Sr.'s house where they would write down, Bobby Jo or Billy, and just that they were there. And then they got $20 a day to do these chores for Chris Sr. You will learn that typically Chris Sr. is not there when they arrive because he gets up early and he's already on his way to Big Bear Lake where he works. So he's typically not there when they get there. Additionally, there are 2 dogs that are inside dogs, and they can only be let out one at a time. Otherwise, they fight and or run away. So anytime they let one of those inside dogs out, it's just one at a time. Well, Bobby Jo will tell you that on this particular morning, she and Billy and Emma Morgan drove up to that location. Emma Morgan doesn't normally go with them, but they were going to go into town after the chores were done at Chris Sr.'s house. So she was just kind of tagging along for the ride. When they got there, you will learn that they immediately thought something was amiss because Chris Sr.'s truck was still at the house. And both of the inside dogs were sitting outside of the house on the front porch. Billy went to go start feeding the animals. Bobby Jo goes up to the house to see what's going on with Chris, why the dogs are out, all that stuff. The door is locked. That's also unusual. The door is not usually locked. She knows where the key is though. She can't reach it. It's in a gutter above the front door. She calls Billy over to help her because he's taller, and they retrieve the key and they enter the residence. They obviously were not prepared for what they saw when they entered that residence. Furniture was askew. You'll hear there was vice grips on the floor that normally are in Chris Sr.'s pocket. And there was blood, lots and lots of blood. And drag marks leading from the living room through the kitchen and down the hall and back to the bedroom where they surmised somebody who was bleeding had been drugged. They walk back to the bedroom, which is Chris Sr.'s bedroom, and there they find both Chris Sr. and Gary Roden laying on the floor. Bobby Jo could not tell what kind of injuries they had. She could not tell that they were shot. She thought that they had been beaten to death just because of so much blood, and they were partially covered with a comforter. She tried to rouse them by shouting at them. Billy was behind her. They quickly exited, and she went to the car where Emma Morgan, they call her Emmy, was still seated, and she retrieved her telephone and made a phone call to 911. And you will be able to hear that 911 call. She's out of breath. She's clearly frantic, clearly upset. Everyone who came into contact with her after that point will describe her as that. After she calls 911, she will tell you, it sticks vividly in her head that she couldn't remember the address of Chris Sr. So she had to walk out to the mailbox to get the address for the dispatcher. She gets that address and gives it to the dispatcher. And in the meantime, she decides she's going to walk to Frankie's house to get his help and let him know what's happened to his father and to Gary. So she walks basically that same path that we walked on our jury view. And she gets to Frankie's house and she's knocking on the door and yelling for Frankie, and she's not getting an answer. She hears Brentley, the 3-year-old, answer from behind the door. And she says, "Hey, B," is what she called him. "It's Aunt JoJo. Can you open the door?" He opens the door for her. There's a chain lock that she recalls having to help get open. And she enters the residence and asks Brentley where his father is. And Brentley points down the hallway and says, "Daddy has a lot of blood." She goes down to the bedroom, which is to the right when you enter the residence. And she finds both Frankie and Hannah Hazel laying in bed, clearly dead. Hannah Hazel apparently had been nursing Ruger at the time of her death because of the way the clothing was situated. And Ruger was still laying between them, covered in his parents' blood. Bobby Joe takes Ruger out of the bed. She says she couldn't help it. She couldn't let him lay in their blood any longer. She gets both Ruger and Brentley, and she exits the residence. You will also learn that while she was walking to Frankie's house, Billy Morgan had gotten in the vehicle that they had arrived in and gone to get Dana Roden and Leonard and Judy Manley, who are the parents of Dana Roden and the parents of Bobby Joe Manley. Billy stopped at Dana's house, yelled for Dana, didn't get an answer, noticed the door was ajar, but decided to go on to Leonard and Judy's and get their help, get there and let them know what had happened to everybody. Leonard and Judy follow Billy Morgan back up to Frankie's house, and they also enter that residence, and along with James Manley. James Manley, again, is the brother of Dana Roden and the brother of Dana Roden and Bobby Joe Manley. He had not heard what had happened, but he saw Billy Morgan come to his parents' house and seemingly frantic, and his parents then rushing out afterwards and following Billy Morgan. And so he decided to get in his truck and follow and see what was wrong as well. When he saw what had happened to Frankie and Hazel and Bobby Joe told him then what had happened to Chris Sr. and Gary Roden, James decided to go down and tell his sister what has happened to her son and her former husband. When he gets there, he also notices that the door is ajar. He enters the residence. He knew that his sister had worked a double shift. They lived very close to one another. The Manleys, Leonard and Judy Manley, lived very close to where Dana Roden lived with Hannah Mae and Christopher. And he thought that maybe she was just sleeping, that she was, just really tired because she had worked a double shift and had worked late. He went back to her bedroom. She was covered up, so he didn't know if she was in the bed. He felt around in the bed until he could feel that her body was there. And he lifted the pillow that was covering her face and said that he could tell it was sticking to her face. And so he let it drop back down, knew that she was dead, and exited the residence. He will tell you that he heard Kylie, the 5-day-old baby, crying, but he could not bring himself to go back and see anything more. He went out, got into his truck, went and got his wife, April Manley, to tell her everything that he had seen and learned. And she came back with him to Dana's residence. And this was the residence, this was the last residence we visited on the first day. It had a red garage still standing. It kind of had, you could tell there was a cellar because this residence had an addition built onto it, and there was actually a cellar down there. It was right before we went on lunch break, the first day. April and James were there then at that residence. And in the meantime, law enforcement is finally responding, right? I should have mentioned that when Bobby Joe and them came out of the residence at Frankie's, the first deputy arrived on scene, Deputy Chandler. And several others followed him, and they were interested in getting anybody out of the scenes, roping off the scenes, protecting the scenes. Likewise, there were law enforcement coming up past Dana's up to Chris and Frankie's, as opposed to the first people to arrive came this way. They were going to Chris Sr.'s, but they had to pass by Frankie's, and that's when they saw all these individuals collected outside of Frankie's residence. James Manley and April Manley flagged down the first law enforcement people that they saw passing the house. There was law enforcement again on their way to Chris Sr.'s house, not knowing that there was more individuals who had been killed at that location. And they told them what was going on, that they had gone in and they believed Dana Roden to be dead, that they heard the baby crying, but they had not checked on any of the other individuals, that there should at least be Hannah Mae and little Chris in that residence. Officers started to try to clear the residence because nobody at this time knows if there's an active threat present in any of these residences. So they're trying to clear it. Another deputy comes in and is focused on retrieving the baby, goes back to Hannah Mae's bedroom and gets Kylie and goes out of the residence with Kylie in his arms. Gives Kylie to an EMT who then takes Kylie to an ambulance, and April Manley was permitted to be with Kylie while they were dealing with the scene. You will learn that the first room that they cleared when they were clearing the residence was little Chris's room. Again, that was off to the right. And you will see pictures of this, but when you enter the residence, his bedroom was off to the right. There was a living room that you're standing in when you enter the front door. There's a kitchen, and then there's Dana's bedroom, a hallway, and Hannah Mae's bedroom was back in the addition. So he was separated, by a living room and a kitchen from his mother and sister. They found little Chris in bed, shot and dead. And then they worked their way back to Hannah Mae's bedroom and see that she also is shot and dead. And then they go to Dana's bedroom and confirm that she also has been shot and is dead. They clear the scene, and then you'll learn that, as with all these scenes, they rope it off and they prevent anybody else from going in until BCI can arrive and process the scene for evidence, right? So you will learn that then Sheriff Reeder showed up around 9:30. The phone call to 911 was just before 8 a.m. And you will learn that when he arrived, he kind of got a briefing of what was going on, kind of gathered facts and information, made sure the scenes were secure, asked EMT. There was a number of ambulances that had arrived by that time. He asked them to stage at a location that was between Chris Sr.'s house and Dana Roden's house. And he made a decision to call BCI to come and process the scenes, and then later to handle the investigation. BCI often helps process scenes for communities that don't have their own crime scene units, but especially in a case of this magnitude, Sheriff Reeder was going to do that. He also called the coroner and did his administrative stuff, right? Made sure that everybody was organized. He called other sheriff's deputies that ultimately came to help secure the scenes, do roadblocks so that people couldn't come in and out of the scenes, etc. The family of these people that were killed, of course, families calling family and everybody's being notified. They called Chelsea to come and get Brentley. She came and got Brentley. Kylie and Ruger were both transported to Adams County Regional Hospital just to be checked. And the family members of these individuals who were killed also started arriving on scene just to get some information or confirmation, or frankly, to be told that this wasn't happening. The sheriffs made a decision to relocate all of the victims' family to a church on Union Hill Road. It's across 32 on the other side of Union Hill Road. And there they could, both the investigators could interact with the family and getting necessary information from them, and also the victims' families could receive information from law enforcement. You will also learn that during this time, family members have been calling Kenneth Roden, our last victim, out at Left Fork Road. But because he works in Columbus and they know his habit is to not really check his messages until lunch hour, he doesn't have his phone on his person.
Ohio.
He goes out to his vehicle over lunch, and they expected that once the lunch hour came, he would check his messages and certainly return the many phone calls that he had received. However, he did not. And so some of the individuals that were at the church decided that they would go to Kenneth's house again to let him know what was happening. Where he's at Left Fork Road doesn't always have good cell phone service. Even he doesn't have good cell phone service out there. So they were hoping that that maybe was the explanation for why he was not receiving or returning phone calls. Donald Stone, Luke Roden, who is Kenneth's son, and Sean Watson, all three traveled out to that location. When they got there, again, called out for his dad. His dad didn't answer. Donald volunteered to go into the residence first, so Luke didn't have to. And they found Kenneth Roden also shot in bed where he had been laying sleeping. So they exited the residence and called 911, and local law enforcement responded to that. And again, same process of roping off the scenes and waiting for BCI to arrive. And BCI, we always assume people know our acronyms. That's the Bureau of Criminal Investigations. It's a part of the Attorney General's office at the time. It was Michael Ryan. BCI arrived. You'll learn from Sheriff Evans that in his time there, again, he was interested in securing the residences. He also was responsible for getting the search warrants so that BCI could, in fact, search the residences of these 4 crime scenes. He would let you know that approximately 1:30 in the afternoon is when they finally got their search warrants typed, approved, and back out to the scenes and delivered to the BCI agents that were already there waiting for the search warrant so they could begin processing the scenes. So, and you'll also learn, I guess I should add this now too, that the coroners here don't do the autopsies, but they do respond when there's any unnatural death. You know, just responsible for kind of a cursory review and in reaching a cursory cause of death. So the coroners that were responsible for this case was Dr. Kessler, who is the Pike County coroner, Dr. Farranet, who is a deputy coroner, and then an individual named Kenneth Dick from Adams County. He also helped. Again, kind of the call went out for as many people as possible to help on this. And there was actually a dispute as to whether this was Adams County or Pike County, and you will learn that the sheriff of Adams County and the sheriff of Pike County met and discussed, and the sheriff of Adams County was very certain that this was in Pike County. Apparently there are maps actually that show it both ways, so that's still kind of in dispute, but just as an aside. Okay, so again, you will hear from each of the crime scene individuals the crime scene agents who process the scene. There was usually one main one, and then usually another individual that would help that individual process the scene. They first start taking photographs of outside and they work their way inside. They take pictures of everything as they find it before disturbing anything. And then they go back and start looking where there's evidence and putting down markers that mark that evidence and collecting, you know, blood swabs or ballistics or anything that they find. So let's talk about what we found at the crime scenes. At crime scene 1, where Chris Sr. and Gary Roden were, they recovered one 40 caliber shell casing, and they also, the following day, recovered a fully jacketed ammo from underneath the floor, and that was a heavier weight 30 caliber ammo. And you will hear from Matt White that he believed that to be probably a 7.69 32 ammo. But he didn't know for sure because there wasn't enough of it left to tell that. That was from scene 1. Additionally, in scene 1, there were shoe prints that were collected. You will learn that, well, because there was so much blood at that scene, there were shoe prints that were left there, and those were collected. They literally just cut up that part of the floor and submitted it to the lab for processing, where you will hear from the BCI expert who processes that stuff, that she was able to get 2 very good shoe prints for comparison. What they do from that point is they try to ascertain what shoe this is, right? So there's data banks that BCI has, data banks that FBI has, but she was not able to find that in any of the data banks that were present. So she went out herself to various shoe stores and places that sell shoes and trying to find something that matched that shoe print, the tread and design. And she was actually able to find that shoe at Walmart. It was a men's shoe, Velcro, and she was able to tell that it was either a 10.5 or an 11. You will later learn that she was only focused on one shoe print. When she actually looked at both, she discovered that there was a 10.5 and an 11 size shoe print in that residence. So a 10.5 and a size 11 of the same shoe, same type of shoe, just different sizes in the same shoe. So she was able to glean that from scene 1. And I should note, I didn't tell you this before, but after everything was secured at the scenes, the Bobby Joe Manley, Billy Morgan, Emmy Morgan, and James Manley, all individuals who first discovered the deceased individuals, were taken to the sheriff's office and interviewed. That's traditional. If you're the first person that discovers something, you're going to be interviewed. They also took their shoes, or in James Manley's case, took pictures of the shoes because he did not want to part with
Those chairs look
his boots.
so uncomfortable.
So we know that the shoe does not belong to any of those individuals. Okay, so that's that was the reason for doing that, is because they very quickly realized that there was the shoe print evidence. You will hear from Matt White that the 40 caliber shell casing that was left at Chris Sr.'s residence, he believed it to belong to a Glock, and he believed it to be a 3rd or 4th generation Glock. He also, there was a shell casing, 40 caliber, recovered from Kenneth Roden's address as well. Just he was only shot one time, and the shell casing was still there, and those two matched. And when I say they matched, I don't mean they're just the same type of ammo. I mean they were fired from the same gun. Okay, they can tell by the impressions that are made when the bullet is fired through the gun. So they were able to tell that Chris Roden Sr., Gary Roden, and Kenneth Roden were all shot by the same 40 caliber Glock. As to Frankie and Hannah Hazel and Dana and Hannah Mae and little Chris, they found 22 shell casings, 22 caliber shell casings, rimfire shell casings at both Frankie's laying in the bed. Especially when they removed the body, they were able to find all these shell casings. There were 5 at Frankie and Hannah Hazel's. And there was only one single shell casing found at the residence where Dana and Hannah and little Chris lived. And that was underneath the crib in the room where Hannah Mae slept. But they were able to match those. Those also were, so we learned that Frankie and Hannah Hazel, Dana, Hannah Mae, and little Chris were all killed with the same weapon. Now, Matt White was less sure about what type of 22 weapon that was, because he had never seen the markings. The markings were very unique. So he reached out to a lot of professional organizations trying to find out. Ultimately, Bowling Green's BCI lab ran across a gun that was a Colt 1911 22 long rifle that made a very similar impression on the shell casing. So Matt White compared those, and he said, yes, this is the same type of weapon. So he became certain, not the identical weapon, not the weapon, but the same type of weapon, because he talked to people in Germany who confirmed for him that Colt made that weapon, and the firing pin made a very unique, that very unique marking on the shell casing. So he was convinced that we were looking for a 1911 22 long rifle. So they also determined, based on the ammo and the injuries to Chris Roden Sr., he was shot. Again, he and Gary were the only two who were fully dressed and awake when this happened. You could tell that he had been standing in front of the doorway when he was first shot. He had wood embedded in his face and his head, and they could tell it was a high-powered rifle, like an AR or an SKS. And that would fit with the ammo that they found as well. So we're kind of just narrowing down what guns we're looking for and that sort of thing. Through ballistic evidence, Matt White is our firearms expert at BCI. And we now know that there were 3 weapons involved in the killing of these 8 individuals. The autopsies also confirmed those findings. The coroner will tell you, and the coroner is Dr. Lohman from Hamilton County Coroner's Office. She will tell you that the injuries she saw were consistent on the 5 that we believe were killed with a 22 of a smaller caliber weapon. She definitely felt that it had to be a high-powered rifle that Chris Sr. got shot in his arm, because it tore through his muscle and caused fractures of his arm. And the 40 caliber, the injuries were consistent with the 40 caliber being on Kenneth, Chris Sr., and Gary Roden. So basically, Chris Roden Sr. was shot with 2 different weapons, a high-powered rifle and a 40 Glock. They were also able to tell the angle by which, from where the high-powered rifle was shot. And they do that based on the angles of the holes and stuff. And again, you'll hear from the crime scene agents that were responsible for doing that. They could tell that it had been from outside of the residence and that it was someone who was positioned down from where he was shot. And again, you'll get to see those angles. Another shoe print was found in scene 3 with the identical shoe that our shoe print expert had found at Walmart. It was the size 11. They were able to ascertain that, and you will hear a very detailed explanation of that. It's actually quite intriguing if you've never really thought about the bottom of your shoe before. But there's different stippling or impressions that they make on the bottom of the shoe so that no size is going to be the same, right? So the design on it, there's several differences, but you'll be able to see it with your own 2 eyes, that there's definite distinguishable differences. You will hear not only from Suzanne Elliott, who is the BCI expert in shoe print analysis, but also from an individual named William Boziak, who is kind of considered the grandfather of shoe print evidence. He's been doing it for decades. He used to work for the FBI, has been referred to by the Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court, as one of the 2 world-renowned experts in the field of shoe print evidence. So it was important enough evidence that that stuff got sent to him to analyze as well. And he confirms everything that Suzanne Elliott determined, which is that there was a size 10.5 and a size 11 of this particular shoe inside scene 1, and a size 11 of the same shoe inside scene 3. Scene 3 being Dana Roden and Hannah Mae and Christopher Roden Sr. Sorry, we kind of number those just based on how they were discovered, right? Chris Sr.'s house was discovered first, Frankie's was second, Dana's was third, and then Kenneth's was fourth. So sometimes you'll hear individuals talking, their witnesses talking about it in that way. The other thing that people deduced from the processing the scenes and looking at the evidence was that there was likely a silencer or suppressor used, especially when you're talking about with Frankie and Hannah and Dana and Hannah Mae and Chris Roden, little Chris, because they did not wake up. It did not appear that they woke up when the first individual was shot. So that would lead one to believe that probably a suppressor or silencer was used. So they kind of, again, this is just things that we're deducing based on the evidence and going forward in the investigation for. The other thing that the investigators felt strongly about was that whoever killed these individuals were very intimate with both the personal habits of the Rodens and the residences themselves. The reason they said that, again, I told you that Dana Roden and Hannah Mae and little Chris had just moved into that residence less than 30 days prior. So you had to know them well enough to know that, right? This kind of gets rid of the drug cartel idea, and other individuals who just wouldn't know that, right? But they also knew of the surveillance cameras, et cetera, that were located at each of these places. Now, they weren't located at each of these places. Chris Sr.'s house had cameras and Kenneth had cameras. Those were removed. So whoever killed these people knew that, right? So again, that's what the initial just processing of the crime scene indicated to investigators. In the meantime, of course, we're getting thousands of tips. Thousands is an exaggeration. We had more than 1,000 tips. Doing multiple, everybody's going in all directions. Immediately, there was information that the Rodens had been in an argument with a group of individuals, and that group of individuals had threatened them on Facebook. And then one of those individuals actually took credit for it after the homicides and claimed that they had committed the homicides. That individual was found and interviewed, and that story quickly fizzled. So it was not those individuals. But, the investigators considered everybody, right? We talked about, I guess, the building that you saw there, where we had you look up the stairs, that would have been right beside the residence, had a marijuana grow in it at Chris Sr.'s location. And there was a smaller version of that at Kenneth's. So of course, the investigators ran down and every lead, related to anybody any of these individuals would have dealings with. We also did tower dumps. Tower dumps just tell you what phones are hitting off what towers at that time of the homicides. And you just kind of trap and preserve that information. Back to the shoe print stuff, we knew that that was a Walmart shoe. We knew what kind of Walmart shoe it was. And so we got video footage of all Walmart, anybody who purchased a size 10.5 or 11 in between the months of January 2016 and April 2016 in a 50-mile radius of the crime scene. So lots of Walmarts that we got video footage from, that anybody who purchased that, because we knew that those shoes belonged to the people who killed these individuals. Another thing that we could tell about the shoes was that they were new. That immediately upon examination of the prints that were left at the scene, our expert was able to tell us that that was either never worn or nearly never worn. So we were looking, that's why we only asked for that kind of time frame, right? So a lot was, we were able to learn just from the physical evidence, at least as far as what we were looking for. So what finally turned our attention to the Wagners? When Jake Wagner was initially interviewed pretty early in the investigation, he indicated that everything was just dandy between he and Hannah Mae. And it wasn't until we got back those Facebook records and some of the text messaging that we found that that was not the case, right? So we're seeing these messages where she's saying that. So that contradicted what he was saying. She was confronting him about being violent. We also saw that, text or the message between Tabitha's mom. Additionally, Billy Wagner was interviewed, and he indicated that we were asking everybody for their phones just to, because they had interactions with the victims. We wanted to get their phones just to kind of see if we could piece anything together. And he indicated that he did not have the phone that he had at the time of the homicides because he kept trying to call Chris Sr. because Chris Sr. was his best friend. And after the homicides, he kept trying to call him, and he kind of got frustrated and upset one day and broke his phone. Well, that was a good story, but it wasn't true because we have phone records that indicate he never once tried to call Chris Sr. And in fact, we had the phone calls to Billy Wagner at that 10:55 p.m.
Billy?
That was never returned by Billy Wagner. So that didn't add up. Additionally, there was a story that Billy Wagner put out, what we would call a false exculpatory story, which was that Billy and Chris were supposed to do some big drug deal out in California for upwards of $800,000, and that Skid Montgomery, who supposedly would want in on that, found out, and Skid Montgomery is the one who killed Chris Roden, and that Billy was probably next. That didn't make any sense either, because obviously Billy was not dead, and nor was he hiding at that time. So again, just kind of little things like that was enough for us to look a little bit harder at the Wagners. And the real question was, we knew that Hannah had told Tabitha's mom that she would not sign papers ever, that they would have to kill her first. But did the Wagners know that? And if they did know that, was that enough motive for them to kill the Rodens? And the answer to both questions, unfortunately, is yes. They did know about the message. And yes, that was sufficient motive for them to kill Hannah Mae and her family. After we started focusing on the Wagners, we knew we needed to do some search warrants. Jake Wagner had been playing kind of dodge the ball with Special Agent Scheider as far as turning over his phone as well. He still had a phone, but he was not turning it over to us. So we decided we needed to get a search warrant for that phone to collect it from Jake Wagner. So upon serving that search warrant to Jake Wagner and getting his phone, this was right before they went to Alaska. They went to Alaska in May of 2017. And, we obviously had been turning the heat up on them, and they could tell that. I just indicated that Special Agent Scheider had been trying to get the phone from Jake and had been unable to do so. While he was there serving the search warrant for the phone upon Jake at 260 Peterson Road, Special Agent Scheider noticed shell casings, lots and lots of shell casings in the driveway. Now, again, 260 Peterson Road, when you walk up to the old barn, and then when you're kind of parallel to it, that's where he saw a lot of the shell casings. And we decided to get a search warrant for those, to collect those, in the event that any of them were the same or similar to
This
had been
is
used at the crime scene.
This is one of the things
So
about
we
prosecutors.
went out and
I want to pause this for a second. This is one of the things about prosecutors. You have to really, you don't have to just know the facts. I think it doesn't work as well if you can't tell the story and create the story, because this is such a wild case. It's such a wild case, such a wild trial. And she's not the greatest storyteller, which I understand that's hard when you're just up there, having to go through, and it's very complicated because there are so many people involved. But at the same time, I think that this is something that I noticed in the Melly trial too. It's hard to really get your point across if you can't create the entire picture for people. And I think that that's something that she maybe struggles in a little bit, because she's not quite nailing it. Michelle says, I really hope she does something to rectify this when it comes time for Billy to be tried. The thing is, they do have, and which we'll watch it because that's going to be part of the highlights. They do have the, the main one who was involved in all of this is testifying against them. That was part of his plea deal. So, but still, it's one of those things that I don't think that they can really comprehend how big this is unless you can really tell it. I might make, since we'll be watching this highlights probably today and tomorrow, and probably Friday, if we don't make it through it, I'll do my own little charts and stuff that makes it easier to follow, and I might do my own little video. I can explain things in a way that I think does more of creating a picture, because I explain things like as if I'm explaining it to 10-year-olds, because that's how I needed it explained to me. So I might do my own little video recap or something, or maybe if I don't do that, then maybe we'll just go over it tomorrow or something before we start. But she's not doing the best at creating the whole picture.
Executed that search warrant on the day that the Wagners actually left to go to Alaska, and found a shell casing that Matt White said was a match to the .22 caliber shell casings that were recovered from the crime scenes at Frankie's house and at Dana's house, as in fired from the same weapon, not just similar, but the actual gun that killed Dana and Hannah and little Chris, and Frankie and Hannah Hazel had also been fired out at 260 Peterson Road. We returned the following day with more agents and the STAR team, and combed the area looking for any other shell casings. These shell casings were clearly weathered. They weren't recent. And we ended up with, I believe, 12 shell casings that were compared. There were many more, but there were 12 that were compared by Matt White to the 5 shell casings that we had from 6, sorry, from the crime scenes, and they were direct matches. So now we knew that one of the Wagners, or someone that had shot the weapon out of the Wagners, had also shot and killed at least 5 of our victims. The conclusions that Matt White made was these comparisons revealed matching individual firing pin impression characteristics, confirming the 18 fired .22 rimfire cartridge cases were fired in the same firearm. But something else happened that day as well. We were approached by a neighbor, and the neighbor told us that the Wagners had put all their belongings in some trailers, and they had parked the trailers up off of State Route 41, which we went to as well. That was the place where we kind of drove down a side road and we had to look through a yard. It was the very last thing we did, I think, on the second day of jury view. And you looked back towards a white big house and just vast property, basically. So having learned that, we first confirmed that there were in fact trailers up there. And then we went and got a search warrant in order to search those trailers. And you will see pictures of this. It is truly a needle in a haystack, but there were several trailers, and in searching, literally took everything off of the trailers and searched through them. There was a tub of important things, it's labeled that, and inside that tub was a receipt dated April 7th, I believe. Yes, April 7th of 2016 for 2 pairs of athletic shoes from Walmart. So just 2 weeks prior to the homicides, we have a receipt in the Wagner's property of someone purchasing shoes. We don't know yet if they're the shoes, right? But we definitely are going to check this out. We do that. We send an agent to Walmart with the receipt so that he can get find out from Walmart what shoe this is based on the SKU numbers or whatever. And simultaneously, we send a CIU individual to our command post, which was out of the A plant, to pull up the video footage, that bank of video footage that we had, if you recall, that we collected from Walmart but didn't have a use for yet. And we were able to pull up the video from Waverly Walmart on that same date at the same time with that receipt. And Angela Wagner was in Walmart purchasing a 10.5 and an 11 size in the identical shoe that was left at the crime scene. Meantime, our special agent was able to confirm with Walmart that it was in fact a 10.5 and an 11 of that shoe. So that was a very important find. The other thing that we found was a typed up list of demands for Hannah Mae regarding Sophia, about who was allowed to watch her, who wasn't allowed to watch her, how she would be schooled, she would be homeschooled, all these other things that she had to abide by, that was typed up by Jake Wagner. Another discovery at the time were custody documents. And by custody documents, I mean documents that one would fill out so that if anything happened to you, your children would go to somebody, right? So there were documents that purported to be signed by Hannah Mae that said, if I die,
it's her.
I want my child to go to Jake Wagner. I want my child, Sophia Wagner, to go to Jake Wagner, the person that I, have such issues with. That piece of paper was dated as if Hannah Mae had signed it on December 24th of 2014, Christmas Eve, 2014, which was really the last holiday that she spent with the Wagners, right? Because she left in early 2015. And the problem with that, first of all, was that our handwriting people looked at it and said that Hannah Mae likely did not sign that thing. We had a very recent signature of hers when she applied for a driver's license and compared it to the signature that was on there. But more importantly, let me see if I can fly through this and get you to it.
So like even this part, they're like about forged documents for if I die, I want, him to have custody and stuff. This is one of those things that should be a powerful moment in her storytelling. And it's
more importantly
not as powerful as I think it should
be. If you guys can see this, then good for you. It was printed off the computer on April 3rd of 2016. That piece of paper didn't even exist until April 3rd of 2016, so it could not have been filled out in December of 2014. You will also learn that, well, I won't get ahead of myself, but so we knew that that had been backdated, right? We knew that she could not have signed that in 2014 because the paper didn't even exist until 2016. And again, April 3rd of 2016, just a little over 2 weeks before the homicides, they're printing this out so that if Hannah Mae would unexpectedly meet the end, Sophia would go to Jake. But there were two other documents that we found on that day, which are extremely telling. There were two documents, one that Jake filled out and one that George filled out. And they were dated, I believe, in 2015, March of 2015, instead of December of 2014. But they said for Jake's, if he dies, Sophia goes to Angela Wagner, not Hannah Mae. Almost like they knew Hannah Mae wasn't going to be alive. That's one. George Wagner also fills out a custody document that if something happens to him on the night of the murders, Bullvine, his child, will go to his mother. So they were anticipating whether they got arrested, caught in the middle of the act, or something worse. They wanted to make sure that custody of their children was secure. On April 3rd of 2016, all three of those documents were printed out and filled out and signed. And you will learn that as well from further evidence. We also found other things like a brass catcher and a bug detector and other items that were of obvious interest. That led us to wanting to have conversations with the Wagners and confronting them with this information, right? So we went to the border in Montana because they had traveled to Alaska. They drove to Alaska and they drove through Canada. They actually left through North Dakota. But when they came back through Sweetgrass, Montana. And so we went up there and confronted them. And most telling of the things that we confronted to, you could tell they had a canned response for a lot of things. They knew that we had used metal detectors out of their house. So they had a response for that. Canned response, all said the same thing. But when confronted with the shoes, clearly not expecting that confrontation, Angela admitted to buying those shoes for her boys. However, she said that they hated the shoes because they were old grandpa shoes. Quite honestly, they are. And she threw them away the same day because she didn't like them. Never mind, she had the receipt. Now, I will say they were only like $13.97 per pair. But if you had taxes and two pair, that's $30. You could have easily gotten back if you just returned it. But she says those shoes couldn't have been used in the murders because she threw them away the same day she bought them for her boys because they hated them. And the video footage also showed that there were other individuals in that vehicle when she bought those shoes. And you will learn later that it was, in fact, Jake and George and the two children, young children as well. While the Wagners were at the border, we also installed a listening device in the vehicle that they were driving. So we touched on this in voir dire about citizens' right to privacy, certainly. But at this point, we had an overwhelming amount of evidence that was pointing us to the direction to believe that the Wagner family, Jake, George, Angela, and Billy, were involved in the murder of 8 individuals. We had to coordinate that with other states, and we're able to do that. The most interesting thing about that device that was installed in the vehicle, so imagine, if you will, 4 individuals being surprised at a Montana border, agents putting them in separate rooms and BCI walking in and questioning them. Ohio BCI people walking in and questioning them. First, Billy and Angela get back in the vehicle. First, Billy gets in the vehicle. He's released first. And then Angela gets in the vehicle. Not a word. Not a word about, oh my gosh. Can you believe that happened? What they think we did this? No conversation like that at all. No conversation at all about what just happened. And then George comes out, and then Jake comes out. And then they're released and free to go. We find out later that there's a reason for that because Billy had told them that, be quiet. There's a listening device. Other records are coming back as well. At the Montana border, we seized a laptop. It was in the possession of Angela Wagner. But we found that it was used by all of the Wagners. We had financial records that came back. We had phone records that came back, phone records from Jake's phone that we had got the search warrant for. Financial records revealed purchases of parts to make a homemade silencer. Sorry, completely out of order here. And going backwards. So from February to March of 2016, you show purchases of 2 flashlights, drill bits, tap and die, freeze plugs that act as baffles. So this is just a open source video that shows you how to make a silencer out of a maglite. Maglites has serial numbers. It's actually a way to make it if you can apply to ATF to make it. And that's why they have the serial number on the maglites, is because for legitimate purposes. You see there in the upper right-hand corner is The Walking Dead. Use maglite silencers because if you kill a zombie and they hear it, then the other zombies come. So, and you will learn that Jake was an avid Walking Dead watcher. So we show purchases of items to make a homemade silencer for both a 22 caliber weapon. You can tell based on the size of the drill bits and the tap and die, and a 40 or 30 caliber weapon. So, and again, you will hear from ATF about this. They will give you information about how you make a homemade silencer. We show 2 masks purchased by George on April 9th of 2016. We show Jake, at least his awards card being used to buy 7.62 ammo and a magazine for an SKS, also in April. There was a phone jammer purchased by Angela. A phone jammer jams signals for phones. So say you're gonna go murder 8 people and you don't want them to be able to call for help, then you have a phone jammer on your person and it jams the signals. It's actually illegal because it can interfere with aircraft and such. So, but that was purchased, and a bug detector was purchased by Angela. There were the financial records also just confirm what we already knew, which was this is a very, they function as one unit in pretty much everything they do. Financially is no exception. The house in Peterson Road was in both Jake and George's name. Angela lived there with them. They interchangeably used each other's credit cards and account, PayPal accounts or Amazon accounts or whatever. And we showed George buying fuel filters from OK Auto Parts on April 18th of 2016, and that will come into play later. Phone records revealed a list of guns that Jake had made, and the gun list includes an SKS belonging to George Wagner. It was a list of all the guns that the Wagners owned and who owned them or who they belonged to, right? There was a little cricket that belonged to Sophia. There was an SKS that belonged to George, and there was a 1911-22 that belonged to Jake. So this was just a list that he had made in 2015 of phones that they just kind of a inventory of the phones that they did. We also learned that both Jake and George dyed their hair the week of the homicides, dyed it very dark. Now, again, this is kind of an oddity, but Jake Wagner fancied himself a Norman Reedus lookalike. Norman Reedus is the actor who plays Daryl on The Walking Dead. He also plays in another movie.
See, it just gets weirder and
Saints.
weirder.
You will hear more information about this in the course of the trial. So again, please follow the court's order and don't go home and watch it. Only consider what you hear here. But Boondock Saints is the story of 2 brothers who are vigilante killers, kill people who need killed, right? And they're justified. And they say scripture over the last guy right before they kill him. And their dad, in Boondock Saints 2, the dad also joins in. The 2 brothers, one of the brothers is played by Norman Reedus, okay? So this becomes important when, again, we're examining Jake's phone, and we find that at 7:06 p.m. on the night of the homicides, he Googles and watches a scene from Boondock Saints 2. It's called the Ding Dong Motherfucker scene, okay? It's not even one of the brothers in the scene, but he's got 1911-22s with silencers on them, and utter some profanities, like they're arriving to kill these people, right? They watched that at 7 o'clock the night before they left to go kill these 8 people. That's important because for whatever reason, they take a lot of their cues from the homemade silencer from The Walking Dead and dyed their hair to look like the brothers in Boondock Saints. And of course, presumably to throw off any forensic evidence that might be gathered if they were to leave behind a hair. We also seized a laptop. I told you that. When we were able to finally look at that laptop, we found the answer to our question of, we knew that Hannah Mae had said, they will have to kill me first. But did the Wagners know that? And the laptop demonstrated that, yes, in fact, they did. Because Tabitha Wagner in 2015, around about April of 2015, had started pushing for visitation of her son. And when she wasn't getting it, she consulted with an attorney, and she was following the attorney's instructions and trying to get like Wednesdays and every other weekend to start with. The Wagners weren't having that. And so Angela Wagner was hacking into the Facebook accounts of Tabitha and Tabitha's mother. And you will learn that at some point, they had insisted on getting that password from Tabitha. And apparently she had not changed it, or they remained logged in, or whatever enabled them to continue doing that. But the purpose for that hacking was to get dirt or information on Tabitha to use against her during any custody proceedings, if in fact she did initiate custody proceedings, right? So during this process of Angela hacking into this Facebook to gather stuff for George, in the event that Tabitha initiates this custody thing, they see this message between Hannah Mae and Tabitha's mom that was meant to be private, obviously, but they say that. The screenshot, so there's a screenshot of this, right? So that's how we knew that they were seeing it, because she would take screenshots because she was going to use that in court, right? The screenshot was practically real time. It was taken almost immediately after the messages occurred. So there was some active monitoring of that going on. And I have to say, note, probably the most important word in that is she says, I won't sign papers ever. They will have to kill me first. Not Jake will have to kill me first. They will have to kill me first. Because she knew how the Wagners operated. She talked about the fact of how they did Tabitha that night and how they were trying to lure her back into the house. And they had a gun on the coffee table. So she very much understood how the Wagners operated as a group. The last thing that we got from, probably not the last thing, but another significant thing that we got from Jake, the backup of Jake's phone on that laptop, was a picture of him holding a 1911. Let me see if I can get it there. Nope, I'm the wrong way again. So you see in the upper left-hand corner, there's a picture of the 1911 on carpet, which was consistent with the carpet inside of 260 Peterson. And then there's a later photo of him holding the weapon. You can see the tattoo down there. There's just a close-up of the tattoo around his finger. You can see it in that first picture close up. Additionally, they were able to take prints from the photo and compare it to known prints of Jake Wagner and confirm that it was in fact his hand. That was taken by his phone. So we assumed that anyhow, especially with all the other indications. But at that point, we believed we had the murder weapon, or at least one of the murder weapons in Jake's hand. Another investigative tool that we did was monitoring their phone conversations, both in 2017 and in 2018, both summers, 2017 being when they first went to Alaska, 2018 being when they came back from Alaska. We also installed listening devices in the truck that Jake and George drove together. They worked for R&L and they did tandem driving. So while one was sleeping, the other was driving, or at least that was the theory. That's not really how it works, because they often were awake at the same time. Also, I forgot to mention that we had done a search warrant on the Flying W shortly after we did a search warrant on Peterson Road and then the 41, but that led us to State Route 41. There we found 2 bulletproof vests in possession of Billy Wagner, and numerous weapons, I want to say 14, but numerous weapons that were not in Billy's room. He had asked Robin to keep them in her room in the event of something like this, something like a search warrant. She did acknowledge to us that they were his weapons. But what we noticed most in the 2017 time that we were monitoring their conversations was that they were constantly reminding each other not to talk on the phones and not to say anything because they're probably listening to us, or wait until you get home so we can talk about it. So it was clear that they were trying to thwart any efforts of listening to them. One of the most significant things that we heard in 2017, however, was when we brought ground penetrating radar machines in there to try to look for any buried weapons or cell phones or anything, because we neglected to mention that they took a lot of the victims' cell phones when they committed these homicides. Not Frankie and not Hazel, but everybody else, they took their phones. And while we were out there and we were listening to their conversations, Jake was having conversations with the new homeowner, because they had sold the property at 260 Peterson Road, and the new homeowner, who was still the current owner, that was his first day of possession when we came out there. And so Jake was talking to him saying, basically you can kick them off if you want to. And, but Angela was asking Jake, which barn, because they could tell we were searching it, for metal. And she kept saying, which barn though, Jake, which barn? And it was very important to her, you could tell, to just, to learn which barn we were searching. So that was one conversation that was very telling, and made us also wonder what was so important about a barn. In 2018, I think we had much more success listening to the conversations, and you will get to hear some of these conversations or hear the content of these conversations. But I think that is because we had kind of laid low for the year that they were in Alaska, and they didn't realize we were still doing stuff, because we hadn't been interacting with them. And so when we first kind of tuned in, we got a more organic conversations. But it was right back to kind of the same MO, which was George and Angela were scolding Jake because Jake had married a girl in Alaska, Beth Ann. He married her, and then she traveled with them back to Ohio. They had stopped briefly to try to get a home in Missouri, but the loan people weren't going to approve that. So they came back to Ohio and moved into the residence of Angela's father, who had passed while they were in Alaska. And so she inherited that home. So it was, free room and board. So, but Beth Ann had come back with them, and George and Angela were very upset with Jake because Jake had told Sophia that she could call Beth Ann mom. And the reason that upset them was because both Bullvine and Sophia considered Angela to be their mom, and that this was going to cause great confusion to Bullvine because he thinks Sophia's his sister and that Angela's their mom and all this stuff. And so, Jake was accused of being selfish and inconsiderate, etc. Beth Ann also gives us a very good social security number and everything else before they consummated the marriage. They installed a tracking device on her phone. Angela Wagner hired a private investigator to learn more about her. Jake tells her, don't have your family come around here. Don't even tell them where you live. Because if they show up, I'd hate to have to kill somebody else. Or somebody, sorry, they did not say somebody else. But again, just kind of that, isolate the women, control them, monitor them, and then these accusations and threats. Simultaneously, we were presenting information to a grand jury. We had Rita Newcomb, which is Angela Wagner's mother, come down and give us a handwriting sample along with Angela Wagner, because on the custody documents, you will see that Rita Newcomb was the notary public, or the presumed notary public. Found out later that that was not the case, that Angela had also forged her mother's name as the notary. But at that time, we did not yet know that. And we also got shoe sizes and impressions of Jake and Billy and George Wagner. How are we on time? Ooh, okay, yeah. We're gonna break for you right now. I think that's okay.
Council approach here just a minute.
Okay, she's so hard to follow. Let me find something real quick that will help. Very. I wonder if this is going to.
Having grown up, not terribly.
Okay, so this one has some of the pictures. Okay, so you can see how pretty all of the
County, Ohio, a mass shooting today in different locations. We have team coverage today here
on the morning of April 22nd, 2016. They're all members of the same family.
I can't play too much of their stuff. Okay, but I want to show some of this stuff because they actually show. Well, we won't go through all the pictures again. They go through who they are. All right, so this is a good example of. I can't play the whole thing, but I will give you all the link because I don't want to get a copyright strike. But I will give you all the link. This 20 minutes does a better job of explaining everything than her storytelling did. And I'll make a video too tonight to kind of make all of this make sense because it's such a crazy thing, but you have to be able to kind of get a grasp on it in order to understand it, to appreciate how crazy it is and be able to, get something out of watching the trial. And that's hard to do when it's down to listening to what she had to say. Okay, so I'll make my own video and we'll do that. But for now, this shows kind of where the places were. Now, keep in mind, they had, where's my little family tree? All right, so Christopher Roden and Gary Roden were found in this one. So Christopher, and that's Christopher Roden Sr. Remember, that's the dad. So him and his cousin, the dad and the dad's cousin were found in the first house. This is the dad and the dad's cousin. Okay. In this house right down the road, Dana, Hannah, and Christopher Jr. are found. So that's the mom, the daughter, who is the one in the custody battle, and her 16-year-old brother. So the mom and the two youngest kids, her two youngest kids. Okay, in the house in between, we have Frankie, who was the oldest sibling of the one in the custody battle, and his fiance, Hannah. And they had a kid. All right, let me. Okay, and then the final one. All right, so then we have right down the road is Kenneth. That is the dad's brother. He was found down the road. And this is where he was found. This is DeWine.
Shot in the head.
There were 3 small children that survived this ordeal that were found next to these lifeless bodies.
This includes a 6-month-old, a 3-year-old.
Let's do this because I don't want to get a copyright strike. Let's take a lunch break. And I'm going to put together some stuff. It is so hard to listen to this without understanding what's happening. This trial is wild because keep in mind, the one who is in like the main one who is doing the fighting over custody and stuff, he testifies. This is his brother's trial. He testifies against him. The mom testifies. Oh yeah, it's only 10 o'clock for some of y'all. I know, but I'm doing what I can, y'all. Everybody's complaining because you can't follow. I'm trying to come up. I can't do a copyright strike, so I'm trying to come up with solutions. I can just give y'all the link here. Let me just. Okay, I just posted it on YouTube with the link. So that one lasts 20 minutes. We are going to take a 30-minute break. Y'all can watch that. I need to take Lucy out. And then we'll come back. And hopefully watching that can help clear up everything that she couldn't. Because she doesn't do a great job. I mean, I know it's hard. I'm not trying to criticize her, but all right. So we're going to take that gives us about 35 minutes, and that's a 20-minute video. So if y'all want to watch that, I'm going to take Lucy out, and we will be back in a moment. Hello. Hello. I'm just now seeing this. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm going to give everybody who is coming back a moment to get here. Everybody who is planning. Oh, I've still got that pinned. Oops. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let me see if chat comes back on my StreamYard. It's back on YouTube. But I have to see if it's back on StreamYard. Or Ricky Watson is back. Hello, Ricky Watson. I don't see it on StreamYard. I'm going to refresh. So if I disappear, I'll be right back. I got to reload. Okay, now it's reloaded. See, I just got to portal out for a minute and then come right back. Something fun that happened while I was on break. The chair I sit in is not like a regular desk chair. It doesn't have like rollers or anything like that. It's not made for that. But it is incredibly comfortable. It's actually like a recliner chair. Like I can it has like, I can like recline. Now I got to get it back up. But it has y'all see me like rocking like this all the time. The little screws underneath come loose. And under the chair, there's like a whole thing of sawdust where as I'm rocking back and forth, I guess it's like loosening the screws on the chair. So if I ever just fall over, that's why. I've had to flip my chair over and tighten those screws back up like 3 or 4 times within the last few weeks. And when it starts getting like, when my chair gets like really wobbly, that's when I like it the best. However, that's when I know that it is about to come apart. So if you ever see me just fall out, that's why. All right. Did y'all get a chance to watch where is my other? There it is. Did y'all get a chance to watch the video? It is interesting. Put pillows all around your chair. Actually, I have a really big bean bag over there. If I could like make a platform right here, I could just sit in my bean bag. I got the bean bag so that I can sit in front of that big chair over there with my laptop when I'm working and still watch the video. Oh, not watch the video. I was reading video. So I can watch the beach. And I don't do that nearly enough. I always end up over here sitting here at the computer because then I have all my screens and it's big and easier to deal with. Chunk of bacon, actually, you're talking about putting pillows all around a chair. Did y'all ever used to watch I Dream of Jeannie? You know how she had like in the bottle, it was like pillows and stuff everywhere. I used to want my room to be like that. Like when I was growing up, I wanted my bedroom to be like the Genie bottle where it's just like big cushions and stuff everywhere. That's what I wanted. But It never happened. Yet. It never happened yet. It's never too late. Okie dokie. We'll give another minute, one more minute till we start back. Patcha says, have your son tighten the screws for you. I tightened them. He's at work. So I tightened them, but just where I sit here and rock like this, I guess it like wiggles them back loose. I need to just get, I don't know what I need to do. Well, I'll do something or I'll fall. Either way. Lindsay Hendricks says, yeah, it helped a ton. Prosecutor just should have used the video or asked for help from their script writer, which is an interesting idea if a prosecutor consulted local news to help lay out a case. I agree. It's hard to go over this and know how interesting everything is, but then watch somebody try to tell it and it's not coming out as you would want it to or need it to, or to where it's even really understandable, which really stinks for the jury too, because, you know, could you imagine sitting through, and we listened to her on 1.25 speed. So they had to sit there in regular time with no breaks with visual aids or, you know, who's who charts in the corner or anything like that. So yeah. But yeah, the video is good. So it goes over kind of how involved it was as far as the planning and leading up to everything. There was the whole issue with the forged documents. And did you see, I can't remember if it was on this one or one of the other ones that I guess I should have watched this again while I was on break. I haven't watched it in a while. So I don't know if it was on this one or the other one, but did you see the part where they were talking about how the way that they found out that that they proved that those documents were forged was they had the date of 2014 on them, but the printer prints out the date. So it showed 2016 on the printer. So they knew that it was wrong. And then they finally ended up getting confessions that they lied. But I can't remember if that was on this one or the other one. Lady Gray says, I wonder how much mother controlled the son and could have instigated everything. From everything I've heard, she was like the puppet master. She was like the the one leading the whole thing to happen. So yeah, Anna A says the mother instigated it all. Shunga Bay says that grandma really seemed like a piece of work. I mean, this whole family is yeah, okay. So, and actually they don't even, this one doesn't even have all of the people. This has Billy's mama, but Angela's mama was in on some stuff too. I mean, this is like the bare bones who's who, but it actually goes a lot further than even that. Like there's more involved in even that. It's craziness. Let's see. The where did that go? Lady Grace says, how is the notary related? Okay, so Rita, isn't that her name, Rita? was the notary. Was Angela's. Oops, I forgot. Y'all can't see this. Oops, I got to share my screen again. Okay. All right, so this is Angela. Angela is the mama, the puppet master. And Rita was her mama. I'm pretty sure. And they charged her on like forgery and perjury. Let me see if I can pull it up exactly what it was. All right. Police also arrested 2 additional. Yeah. So Rita Newcomb was Angela's mama. She was indicted on 3 counts of forgery, 1 count of obstructing justice, and 1 count of perjury. And then Billy's mama, Frederica, up here. Listen to me saying now. And now I'm hyper aware of it too. Billy's mama was indicted on 1 count of obstructing justice and 1 count of perjury. Both of the mamas lied to a grand jury. The indictment also alleges the mama of Angela, the mama's mama. Let's see. The mama's mama forged the custody document 19 days before the murders. So she forged the custody document and then did, got it. I mean, between forging the custody documents and, watching their schedules and making the silencers and, making sure that the cameras were disconnected and all of that stuff. It shows how planned and calculated the whole thing was, which is crazy. I mean, this was like, that's nuts. Notary signed off on the forms for parenting plans that were forged and notarized them. Are they all being tried separately? Yes. So, but here's the thing. So, Jake, the one who was the whole custody battle thing was all about, or he's the one that it was his daughter, Sophia, that they were in the custody battle over. He pled guilty in exchange for them taking the death penalty off the table, and he agreed to testify against them. Now, Frederica up here, Billy's mama, charges were eventually dropped against her. The mama right here, she got 30 years, I think. Let me look. Let me see. Okay, so Jake, the one in the custody battle, he pled guilty to felony conspiracy, aggravated burglary, unlawful possession of a dangerous ordinance, tampering with evidence, forgery, unauthorized use of property, interception of wire and oral communications, obstruction of justice, engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity and unlawful sexual conduct with a minor, Hannah, because she was 13 when they started dating. And then also 8 counts of aggravated murder. So he pled guilty to, there were 23 counts total. And so he will never be released, ever. And he is testifying in their trials. The trial that we're watching clips from right now is his brother. So it's George right here. That's his brother that that is on trial. Now, the charges against Frederica were dropped. Angela has 30 years. Billy is the one whose trial is coming up at the beginning of the year. So that's the one it's the final trial in all of this. So dropped for her, 30 years. His is coming up. He pled guilty. He ain't going nowhere. And George is the one that we're watching right now. And his was like 9 or 10 months ago. Debbie, it was all of these people that were unalived. Every one of them. There were 8 of them total. Basically, this family killed this family. So crazy, right? All righty. So I guess the only good thing about all that, though, is that at least the young babies were left unharmed. But oh man, I say unharmed. I mean, they're left without their parents, and oh, tragic. The 4-day-old laying in bed is just one of the most heartbreaking things. One of the most heartbreaking things. Yeah, Sandra, this is the one we're waiting on. So charges against her were dropped. She's got 30 years. He's the one whose trial we're watching now. He pled guilty, and his will be at the beginning of the year. Alrighty, so let me pull this down. And let's see. So we just watched her attempt at opening statements. Let's see.
Reflective of the length of the potential trial, right? So, and the amount of evidence that we have collected over the period of the last years. Okay, so this is I just wanted to show you where the search warrant locations were. I mentioned to you that we did the Peterson Road, the 6851 Camp Creek is the Flying W, and then the State Route 41. So this is just to kind of give you an idea, juxtaposition.
Yeah, this happened in 2016, and it was the 5-year anniversary of when these happened that Jake finally confessed and pled guilty. So it wasn't until 2021 that he confessed. So now we're going through the trials. But that poor family having to wait on, justice for that long.
Positioned by the crime scenes there. The ones in red are the crime scenes, and the ones in blue are where the search warrants were conducted. Another thing I want to correct that I was wrong about, that I misstated, I didn't mean to, but it was a .40 caliber bullet that they pulled out of the floor at scene 1. So that is, I indicated to you that Christopher was shot with a .40 caliber and a high-powered rifle, and the 7.62 39 projectiles were found there at that scene as well. steel jacketed, so indicating a heavier weight ammunition. So, okay, I just wanted to clear that up. Another thing that I should have mentioned, when we did the search warrant at 260 Peterson Road, we found a burnt up DVR camera surveillance system that they had purchased in 2016 on March 17th in 2016. They also purchased a 3-year warranty plan with it, but in May of 2017, when we conducted our search warrant, it was found burnt up in a burn pit. So we found that to be noteworthy as well. This is site cell records. I talked about doing the tower dumps. This is actually from tower records. What this indicates to us is that the things you see here are the cell phone towers that your phone bounces off of, which kind of gives you a geolocation of your where your phone is located. And that was analyzed, and the night of the homicides on April 21st of 2016 was the first night the entire year of 2016 that Billy went to sleep. His phone was there at night and first thing in the morning. So again, just indicating that he was there that night, whereas normally he was staying with Frederica and his father during that time. So this also is, I think I told you, I thought maybe 14 guns. I haven't counted that up again. It's more than 14. But noteworthy is all the search warrants that we did and all the guns that we recovered, we never ever recovered the 1911 22 or an SKS, consistent with the list that Jake had on his phone. We found the other weapons, but not those two items. So, so that was noteworthy as well. The next thing I want to talk to you about is the silent. Oh, no, another correction. It's Walther using Colt's name for the 1911-22, if that matters to anybody. But when they called and talked to Germany, they spoke to Walther. So just some of you may have already known that, but I wanted to make sure I was being accurate when I was stating things. Okay, so you will recall that I talked about in 2017 when we were listening to the conversations that Angela Wagner seemed to be very interested in which barn we were searching. So taking that information, right around the time of grand jury, we wanted to go look at the barn again. And there was a new build barn, which was the one that when you guys first got on that property at 260 Peterson, it would, you walked up around the hill and into that barn. That was the new build barn. That was something Jake and George built. And we surmised that might be the barn that they maybe poured fresh concrete into and, buried some of the weapons or something. We didn't know. So we went up to the property, we looked at that. It seemed highly unlikely because the concrete that they used was not very solid and, would not provide much cover. And so we ventured into the old barn, which was that barn, on the right, where we pointed out the cistern that now has plants growing in it or something. It seems to be filled in. And the question was whether that had ever been searched, and it had not, because there were apparently 2 possums floating in it during the first time they were out there. But this is how it appeared when we did the search of it in 2018. So this was October of 2018. And again, a new homeowner had the property by this time. And these are just some of the items that were recovered from the cistern. And there is an item there of interest. It's right there in the middle. That is going to be a homemade silencer that was burnt up and disposed of in that cistern. There was lots of bricks in that cistern as well. Franklin County dive team came in and removed every single brick, every single object, every single possum bone. And you can see that kind of black gunky stuff. It looks much different now when we went on our jury view, but I just wanted you to see kind of the difference there. The Franklin County dive team went under that water to recover these items. So
remember, they moved
the item in question, and
the Wagners moved to Alaska.
That was submitted to ATF. They did an X-ray of it. They found the freeze plugs down the middle of it.
Was the new homeowners,
and it apparently was not aligned correctly, so it caused damage. So it was not functional after they tried to use it once. But the very last line, it is therefore my opinion that the presence of silencer components in conjunction with a bullet strike visible on a metal baffle, thus indicating the use on a firearm that these components would only be utilized for a firearm silencer. So that was an ATF report that we got back. Okay. The other thing that I have not talked about, but we did have you look at in your, during the jury review was, you remember we got out at an intersection near 772 and we had to look at cameras located on a home. And then later we had to look at, there was another one that went around the front. So you can see that it's like
So this is
around the
brother.
corner. So
This-
that becomes important. The purple things that you see on there, so the red being the crime scene, the purple is where the cameras were located. And those cameras do pick up vehicles traveling at one point one vehicle, and then later two vehicles following each other very closely. And we'll give you all the times on that, but those become important as well. Okay, so that, one other thing about the silencer, because it has a serial number on it, we were able to get information from Maglite that said that Maglite was made in January of 2016. So, eliminated any prior owners, that would have handled that. Okay, so that brings that information, once the silencer was pulled out of the well on the property that used to belong to the Wagners, that brings us to where we are here today. And after indictment, I guess I should say. The four individuals were indicted along with Frederica Wagner and Rita Newcomb. And Rita Newcomb, I told you, was Angela Wagner's mother. Frederica Wagner is Billy Wagner's mother. Not to remember the time period, I didn't write that down, but Rita came forward and told us she was charged with forgery for backdating that document because
Rita's Angela's
she was
mama.
not acknowledging that she did not sign it, right? But she came forward and did acknowledge to us that she did not sign that. She did not notarize that Angela Wagner had in fact notarized those documents using her name, didn't tell her about it when she did it, and that she had asked Rita Newcomb to lie for her and say that she, in fact, had been the one that notarized this and that Hannah was present and all this other stuff, right? But Rita said that, she intends to meet her maker one day and she didn't want to have this on her conscience. So she came clean with us and we reduced her felony to a misdemeanor. She has not been sentenced yet. But what she told us was consistent, obviously, with what our handwriting expert had already concluded. And then in April of 2021, Jake Wagner came forward as well. He will be here to testify for you, and he will tell you, I guess I should back up before I go into what he told us. A proffer means you're giving us a statement and telling us what happened, and in exchange, we give you something in return. The state gives you something. What we agreed to give him was to dismiss the death penalty against him, right? You will learn that he pled to all of the counts in the indictment, all of the specifications, and he received he will receive under that agreement, 8 life without parole sentences consecutive to one another, which just means they're served one after another, which is fiction, legal fiction at that point. But in addition to hundreds of years, with 78 years being mandatory firearm specifications that he has to serve before he even ever gets to his life without parole. I think at one point the judge said to him, "You understand that you will die in prison?" And he said yes. So he understands that. The second part of the agreement, he wanted us to also dismiss the specification against his family, each of his family members. He wanted them to escape the death penalty. And we told him we would not do that unless he agreed to testify in their trials. So if any one of them went to trial, okay? So just so you know what the deal was. He actually, kind of unlike a lot of defendants, seemed to be doing this to benefit his family, at least as much as himself, if not more. So that said, we sat down with him and he told us what had happened. And I will say that we were right about the majority of it. The majority of it being that, he dated Hannah, he fell in love with her. He was very upset when they parted ways. He wanted her very much to come back to him. He, was certainly jealous. But also that the idea to kill these people did not initiate with him. He was definitely a willing participant. He will tell you that his dad was the first to broach the subject with him. And under the idea that Hannah Mae was dating people that they didn't approve of, and that she was letting Sophia be around people that were not good people. And they knew that Hannah, or they believed that Hannah had been sexually abused by one of a friend of the family, kind of peer age friend of the family. And nobody did anything about that. So they, this concern was laid out as well, that, if anything would happen, nobody would protect Sophia over there. And the idea was that they had to kill Hannah. And Jake said, no, I'm not going to do that, when his dad first brought the idea to him. However, on another occasion, Jake will tell you that he thought about it, and although he did not believe anything had happened to Sophia at the time of the homicides, he indicated to us that, why would you wait for something to happen? Because you can't undo that. So based on that, and encouraged by his father and encouraged by his mother, they set out on a plan to kill Hannah Mae. At first, it was just going to be Hannah Mae. There was an idea to kill Hannah Mae and kill Corey Holdren and make it look like Corey killed Hannah Mae and then killed himself. Billy didn't think that would fly or work out. I believe Angela Wagner at one point suggested that they just rat Chris Sr. out because they knew he had marijuana, and that maybe if he went to prison, that would upset things enough. And Billy said he would do that to his best friend. But ultimately, this idea snowballed, and it became, we have to kill Hannah Mae, Frankie, little Chris, and big Chris. And then, like I said, on site, that Kenneth got added on to that, or after they had already agreed to their main targets. And again, Jake will tell you freely that they knew there might be other people there, and they knew that they would kill them, even though they were perfectly innocent. He will tell you that they started making plans for this thing in January, which was, a month after they had read that comment by Hannah Mae that they will have to kill me first. He understood that he would probably not end up with custody if he went the legal route. His attorney had told him that in Ohio, because you weren't married, the law favors the mother, that you're not likely to get full custody.
The one in the custody
and
battle.
He believed that. He also believed what he had read, that Hannah Mae would never sign custody papers over to him. So he believed the only way to get sole control of his daughter was to kill Hannah Mae and her family members. He will admit that he purchased those silencer parts, that they purchased a truck specifically for this, to commit this offense in. He will admit that Angela Wagner bought the shoes for he and George to wear the night of the homicides, again, trying to make it different sizes than what they normally wore, and to make it a different kind of shoe. And then, they would be caught dead in, frankly. They usually wore boots and usually did not wear tennis shoes, especially that kind of make and style. So he admits that. And the same idea was for the murder truck, the truck that they used for the murder. You'll hear that Billy overheard his cousin saying, or his uncle saying, that he was selling a car. He was talking to Silas Wagner is his name. He was talking to another individual and said that he would sell this truck that he had for $2,500. And Billy said, we'll buy it. And that was one day. And then shortly thereafter, Silas will tell you that Jake and George and Angela came up to his property and gave him the $2,500 for that truck. Jake will tell you that they modified the truck. They built a false bed where the eye hooks were there's a level plane, and then there's some eye hooks kind of on top of that. He put the 2x4s up and then put plywood and then put hay on top of that, so it would look like the bed was full of hay. And instead, that's where he and George stowed away when they drove up to Chris Sr.'s that night, with their weapons and everything they needed for that night. He would tell you what they wore. They wore ski masks. They wore dark clothing. There was some concern that Brentley might recognize Jake because he had seen Jake on many occasions, and Sophia had always been able to recognize Jake even when he was in costume. He will tell you that they made plans with Chris Sr. Billy made plans with Chris Sr. about this imaginary drug deal. And so he was going to drive up to talk to Chris Sr. about that drug deal that night. And still don't know if it's a real thing or not, or if this was all just a feigned way for him to go up there. But that way Chris Sr. would be expecting them, right? So there no alarms would be sounded. They went up there around 10:30 p.m. First meeting at their house at 260 Peterson. Billy had come to Peterson driving his red dually. They had signed the custody documents that we had found. His mom had, Googled that and printed it and filled it out, and they just signed their name to it. He will acknowledge that they watched the Boondock Saints video clip before they left that night. He and George, anyhow, he remembers. And that when it was time to go, they walked out into the barn where the truck was that they had modified. They purposely kept it out of sight of the neighbors and stuff by parking it back behind that new barn, and changed their clothes out there. They didn't want to leave any shoe prints of those brand new Walmart shoes anywhere on their property until they were ready to get into the truck. And they got into the bed of the truck, and Billy drove the truck up to see his friend. And they remained in the back of that bed of the truck until such time as Billy came out and lowered the gate for them, at which point they slithered, I think was the word he used, out of the truck, and got underneath that truck, and George got under that truck, and Jake got under Chris Sr.'s truck, which is, they'd parked their vehicle right by one of Chris Sr.'s trucks. George had the SKS at that time. Again, that was his gun. Jake didn't really even like the gun. And George, the plan was that George was going to shoot Chris Sr. from a distance, like a sniper, in a fashion that Chris would never know what hit him, would never know that Billy Wagner was betraying him or whatever. Of course, Gary was there also. They went out to an outdoor grow. They walked back in front of the house, and I should probably, you want to, okay.
Judge, can we reposition ourselves to see that?
Yes, certainly, yeah.
I'm just gonna hold it. So. So at the point that Chris and Gary were walking back this way, going into the single file, that's when George was supposed to shoot Chris at that point. Again, just so, and this is when you guys saw it, the trailer wasn't there, but this structure was there, and this is the garage, and then again, this is the path leading over towards Frankie's. But when he's basically walking in front of the trailer is when they were supposed to shoot him, so that he would not know. That's State's Exhibit A544. Jake will tell you, however, that George was taking too long and seemed to be frozen. He didn't know if it was because, I neglected to tell you this. So that thing that we dug out of the well, the silencer that we dug out of the well, had all the parts that they had purchased to make the silencer. That was a prototype, but it had failed, right? And so they scrapped that idea and they decided to use filters instead, fuel filters instead. So they had a silencer made out of a filter on both the SKS and the 1911. So the 40 block was the only weapon that did not have a silencer on it. So Matt White was right about all of the involved weapons. It was a 40 Glock, it was a 1911 22, and it was a high-powered 30 caliber SKS. So Jake didn't know if it was because the fuel filter was blocking his view, because Jake said when he had test fired the weapon, he found that to be an issue. Either way, ultimately, Jake took the weapon from George, and Billy at some point came back out to where they were and were questioning them why they hadn't shot. And at that time, Billy came up with a ruse of asking Chris Sr. to call his phone. I don't know where my phone is. Can you call it so I can find my phone? Well, truth be told, all the phones belonging to Billy and Jake and George were left back at Peterson Road. actually with instructions to Angela, who remained back at the home with Bullvine and Sophia, to text people or use the phone so it would appear that they were at home this whole time, providing them an alibi. Of note, the phone jammer had worked when they tested it, but the battery ran out very quickly, Jake will tell you, and so it didn't work for long at all. And so you will see, I told you that 10:55 p.m. Time was very important. It's very important because that's when Chris Sr., at the request of his friend Billy Wagner, made calls to his friend's phone so that his friend could find his phone. And really all that did was take him to the front door so that Jake could shoot him. And so we kind of know the time of death of Chris Sr. because it was shortly after making that phone call. He was standing in the doorway. That's why we have that SKS high-powered rifle that is shooting through the doorway and forcing the wood into his skin. Again, you will see that it broke his arm. And Billy was still inside of the residence, according to Jake, with the .40 Glock, where he shot both Billy or Chris and Gary. And they had multiple gunshot. I think Chris Sr. had 9 total gunshot wounds. Gary, I believe, had 5. I'm going to be wrong on that.
Chris Sr.
But they were shot in.
And his cousin
Gary was shot entirely in the head. You will see that his glasses and his ball cap flew off. The projectile actually took that off of his head. And he will say at that point, Billy came running out of the residence. And
it's been 84 years.
Saying, I just shot my best friend. I just shot my best friend. And it talks about the look that Chris gave him when he realized what was happening. Jake will tell you that he and George tried to calm Billy down, and that Jake went inside the residence and retrieved keys that he knew to be in Chris Sr.'s pocket to go to the grow that was in that.
Better than sidebars. Oh, Lord.
Here. Where did that go? So that he could remove it. While he did that, George and Billy drug the bodies of Gary Roden and Chris Sr. back to the bedroom of Chris Sr.
These two.
Jake knows that because when he came back down, their bodies had been moved. And they then, I don't think they did anything else then. They then went down to check Frankie's residence. They found that it was locked. That was kind of a recent occurrence because when Frankie is there, he has a tendency to escape out the front door. And so they installed the chain lock and the lock. And they decided that they would return to that location later. So they went back to Chris Sr.'s, and the idea became that we would get into Chris Sr.'s truck and travel to Dana's house. The idea being, if you arrive in Chris Sr.'s truck, no one's going to be alarmed when you pull in the driveway at that hour of night, right? But they drove by Dana's, and Dana was not yet there. And I think I told you earlier that they claimed that she was not their main target, yet they didn't take that opportunity to enter the residence and kill Hannah Mae and little Chris, whom they were determined to kill. They went back. They said at that time they drove down to Left Fork to see what the status was at Kenneth's residence. They just drove by the residence at that time. And this is why we took you on this wild goose chase on the jury view. We were literally taking you the path that they took that night, including the walking to Frankie's first and then, walking back. Once back at Chris Sr.'s, they then decided to go to Frankie's. Jake will tell you that he entered through there was an open window at the back of the trailer. Again, keep in mind that this is a trailer that he has been in before. And he went then to the back door, and he will tell you first he tried to pry open the back door with a knife, and he claims that it broke the tip off and didn't open up he couldn't get the door to open, so that's why he entered into the window. But then he went there and opened up the back door so that George and Billy could enter the Frankie and Hazen's. Then he went back. He will tell you that Brantley was asleep on that couch upon entering the residence. There was a couch in the living room, and the TV was on. And he went back to the room where he knew Hannah, Hazel, and Frankie would be sleeping, and shot both of them with the 1911 .22. He would tell you that he looked around for their phones but couldn't find them. And that was another thing I forgot to mention, is that he did take the phones of Chris Sr. So all we had were the phone records, which told us the tolls, not content. And they left that residence. They went back to Chris Sr.'s again and got into the vehicle, to Chris Sr.'s vehicle, and they went to Dana's. There, they entered that residence. Jake will tell you that both George and Billy entered the residence. Billy with the 40, George with the SKS. They didn't know, again, they thought maybe Chris would have a friend over. They thought maybe Corey Holdren would be there, so they needed to make sure that nothing went awry. And so George was spaced, and Jake will show you exactly where in that scene that he was planted. The interesting thing is that he indicated that he wore the size 10.5 that night, and that George wore the size 11 that night. And you will see that size 11 that I told you that was in scene 3 at Dana's place is almost exactly where he says that George was stationed, to make sure that little Chris didn't come out of his room with a weapon while he was off killing the women in the trailer. He will tell you that he went into a hallway, and again, we will show you this with crime scene photos, etc. But he basically positioned himself so that he could see both Hannah and Dana. He could tell that Dana was on her phone because it was kind of lighting up her face. He will tell you that she made a noise, that he said he kind of froze initially, but she made a noise which jolted her out of it. And Kylie started crying, and he says he took 2 quick steps into Dana's room and shot her twice, and then immediately rushed back to where Hannah was. And he will tell you that Hannah obviously heard him because she was laying with her left side to the doorway and turned to look. She had been nursing Kylie and saw him. He doesn't believe she recognized him, but she saw him and he shot her. He will tell you that after he shot her, he rearranged her body on the bed so that Kylie could nurse if she wanted to. And he will say that he went back into Dana's room and shot her more times because she was making noises.
This is Dana, the mom.
And then he will tell you that he went out of the door that led from Dana's room into the kitchen. And when he opened the door, his dad was standing there with a 40 drawn, probably in a just in case, situation. And George was still behind his father, guarding little Chris's room. He will tell you that Jake claims that he then went to little Chris's room and also shot little Chris, who had never woken up. He was asleep at the time he was killed.
This is little Chris, the 16-year-old brother.
Again, he removed all the phones. He will tell you that although that sounds like a very long time, it actually happened all very quickly. They then went back and got into Chris's car. This time they drove back to Chris's car and got their truck that they had brought up there, the one that they had purchased from Silas Wagner. And the cars followed each other. So at that point, Billy was driving the truck that they had, Chris's truck, and George was driving the truck that they had purchased. And they went down to Left Fork, and again, you'll see this on the surveillance cameras. And Jake will say that there was a little turnoff that we kind of showed you, a little intersection down there close to Left Fork, that's where they had George pull off. He was kind of a lookout / getaway driver in the event that things went bad. Again, they were driving Chris's truck right up to Kenneth's driveway. Kenneth had an electric sensor. His daughter will tell you that if he had taken his blood pressure medication, he's a very heavy sleeper. And that's the only thing she can guess as to why he didn't wake up. But his door is unlocked when he's sleeping inside of it because he padlocks it when he leaves it. So the padlock's on the outside, not on the inside. And Jake states that Billy entered that residence and He claims he saw a flash of light and that Billy killed him with the .40 caliber Glock. At that point, there again was cameras to remove at that location because he had a kind of a mini grow, and they did that and removed a trail cam from a tree as well. Jake confirms to us, like I said, that both he and George dyed their hair that week. Again, he stated that he wanted to look like Norman Reedus. He states that George helped modify the truck, that George signed the custody documents just like he did, and that George rode in the back of the truck with him up there and helped move Chris and Gary's bodies. And like I said, that he would have shot little Chris if he came out of the room, and that he was wearing the size 11 shoe that night. After they were done at Kenneth's, they drove back up to Chris Sr.'s. They left Chris Sr.'s truck there and got in the vehicle that they had purchased from Silas Wagner and drove back to Peterson Road, where they kind of just undid everything they did, right? They parked the truck in the barn. They got out of those clothes. They put on their original clothing. And Jake will say that they burned and tried to destroy the weapons, cut up the weapons and destroy specifically the firing pins and other things that would enable BCI or anybody to do ballistics on them. And that they dug a hole in the barn and buried put it in a duffel bag and buried it temporarily. He will tell you that in the meantime, once they disassembled, they also disassembled the truck, the fake false bed in the truck, and that Billy then took the truck to his niece, Billy's niece, Katie Wagner. Katie Wagner is the daughter of Billy's brother, Bobby. They live in Athens, and you will hear from them as well that kind of out of the blue, Billy Wagner shows up with a truck for Katie. Before the sun had even risen, unannounced, unplanned, unpredicted. And of course, Katie was not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. She was happy to have a truck, and she got it titled in her name the same day. And you will see that it was titled in her name on April 22nd, 2016. Billy had Bobby taken back to the farm, and because he didn't have any other way to get back. And Bobby will tell you that when he arrived, both Jake and George were outside of the house, and they led him into the old barn, not the new barn where they had been doing their dirty deeds, but the new barn, and had him look at a pig or something. And ultimately, he said he went into the residence with the three of them, Jake, George, and Billy. Jake will tell you that obviously they planned this for months, and their plan was not only to kill these people, but also to get away with it. They didn't want to get caught. So they took great measures to do that. One of those great measures was to not talk on phones, not even talk in the house unless you were in water nearby. They would go outside and talk. They just pretty much assumed that everything was bugged. And once they firmly believed that they were being listened to, they started to throw the conversation, accordingly. And you can very much see that in the recorded conversations that we have. He also tells us what he did with the murder weapons. That was something that we were told before we even sat down and talked with him, because you might imagine we were a little bit leery, but we were told that he would lead us to the murder weapons. So he did. He told us that after the homicides and after they had buried those items and burned a lot of the items as well, that anything that was left over, they had 5-gallon buckets of concrete, and they dropped the stuff in 4 different buckets of concrete. And then they made a goose box for their grandfather, Robert Wagner, the father, Bobby Wagner, not the brother. And they gave it to him for Father's Day that year and floated it on the pond, that big pond that you saw out there, and used the concrete buckets full of the murder weapons as anchors. Here they fished out there all the time. So that obviously was something that they could see every day. And you were directed to the part of the pond where it was that back right corner. And we had you even walk up on that embankment and drew your attention to the structure that was there. That was the goose box. It ultimately sank. But armed with this information, we were able to get a search warrant and go out there, and we did recover those concrete buckets, and took them to the lab at BCI, where they were broken up, chiseled out, soaked in oil, and recovered multiple weapon parts belonging to an SKS, the 1911, the 40 Glock. Even though they were in parts, the firing pin had not been damaged. So Matt White, who is our ballistics expert, will tell you that he was able to test fire those. They have the ability in the lab to hold the gun together so it doesn't explode apart. And he was able to make positive identifications with the ballistics on both the 22 and the 40 Glock. So we know without a doubt that those were the murder weapons that were used that Jake led us to. On the bottom of the pond at the Flying W. They were all there when they put that goose box in there. Jake, George, Billy, Angela. After that, we, being the skeptic of the pirate, right? We made an offer to the rest of the individuals that if anyone came forward, we purposely did not release Jake's statement. We did not provide that to anybody. Nobody except the attorneys and our lead agent knew the contents of that proffer. And we said that if anyone else came forward and could tell us something that was consistent with what we had just heard, that would do two things for us. It would demonstrate that Jake was telling us the truth, right? And it would just be stronger corroborating evidence that another member of the Wagner family was giving us the same information without knowing exactly what Jake had said, right? And that person that came forward was Angela Wagner. She came forward in September of 2021, about 5 months after Jake had come forward.
That's mama.
Her deal was a little better, a lot better, actually. She agreed to a 30-year sentence. Obviously, she's older. She will be almost 80 when she gets out under that deal. It's still a really hard pill to swallow because she freely admits, quite honestly, you could tell that Jake tried to minimize his mom's involvement, kind of also tried to minimize George's involvement to some extent, but Angela did not. Angela did not minimize her own involvement. In fact, she will tell you that it was her idea to begin with, and that she nagged and nagged and nagged Billy to figure out a solution to the problem. The problem being that we're losing control of Sophia, right? She's over here and we don't know what's going on with her. Keep an eye on her when she's over there. When you go up to Chris's, keep an eye on her, make sure she's okay. I think Billy reported that Frankie was too affectionate, according to Angela. Of course, now again, this contradicts what Jake said, which was that nothing had happened and this was basically a preemptive killing. But she admits that she was very concerned about Sophia. They all were. And that they would do anything to protect Sophia, and that she told her husband that she was concerned, and that's where the ideas were born. She admits that she bought the phone jammer knowing that it was going to be used to jam the phones on that night so that they could not call for help. She admits that she bought the bug detector, which was to detect any bugging devices that the investigation team might use after the fact. And she admits to buying the shoes for her sons, which of course she had already admitted to at the border. She admits to Googling and printing out those custody documents, to forging Hannah Mae's name to those documents, to also forging her mother's notary signature. She admits that on that night that she was told to work with the phones so that it would appear that both Jake and George were still at the residence and using their phones. She will tell you that they all three left the house that night, and they all three came back in with different shirts on than what they had left with. She will tell you that when they went to buy the truck from Silas Wagner, that it was George that got the money from the safe in order to purchase that truck. Although she did say that George advised that he didn't think it was smart to buy it off of a family member because it could be traced back to them. She will tell you that after the fact,
his brother,
she confided in her husband, Billy, that she felt guilty for dragging Jake and George into this because they should have just taken it on themselves because that was a lot to put on Jake and George. And she had noticed that George was having nightmares, and she's telling Billy this. And Billy's response was, I don't know why he would have nightmares. He didn't shoot anybody. So again, she will also tell you that at one point she was very upset when we interviewed her at the border and she didn't have a good story for the shoes. And she just admitted that she bought it for the boys and then said she threw them away the same day. And she knew that was not a very believable story. And she was very worried that she had ruined it for them. And George made a comment that he had tried to wipe off the shoe prints that were left at the scene at Chris Sr.'s. She will tell you that George helped to build the goose box, they were plans that Billy brought down to them, but that Jake and George built it in the driveway. She admits to the Facebook hacking and said that she did it to benefit George, but that they just inadvertently saw this messaging back and forth. She indicates that she had a conversation with George in the kitchen. A lot of conversations in this family happen in the kitchen. That's where they have a lot of their family meetings. And checked in with him to make sure he was okay with the plan. She will state that everyone was, quote, reluctant, but understood that they needed to do this in order to protect Sophia, and everybody, including George, would do anything to protect Sophia. She had admitted that she initially said that we should just rat Chris Sr. out and that they were not willing to do that. She also admitted to threatening to get a gun when Tabitha was fleeing the residence and to throw in a 2x4 at Tabitha. So we kind of asked her about some of those kinds of things as well. Both Jake and Angela admitted a lot of other stuff as well, some other crimes, but we'll cover that when I'm reviewing the criminal charges with you, because there's actually a charge that they are charged with in this indictment as functioning as a criminal enterprise. So we'll talk about that. She acknowledged that they have family meetings and take votes, and that each one of them would do anything to protect the children. And again, we talked about it during voir dire that you want to corroborate the pirates, right? You want to corroborate their story, and here's how they're corroborated, right? We pulled the murder weapons out of the pond exactly in the location and this condition that Jake told us we would. Angela corroborates Jake just in not knowing what Jake said and saying identical things.
It's been 84 years.
Julia and Katie Wagner all confirmed that Billy arrived with this truck unannounced. And another thing that Katie Wagner tells us is that after the Wagners came back from Alaska, she was out at the Flying W taking pictures for Frederica of the horses, and some of the horses, and for advertising purposes. And she will tell you that Billy cleaned her car that day.
2 hours
Again, this was
later.
after we had already laser focused on the Wagners. They knew we were looking into them, and so he obviously got concerned that there was some remaining forensic evidence even after a couple of years. Angela saw him doing it and asked him what he was doing, and he said that he was just making sure that there was nothing left. And basically, Silas Wagner also verifies in the purchase of the truck from him, saying that Billy negotiated it and that Jake and George and Angela showed up shortly thereafter with cash and purchased the truck from him. So again, a lot of the things that they told us, plus of course, all of the evidence that we had even before Jake and Angela came forward to us.
2 hours
At this point,
later.
I would like to review the criminal charges in the indictment. And it's a 22 count indictment. So this is just the preamble, which is within or for the body of the County of Pike or by some manner enumerated in this code.
Right, we don't need to go over
on or about
that part.
the 22nd of April. At the County of Pike and in the state of Ohio did idea
Right,
that this-
aggravated
sorry,
murder,
through
we got-
1 through 8, right? So this says specification 1 to the first count, but this is just to show you this specification is on all 8 counts. And it's just that he had a firearm on or about his person or under his control while committing the said aggravated murder. So the reason we go over the elements and the offenses with you is just so when you're seeing the evidence, you can fit it into one of these offenses or just know what you're, should be looking for. The second specification is that not only that he had the firearm, but had possession of the SKS at one point and, at several points. and that was equipped with a silencer. Specification 4 is that he committed the said aggravated murder for the purpose of escaping detection. Some of these
it's literally
are punished
3
for
hour
course of
open.
conduct and victim specification. We'll talk to you a lot about an individual voir dire. And then specification 6 is that he committed the aggravated murder while he was committed, or if not the principal offender, that the aggravated murder was with prior. A substantial overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy was committed by him.
I don't want to go over all the charges.
Video recording.
We already know
that he had purchased or dangerous ordinance on or about this proceeding. And then the last tampering with evidence is, but again, did knowingly gain enterprise. Some of the things that those are just some of the other examples that you will hear, but basically, again, through that January of 16 through the date of arrest, while associated with an enterprise, to wit, a group of persons associated in fact, including but limited to immediate family members of George Wagner, and then I list the 3 co-defendants and or any other unidentified or unknown individuals did conduct or participate in, directly or indirectly, the affairs of the enterprise were a pattern of corrupt activity or the collection of an unlawful debt, to wit, engaging either individually or wildly
it's
aided
more
and
than
abetted
3
by
hours.
members
It's
of
like
the enterprise.
almost 3.5.
The incidences of corrupt activity, obstructing justice, and I put in there to include under the complicity statute. Okay, that makes sense. So basically, in order to be complicit, and I would submit to you that you will learn that pretty much everything that both Jake and Angela told us has been corroborated in other.
Look at him looking at his.
And then just that it's up to you as jurors. And this just summarizes that whoever violates this section is guilty of complicity in the commission of an offense and shall be prosecuted and punished as if he were the principal offender. A charge of complicity may be stated in. We didn't say he was complicit. Again, I go back to Hannah May's statement that we now know the Wagners all saw, a guilt by association. If anything, that is what happened to the 8 in guilt by participation. Because her participation in one of the most heinous crimes in your mind, that this defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every charge in the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you see?
Judge Counsel.
Wait, watch him look at his look. The shade. The shade.
Take a short break.
Okay. The defense openings were short. Let's see. Was that the longest opening ever? What's the longest opening that y'all have seen? Don't Google it. Just the longest one that you remember that you felt like, oh my gosh, this is never going to end. Why is that one missing? There's day 2. Why is day 1 part 2 missing? It's like oh, there it is. Okay.
After your opening statement of me, sorry.
All righty. I'm keeping it at 1.25. This one doesn't last nearly as long, thank goodness. All right, here we go. So here's defense openings.
April the 22nd of 2016. George Wagner lived on Peterson Road, and that day started off like most days. He got up that morning, but there was one thing instantly that was off. Jake was up before him. Normally, George's tasks for the day are to feed the animals there on the farm. But before George could get to that, George knew he had one task that he had to do that day, and that was to disassemble a building, a wood shed, so to speak, close by his home. That was the one thing that he had to do. But before George could take off to do that, he noticed that Jake was off in that new barn up on that hill on Peterson Road. You folks went there, you walked up that hill, and you could look down on the house, that barn with the stalls. Jake was up there by himself. That's according to Jake. George eventually got ready to go disassemble that building, and Jake joined him.
I'm going to pause it for a second because we're getting rated. Hello to the addicts. Hello, RA. Y'all come on in, take your seats. You've missed the longest opening statements in the history of opening statements. I will give y'all a quick Cliff's Notes of what we're watching. This is like the modern day Hatfields and McCoys. This is the family tree. So basically, this family was arrested and charged with murdering this family. These two have a daughter together who was 4 years old. Her name is Sophia. The dads of the family were friends and business partners. And these two ended up having a really bad custody battle. Mama over here kind of pulls all the puppet strings for the family, and she ends up talking everybody into basically going. They went one night. It was one night, and there were 4 different locations, and they went and annihilated the entire family. So it was pretty bad because they found them kind of one by one. And so as things were progressing, they didn't know what happened. And it took years for them to be able to put it together as to who was in charge. So right now, Jake, who was the one who was in the custody battle, Amos just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Amos. And congratulations to our new members. Amos, we thank you. You the best. You the best. So Jake has pled guilty, and he pled guilty in exchange for not having death penalty against him. And he said that he would testify in the trials as long as they took death penalty off the table for his family as well. So he pled guilty. Mama pled guilty to her involvement, and she got 30 years. Frederica, who is Billy's mama, they dropped charges against her. She was involved with the part where they were forging documents for the custody battle and all that. They end up dropping charges against her. She lied to the grand jury and all that, but she's off the hook. So the 2 trials, the 2 who did not plead out are the daddy, who is Billy, and George, who is Jake's brother. This is George's trial that we're watching. It happened about 9 or 10 months ago, this trial did. So we're watching some of the highlights from it, because Billy's trial is coming up in April, and it's a real big one. It's going to be the final one. So it's crazy, the stuff that they went through. They actually went, and this is all Ohio. This is like southeastern Ohio. So, Shunka Bacon just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Shunka Bacon. Welcome to our new members. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. You the best. Oh,
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
We got new best friends. Welcome, y'all. So the whole thing, for those of y'all joining us, they all kind of planned. Mama stayed at the house and they left their phones at the house, and Mama's plan was to text and use their phone so that it looks like they were there the whole time. They built a fake bed in the back of the truck, went over there and went house to house and killed the whole family. So craziness. There was the daughter that they were fighting over was at their house at the time, so she wasn't there. She had another child who was there. There were 3 young kids. One was only 4 days old, and they did not harm the young kids. They did kill her, Hannah, the one that's in the custody battle. They killed her 16-year-old brother, but the babies and the toddlers they left alone. But man, so it's a crazy, crazy, crazy story. We just watched the longest opening statements in the history of opening statements, and we thought that they would never end. And eventually they did end, but just barely. So now we are watching the defense opening statements. So it's crazy. Kayla says, I found this channel through the Melly trial. Been trying to figure out things myself, but some things I don't understand. What is the raid and what are mods? So a raid is when one stream ends and everybody comes and raids another channel. So sometimes if we end and RA, who's another streamer, he's my favorite streamer, if we end early, we will go just raid his channel and see what he's up to. And sometimes if they end early, then they'll all come over here. And then mods are the ones who keep everybody all the questions answered and all the everything flowing and all of that. So it's amazing. And then we have a new member, Unholy Saint 88.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yay. Welcome to the family. I'm glad you're here. I appreciate y'all. Yes, this is the trial that we're watching right now is the brothers trial, and the trial for the dad for Billy starts in April. And also we had yesterday on the stream, we did an interview with the Joseph Scott Morgan, and he has a 3-part special on the Piketon Massacre coming out in November on Oxygen Channel. So we had talked about it a little bit yesterday, and since there's not a lot of other trials going on right now that we wanted to watch, we figured why not go to one of the craziest ones so we can get prepared for Billy's trial in April and for the special coming out and all of that. So that is your morning catch up on what's been happening. So we are about to hear the defense opening, and this is George is the one on trial. So this is the brother that's on trial, and this is his opening, the defense opening. So yeah, it's wackadoodle. There were all kinds of rumors too that this had something to do with their marijuana grow operation, or it had something to do with their derby racing, or all kinds of other things. So there were a lot of rumors, and it took 5 years. On the 5-year anniversary of the murders is when Jake confessed and took a plea deal. So Leslie Culver, welcome.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome to the family. We're glad to have you. Thank you. We're glad you're here. Yeah, everybody's like, yeah, longest openings in history. It was like what, 3.5 hours almost, I think. We did not listen to it on single speed because we would have been here for the rest of our lives. So we did not listen to it on single speed, but it was still, even at like 1.25, it still took a long time. And we skipped through a bunch of parts, especially at the end. So it was crazy. So now here we are going to listen to the defense. Now, keep in mind, the one who was involved in the custody battle, where all this started with, Jake, he is going to be testifying against his brother here and against his dad in April. And Mama comes in. I think she comes in and testifies too. So because they took deals. So they're it's interesting. Oh yes, and don't forget the ums. There's not even a way to do an counter. There were so many. So we just are going to assume it was about 2.3 billion ish. Michelle, thank you for the super chat. Michelle says, sounds like April will be busy with Billy and Chad. Yes, April is going to be busy. Oh, I love that one. It's so satisfying, like that old school sound. It will be a very busy month in April, and also October of this year will be very busy. So it's crazy how it's either feast or famine. There's either too many trials to keep up with or hardly any. There were Law Nerd Amber says there were 11 billion ums. 11 billion, yes. And yes, single speed would have been worse. We would be here until all the trials start in October if we did single speed. All right.
They went to that building, and when they got there, George realized he forgot his chainsaw, but they did as much work as they could do until they hit the point where they needed that chainsaw. And at that point, nothing seemed suspicious to George, although again it was off that Jake was already up that day, and usually Jake is the second to rise. While they were headed back home to Peterson Road, Jake's cell phone went off. There, the caller was Andrew Carson. Andrew Carson said, hello, Jake. And there he had a conversation. And that's when he thought he was the first to tell Jake that the mother of his child, Sophia, the child, that the mother, Hannah, had been murdered along with 6 of her relatives.
This is Hannah.
At that point, Kenneth had not been found yet. Jake, according to Mr. Carson, put on an act worthy of an Academy Award. An act where he conned Carson into thinking that he was the first to tell him, as he wept and cried on the phone, and that is the first time George learned about murders. They returned to the Peterson home.
I might have to do his. He's harder to understand. I might have to do his at regular speed, but his is short, so his won't be bad at regular speed. Let's see if this is easier.
Thereafter, the Pike County Sheriff arrived at those scenes and requested help. He requested help from the Bureau, Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, what we refer to as BCI. After some time, BCI had narrowed down who they felt were suspects. In fact, it's worthy to note that BCI had interviewed Jake Wagner 4 times.
This is Jake.
In fact, the first interview was just 3 weeks after the murders. BCI, conducting their investigation, also felt it was important that they interview Angela Wagner, who they spoke to or interviewed on 3 occasions. 4. The third person that they felt that was important to talk to in the Wagner household was Billy Wagner. That's George's father. They spoke to BCI spoke to Billy
Thank you, Megan.
on 3 occasions. And, you know, on all of those occasions that BCI came around asking for cell phones, asking to speak with Jake, Angela, or Billy, George was right there. Not once did they ever ask to speak with George. He wasn't a suspect. In fact, George was only talked to one time. And the purpose of that one time is because BCI wanted to plant a bug or a listening device in their vehicle. And so let me tell you about that. George and his family were coming back from Alaska. They were coming here to Ohio to speak with BCI. This is their destination. But BCI caught them at the border there in Montana, a little town called Sweetgrass. There's a border crossing. And so their intent, BCI, was to put a listening device in the Wagner vehicle to try and gain more information. Naturally, they had to take all the occupants out of that vehicle and speak with them to take time so they could put those devices in their vehicle. So we had special agents, again, with BCI, who had 4 different rooms where they spoke with all 4 family members. And George had an agent there speaking with him, a special agent, Special Agent Hageman. Special Agent Hageman was spot on, I would say.
Happy anniversary, Annie.
That interview with Special Agent Hageman was kind of mixed. In the beginning, it was accusatory, but he backpedaled some, and he told George, your family has big problems, George. Your family. Agent Hageman also told George, do you want to be a witness or do you want to be a suspect? George knew his family had done a lot of bad things in their life, but he had never known of them to ever commit a crime of violence. He couldn't believe it. He denied it.
Thank you, Nurse for God. Y'all are the best. Thank you so much. See, we get to skip through this part. All right, we're back.
Ready? The court will
Thank you,
sustain
Kim.
the objection the prosecutor made.
Thank you, Kim.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the statements of either attorney,
You're right.
statement
Our
are not evidence.
mods are amazing.
Continue your opening statement.
Thank you, Judge. So back to that interview room with Special Agent Hageman. He had just a few statements to make. A few questions. Do you want to be a witness or do you want to be a suspect? Then he said, if I don't know who did it, then you all go down for conspiracy.
Thank you, Kim Newton.
And so Hageman never received any information. And here George says, if I don't hear who did it, you all go down for conspiracy.
Thank you, Nurse for God. Y'all are the best. I've had such a stressful 2 days. Y'all make me so
happy. State of
happy.
Ohio against George Wagner. It's not the Wagners. It's
Thank you,
not
Chevelle.
Billy Wagner. It's not Angela Wagner, nor is it Jake Wagner. This is all about George. I'm not going to take 5 hours to defend everything that Jake, Angela, and Billy did. This is a trial just about George. And so, as you hear the evidence in this case, you must ask yourself,
Thank you, Lynn from South Carolina.
The Wagners, think of how that applies to George. Every time you hear they, a red flag should raise. Every time
Thank you,
hear
Elizabeth
them,
Evans.
Every time
Thank you so
hear
much.
all of them, every time you hear Billy, Jake, or Angela, we're here to hear the evidence against George Wagner.
Thank you.
There are certain things in life that we can't control. One of those things is our birth name. When we were brought into this world, we couldn't help who our parents were. They are.
Thank you, Donna Barkley.
And just like George cannot help that he was born into the Wagner family. The state wants to paint this with a broad paintbrush.
Thank you,
about
Nurse
the
for God.
Wagners. Unfortunately, George cannot help that he's a Wagner, but that doesn't make him a murderer.
Thank you, Melissa
As you
Dotson.
hear the evidence in this case, there's 5 things I want you to pay attention to.
I love that song too.
The first is going to be what Jake says. Jake will tell you that George had nothing to do
Thank you, Lois Cox.
with the planning of these murders. Jake will tell you that George shot no one. Jake will tell you that George did nothing to
Thank you, Amos.
destroy any evidence. That's the first thing. The second thing that I want you to pay attention to will be the credibility of Angela and Jake.
Thank you, Carol
The third
C.
thing that I want you to pay attention to is the incentives that were offered by the state of Ohio for such heinous crimes to Angela and Jake to get them to talk, to get
Thank you,
them
Jennifer.
to tell a story. The fourth thing is motive,
Y'all are so generous.
because we know custody is not the motive.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Everybody had a motive in this case to kill except for George. Angela had her delusions that were unfounded, that this child, Sophia, was being
Thank you,
molested.
Ashley.
And for that, she felt something had to be done. Jake, the evidence will be presented, was a very
Thank you,
jealous
Miss
and abusive young man towards Hannah. And you know what he couldn't stand is he couldn't stand that Hannah had moved on with her life, that she was with other men.
Thank you,
That
Danielle.
enraged him. Angela had convinced him as well that Sophia was at risk of being molested, sexually abused, and Billy had his own.
Ohio Lisa.
Billy was engaged in drugs. We've heard an awful lot about grow rooms. There were several grow rooms, and the drug activity is
We're
rife.
the
in
best
this
people.
case.
The best.
George had no motive to kill anybody in the Roden or Gilly family.
Thank you, Lynn from South Carolina. Beginning of the cruise fund for Brandi and
And the
Mom.
fifth thing that I want you to pay attention to is how different George is from his family. So moving to that first thing, and that's the state's case. They're key witnesses, Jake and Angela Wagner. Jake has already spoke. In fact, he spoke in a room here with Agent Scheider. And you know what he said? He told Agent Scheider, he said, George had nothing to do with this plan. This plan was between me and my dad. We're the ones who planned this. My dad decided when it would happen, what equipment would be needed, and how it would be done. Jake didn't say anything about a vote. Billy had decided that he would tell his wife and
Thank you, Melissa Dotson. I have to pause for a minute. I appreciate y'all so much. I appreciate the generosity. I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate when you just come in and like everything, or like the videos or whatever. I appreciate y'all so much. I have had the most stressful couple of days, and I have not felt like myself. And I just appreciate y'all showing the love. I really do. I love when y'all come hang out with me, and I appreciate it so much. I really do. So thank you. Thank you so much to y'all. And Lady in Gray, thank you. I appreciate it so much. Y'all are the best. Thank you so much. Oh. Leah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Angela certain tasks that had to be completed to perform these murders. He also told Jake certain things that needed to be done to commit these murders. But there will be no evidence that he told George to do anything to prepare for these murders.
I love y'all.
According to Jake, Billy decided the day, or would decide the day in which the murders would happen.
God, our mods are.
Furthermore, Jake will tell you that George was not supposed to go. Billy picked the day that a drug deal was supposed to happen, or there would be a meeting to talk about a drug deal. George had nothing to do with drugs. You will hear no evidence of that. One of the tasks that Billy had for Jake was to acquire a vehicle that would be used in the commission of these murders. The other task that Billy had for Jake, and Jake will tell you that he and he alone made silencer for weapons. That was his task. That's what he did. He's already said that in a room with Agent Scheider. And you know, there's this hair, the coloring of the hair. According to Jake, he colored his hair. But Jake, the key witness for the state, will tell you that had nothing to do with murders. Jake will also tell you that this video, Boondock Saints, that he's the one who watched that before the murders. And in a DVR, there was a DVR that was all burnt up. Jake was asked about that DVR, and according to Jake, he told you that DVR was destroyed so it wouldn't capture stolen vehicles entering and exiting that Peterson property. Billy had some tasks for Angela as well. Billy had told her, remember, that George had nothing to do with the planning, but the task for Angela was to acquire shoes. Billy also asked Angela to acquire a cell phone jammer. And the purpose of that is to block cell phone use, so it can't be used. So in the instance that somebody needed a call for help, they would be unable to do that. And Angela did acquire that cell phone jammer. Billy also asked Angela, and she did so, followed the orders, and that was to acquire a bug detector. And when I say bug detector, it's a device to determine whether there's any surveillance devices recording. Billy also told Jake the last task is you are to destroy these items. And Billy would dispose of the truck. George had nothing to do with disposing of his truck.
Thank you, Chevelle.
Jake destroyed that evidence. Remember that morning when George woke up and Jake was up in that barn that you peeked into and you saw those stalls? Jake was up there alone. He was up there alone. He was destroying cell phones that he stole. He was destroying memory cards that were taken out of the rodent property so they could detect who was coming and going from that property. He was burning clothes. He was destroying silencers. And he was destroying weapons, specifically weapons that belonged to him and belonged to Billy. Jake and Jake alone dug a hole and buried that in that barn. George had nothing to do with that. And finally, and once again, Jake will tell you,
5 memberships.
George shot no one. Most importantly, there is no reliable evidence that George planned these murders. There's no independent, reliable evidence that George prepared for these murders. And there's certainly no reliable evidence that George shot anyone. That second thing I wanted to talk to you about is Jake and Angela, who are con artists and liars. We've already touched on it some, but Angela's the con artist through and through. You know, you're going to hear evidence that she burned her home on more than one occasion, committed arson, and then collected from her insurance company the proceeds on that. She started doing that when George was just 9 years old. Billy did the same with some vehicles. Billy is a professional thief. Jake took those traits from his mother and his father, all of those bad traits, and put it into one. They are a pair, and that's who the state has as their key witness. Con artists and liars. Jake and Angela fooled many people throughout this investigation, beginning with Mr. Carson on the phone. But you know what they did even after the murders? There's a child, if you remember, Hannah Roden had a newborn baby, and that newborn baby was named Kylie. It was Jake and Hannah who went together, and they brought Sophie over to the Gilly family, a family who they were responsible for taking their loved one, and acted as if nothing happened. That's the type of people that the state had selected as their key witnesses. Afterward, Jake went home and, at the direction of Angela, created a GoFundMe account to collect money, defraud people, to send him money so he could obtain custody of a child. The con didn't stop then. It's continued. It's who they are. The evidence will be that Jake and Angela have conned the state of Ohio here as well. They've conned the state of Ohio into the most heinous crime, into a 30-year sentence. In the sentence most deserving of death, he escapes with life. The plea deal is what I'm speaking of. Jake and Angela have conned the state of Ohio with the greatest goal in mind, perhaps the most remarkable plea deal possible. As the prosecution said, the loss of 8 innocent lives, the most deserving of the death penalty, and Jake gets the walk. Angela gets 30 years. They negotiated this plea agreement to save their life. Prior to making this plea agreement, they had reviewed all of the evidence in this case with their attorneys. And so it begs the question, why in the world would you grant such a gift to Jake and Angela to give them this in exchange, purchase that testimony? Well, it's simple. And it goes back to that last question that Hageman had. You're either a witness or you're a suspect. Because you see, there's no physical evidence George was at any of those murder scenes. There's no DNA, there's no prints. And BCI knew he had no motive. They knew that he was not involved in drugs. And you know, they knew they had only spoke with him one time, and that was for a reason. They have nothing on George. And because of that, that's a testament to the strength of their case for them to grant the deal that they've granted, and they were conned into the sentence that Angela and Jake have agreed. In order to avoid the death penalty, they must implicate George. Now, Angela gave a statement too, but what's really concerning about her story is she'll say that when everybody left to go commit murders, she went to sleep. She doesn't know what happened. And she woke up the next day and it was never discussed. How
Thank you,
convenient.
Jake.
She has nothing to offer that would contradict Jake's statement, because according to her, she never talked about it afterward. They never talked about it, and she was sleeping while this all happened. So, Jake's confession. We know that there was evidence gained, and you heard about what was pulled out of that big pond, and you went there and you saw that pond, and there were some buckets that were pulled out of that pond. But, you know, Jake's statement really only implicates himself. There's nothing about Jake's statement that implicates George. Sure, he led him to weapons, but there is no independent, reliable evidence that George was involved in these murders. In fact, we believe the evidence will show that George could not have committed these murders. And it goes further. We believe the evidence will show that Jake, in fact, killed all 8. But he had to implicate his father in actually killing somebody. But the evidence will show that Jake killed all 8.
Happy anniversary, MJ.
The fourth thing I want to talk to you about is motive. George had his own life. He had his own son. He had everything going for him, and he had nothing against the Rodens or the Gillies. He had no motive to kill any of these people. Everybody but George had a motive. Angela's motive was this unfounded imaginary threat of sexual abuse. She convinced Jake that it was a realistic threat. Jake was already in a jealous rage that Hannah had moved on with her life. And Angela had brought this concern to Billy. Angela's suggestion was, we should turn him into the police. We should turn him into police because that'll take care of Christopher Roden Sr. because of his drugs. That's what we should do.
Happy anniversary, Britta.
Remember what I said about Billy and his motive? That idea hit too close to home. No, we can't do that. That's what Billy said. The evidence will be that Billy, according to Angela, said, we must kill them. The idea was taken to Jake, and Jake's idea was, again, his jealousy surfacing, said, we should do it, we should kill Hannah, but let's frame Hannah's boyfriend. Let's make it look like Corey Holdren did it. And once again, Billy said, no, that's not what we're doing. Once again, Billy's the one who created the plan. Jake went along with it. Angela went along with it. George had nothing to do with that plan. George had no motive, especially to kill who he considered his closest friends, Frankie Roden. You'll hear that Frankie Roden was one of George's closest friends. And Hannah Roden, you'll hear from many people, Hannah Roden was like a little sister to George. He had no reason to kill her. The last thing I want to tell you about is George is not like his mother, his father, or his brother. He's different from them. Sure, George was born into a family of con artists and thieves, but he never would have imagined that they would have committed crimes of violence. George disagreed with the way that his family lived their life. He disagreed with them so much, he actually engaged in physical fistfights with his father. George disliked the way that family functioned so much, he was not part of them, that as soon as he could leave that home, as soon as he got his driver's license in 2006, when he was 16 years old, he left. He ran away. That's what the evidence will show. But
Thank you, Regina Crawford.
16-year-olds couldn't make it at 16. So unfortunately, he had to come back home. Although he came back home, he took every opportunity with his new license, newfound freedom, and he avoided that home as much as he could. He wasn't there. Any opportunity that he could leave, he was gone. George ended up marrying a young girl who we've heard about. Her name is Tabby. Tabby come from a rough home. And George and Tabby had a child, and that child is George's world. It's a little boy, his name's Bullvine. Means everything to George. But they were too young. They got married too young, and eventually George and Tabby got a disillusion. But you know what the evidence is going to tell you? The evidence will tell you that Tabby's mother offered to give her money to go hire an attorney. It was there. And Tabby said, no, I don't need an attorney. Tabby was given an agreement. It had everything spelled out about how this marriage would be dissolved, as well as custody of that little boy. Tabby reviewed it. She signed it. She went into a courtroom. She was questioned by a judge. Is this what you want to do? And she agreed. Which brings me back. Remember, we talked about Special Agent Hageman. When he spoke, he told George, you're an outsider. And he is. I don't see you as this type of guy. In fact, there was another officer there, and that officer said, you did things the right way with your child. Talking about the court system. And that's how George is not like his family. George is an outsider. George does not go along with what his family does, and he didn't do it on that night. George is not guilty of murder. And we believe when you've heard all of the evidence, you will agree George had no part in this murder, and that you'll find him not guilty. Thank you.
Oh,
All right. Thank you.
that one was so much shorter than prosecution.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't promise that you'll always be done by 3:30, but, and sometimes we may go till 5 o'clock, but tonight's not one of those times. What you've heard so far in this case is not evidence. However, it's a good bit to process. And so it seems to me that it's a good, meaningful breaking point.
Okay, so I love y'all. Cliff's notes. He didn't do it. They said he ain't like them. They said, yeah, his family sucks and they're all lunatics, but he ain't one of them. That's their story and they're sticking to it. So let's see. Let's see who our first witnesses are up. I'm not going to be hitting every witness because some of them are not that interesting, to be honest.
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Thank you, ML. I appreciate that. Thank you. Gosh, we're like 5 hours into the day before. Oh, because there were so many that didn't want to show up. That means so much. I love y'all. Yeah, here we go with opting out of witnesses. I think the first one we actually get to see is the cousin, right?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a good lunch. And I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer any
A headache.
question? The state may examine.
Good afternoon. How are you?
All right.
Okay. Can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
I'm James Manley,
Okay.
Manley.
Okay. And Mr. Manley, how old are you?
46.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
And who are you married to?
April Manley.
Okay. And how long have you guys been married?
26 years.
26 years?
Judge, could you have the witness keep his voice up just a little bit, please?
Yeah, the acoustics aren't great in here. That should do a pretty good job of broadcasting if you can stay pretty close to that long.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. So you said you've been married to April Manley for 26 years?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have children?
Yes,
How many children do you have?
3.
And what are their ages and names?
27, I think, and 25, and 15. Oldest one's
Please try to keep your voice up if you can.
If you're making move your chair, this will amplify your voice. It's just not if you're very far away from it. Sorry.
I wasn't very far from it.
What'd you say?
Said I wasn't very far from it.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, this is a recurring problem. Okay, so you said you have 3 children, and you were telling us their ages.
Dana's brother.
Brady's 27, I think.
Okay,
Greg's 25. Josh is 15.
okay, all boys?
Yep.
Okay. And do you have any siblings?
3 sisters.
3 sisters, and what are their names?
Kathy's the oldest one. Dana was the middle, and Bobby Joe was younger than me.
Okay, and where do you fall into that lineup?
Between Kathy and Dana.
Between Kathy and Dana?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aggressive chair pull.
And do you work?
Welcome,
Yes.
Taylor.
Where do you work?
Logan.
You do logging?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell us, how would you describe your relationship with your sister Dana?
Pretty good.
Okay. Did you live near
Mr.
near
October.
her?
Yep.
Okay, on the same road?
Yep.
Okay, you both lived on Union Hill Road?
Yep.
And were you aware that she had moved into a new place?
Yes.
Back in 2016? Okay. And how did you become aware of that, or how did you know that?
She coming out the house, said she got her place right out the road from our house.
Okay. And did you help her at all in moving in or anything like
I
that?
helped her with moving some beds in.
Thank you, Sandra
helped
Oliver.
clean some of the yard up.
Okay. And what kinds of things did you do to help her clean up the yard?
Just break leaves and sticks out of the yard.
Okay. All right. And would you say you had a good relationship with her children?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, we know that Dana and Chris were married for a while.
Yep.
And then they divorced, correct?
Yep.
How was the relationship after they divorced?
About the same.
At the time, back in 2016, do you know where Frankie was working?
I know where he worked at. It was like a remodeling houses.
Remodeling houses? Okay. And do you remember who he was working for?
I think it's Donnie Stewart.
Say it again.
Donnie Stewart.
Okay. And was that an individual that had worked at the school too?
Yeah.
Okay. And then had a business?
Yep.
All right. And was your son Cody working with him as well?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware, or did you have any knowledge of Frankie doing derby car racing?
Yep.
Okay. How did you know that?
We run together.
You'd ride together,
We worked on them together.
work on the vehicles together?
Yep.
Okay. And
This
how
is
many
in
years would you
Southeast
say
Ohio.
Frankie had been doing that?
He was around it from the baby.
Say it again.
He was around it from the time he was a baby.
Okay. He was around it from the
Yeah.
time he was a baby? Okay. Did he like hunting as well?
Yes.
Okay. You knew he had chickens?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know if those were fighting chickens?
You can tell they're like chickens.
Why do you say that?
Just the way they look.
Okay. Tell me, who doesn't know how to spot a fighting chicken. How do I spot a fighting chicken?
They're tied on a barrel or a cage.
Say it again.
They're tied to barrels.
Okay. Okay.
This is Southeast Ohio. This is like
So they don't
Appalachia.
get together and fight.
Okay. So you keep them separated.
Yep.
Okay.
Like
And
country,
do you know
country.
if Frankie did that?
No, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. That wasn't something that you went with him on or did
No.
with him? Okay. Okay, so can you tell us, back on April 22nd of 2016, where were you working at that time?
It was logging.
You were logging?
Yeah.
Okay. And who were you working for at that time?
Hobart Montgomery.
Say it again.
Hobart Montgomery.
Okay. And did you end up working that day?
No,
And do you remember why not?
rain.
Rain? Okay. And how did you learn that you didn't need to go to work that day?
I went to call him from my phone, but my phone was out of time and used my wife's phone.
Okay. So you called your employer
Yep.
and he said not to come in?
Yep.
Okay. And can you tell us what you did then after finding out that you didn't have to go to work?
No, I went out to work on my 4-wheeler.
Okay. And what time would you normally go to work?
Usually about 7 o'clock.
About 11 o'clock?
7.
7 o'clock, I'm sorry. And while you were out working on your four-wheeler, what area of the property were you working on that?
Behind my house.
Okay. And while you were working on that, did you notice anything unusual happen?
When Billy pulled in and they took off after they got hold of Mom and Dad, and Mom and Dad left behind them.
Okay. So who is Billy?
One of my sister's friends,
Okay. Which sister?
Bobby Joe
Okay. And do you know his last name?
Morgan.
Okay. Had you seen him before?
I've seen him before.
Okay. So you knew that he was your sister's friend?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is like
And
the
were you
corner
present
of,
when he had a conversation?
this is like corner of Ohio, like Appalachia region, like kind of where Kentucky and West Virginia and Ohio meet. It's like in that general area.
Conversation with your parents?
Nope.
Okay. Can you tell us approximately how long he was there at your house?
Probably maybe a minute or two.
Okay. And I guess I should establish, do your parents live close to you?
Yes.
Okay. And in a separate residence?
Yeah.
Okay. But on basically the same property?
Yeah.
Okay. So you see Billy Morgan pull up, and did you see him talking to your parents?
No.
Okay. What did you see?
Just seen him pull up, get out, walk up to the house, and they went back to the car and went back out the road.
Okay. And then what happened?
And the way Dad took off, I knew something was wrong.
Okay.
Then I went to see what was going on.
Okay. So you said your dad took off, and the way he took off, you could tell something was wrong.
Yep.
Okay. But you didn't know what was wrong.
Nope.
Okay. And was your mother with him?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
I jumped in my truck and followed him out to her.
Okay. So you're just, you could tell it was urgent and you wanted to follow to find out what was going on.
Yep.
Okay. And where did you go?
To Frankie's house.
Okay. And were you just following them and just
Yep.
went where they went? Okay. And when you got to Frankie's house, what was going on?
And pulled up and cars were sitting in the road and wondering what was going on.
Okay. And when you said the car was sitting in the road, whose car was sitting in the road?
Bobby Joe's car and Mom and Dad's car.
Okay. And Bobby Joe's car, was that the car that Billy was driving?
Yes.
When he came to your parents' home? Okay. And were they still in the vehicles at that time?
I think he was done out.
Say it again.
He was done out.
Okay. And what happened then? What did you do?
I pulled up there and shut my truck off.
Okay. Did you get out of your vehicle?
After I shut it off and I got out.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with anybody?
Not right then.
Okay. At some point, do you find out what has happened?
I walk up to the yard and see Frankie's baby covered in blood.
And what was Frankie's baby's name?
Ruger.
So you see Frankie's baby covered in blood. Do you remember who was holding the baby at that
Bobby
time?
Joe.
Bobby Joe. Okay. And do you find out at that point what has gone on?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me at what point what did you do next after you
I just
see
got it.
Bobby
It just
Joe
came
with
through.
Ruger?
Thank you so
I
much.
said, what the hell happened?
Okay. You asked Bobby Joe?
Yep.
And can you tell me what she told you then?
He said that Chris and Gary's dead down at Chris's trailer and Frankie and Hazel's dead there.
Did you ask her any more questions at that time?
Nope.
Okay. And then what did you do?
Just stood there for a second.
Okay. How was Bobby Joe upset at that time?
I don't really remember.
What did you do next?
And we went in Frankie's house.
You went in Frankie's house?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anybody else go into Frankie's house with you at that time?
Me and my dad, Cody, and Bobby Joe.
So your son was there also?
Yeah.
Okay. Had he come with you or did he come?
He drove his own vehicle.
Okay. Do you know if he was supposed to work with Frankie that day?
He was supposed to.
Did you see Frankie and Hazel?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe what you saw?
Blood everywhere.
You said blood everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you say blood everywhere, can you tell us where
It
specifically?
was on the body, on the bed, on the walls.
Did you touch or move anything in that room?
No,
Okay. Did anybody touch or move anything when you were
not
present?
that I know of.
What did you do after you saw Frankie and Hazel?
Went back outside, got in my truck, and went to Dana's house to tell her what's going on.
And what happened when you got to Dana's house?
I knocked on the door, then the door opened by itself.
I'm sorry, you knocked on the door and what?
It opened by itself.
Okay. So it wasn't completely latched or something?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And what was your intent when you went to Dana's house?
Tell her something was wrong with Frankie and Chris and them.
Okay. After you knocked on the door and it opened, what did you do?
I yelled her name.
Did she respond?
No.
Then what happened?
I kept yelling her name, went to her bedroom.
And still didn't get any response?
No.
Okay. And you said you went to her bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay, and you knew where her bedroom was? in that
Yes.
house. And what did you do when you got to her bedroom?
Kept yelling her name.
Could you tell if she was in the bedroom or not?
Couldn't tell, it was dark in there.
Okay. So what did you do then?
I kept yelling her name and I felt on the bed, see if she was there.
Okay. Just feeling around on the covers or the blankets
Yeah.
to see if she was there? Okay. And could you tell if she was there or not?
Yes.
Okay. And was she there?
Yeah.
So what did you do next?
I was trying to get her awake.
Trying to get her to wake?
Yep.
Okay. Were you like
Just tapped her. with my
patting on
hand.
her body? Okay. And still on top of the covers?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what did you do?
And kept going up toward her head.
And when you got to where you thought her head was, what did you do?
I felt like a pillow over her head. I started to pick the pillow up and you feel it stuck. And I just let loose of it and went out of the house.
That makes my heart hurt for them.
So you started lifting up the pillow, but you could feel that it was sticking
Yeah.
or it was stuck?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said then you ran out of the house or went
I
out of
just
the house?
turned around and walked back out.
Okay. And why did you do that? Like, what did you think? when you-
Because I figured she was dead too,
Okay, what made you think that?
because where the pillow was stuck.
Okay. And she obviously was not waking to your attempts to
No,
rouse her. Okay. Were you aware of her work schedule? Like, were you aware of what her work hours were the night before? At all?
not that night, but she works crazy hours.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else in the house at that time?
No,
Okay. So you basically entered the residence, went straight to Dana's bedroom.
Yep.
Did what you did there and then exited the house
Yes.
basically the same way you came in?
yes,
Okay. You didn't go to Hannah Mae's
nope,
bedroom? Did you go
Dana
to
is his
Chris's bedroom?
sister.
Okay. Did you hear anything in the house?
I heard Kylie crying.
You heard Kylie crying? Okay. Who is Kylie?
Hannah Mae's youngest daughter.
Okay.
This is Hannah Mae. Yeah, this is the first one that we've even been able to see. Because it wouldn't show some of them.
You could hear Kylie crying. Was that when you were leaving the residence?
That's when I was walking out.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I went out to my truck, went out to my house, and told my wife.
What did you tell your wife?
That Frankie and Hannah Hazel was dead.
That's him. That's his nephew and his
that
nephew's
Dana was
fiance.
dead. And Chris and Gary was dead.
And Gary too?
Mhm.
Okay.
And that's the dad and his cousin.
So you told her Chris and Gary and Frankie and Hazel and Dana?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I told her we'd go out there and get the baby.
You told April you needed to go back and get the baby?
Yeah,
Did April come with you then?
yes.
Oh,
How far away, how far of a drive is it from your house to Dana's house?
Probably not even a mile.
Okay. So you can get there in a few minutes or less than a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you do when you got back?
And I parked by the mailbox. Because I know there's going to be a bunch of cops that coming. Because where Frankie and them was dead. So I parked there so I could, once they got there, I could go out with mom and dad.
Okay. So you were trying to park your vehicle where you knew you could leave and go up and be with your parents?
Yeah.
Wait just a minute. Wait. I'm sorry. Oh, you need to speak up. We still need a little bit more volume in your
Sorry.
voice there if you can.
I'll try to pay attention to that too, but it's hard to keep your voice up. So, so once you and April arrived back at Dana's house, you said you'd parked your car out by the street by the mailbox, right?
Yeah.
And did you go back into the house to get the baby?
No, I started to, I got to the screen door and something said just stay outside.
Okay.
I just turned around and went back to the truck.
Okay. You didn't feel like you could go in there
Nope.
at that point? Okay. And you went back out to the truck?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
There's a bunch of cops coming and I flagged one of them down.
Do you remember where they were from or anything?
You know, Pike and Cop.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I said there's at least one in there dead.
Did you tell them about the baby?
No,
Did they ask you who else might be in the house at all?
not then.
Okay. Did you stay at that location?
Yes,
Okay. And was there a point where the other officers arrived?
there's a bunch of them.
Okay. And did any of them enter the house and get the baby?
Yes, once the squad was there.
And did you find out if anybody else inside that house was dead?
Not then.
At what point did you find out?
They said I had my wife draw a picture of the way the layout was.
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't hear you.
Could you answer that again?
They asked my wife to draw a picture of the layout of the house.
Okay, so April drew a picture of the house for the police so they would know basically where various bedrooms would be?
Yes,
Okay. And at what point did you learn that the other people inside the house were dead?
I didn't.
Say it again.
I didn't.
You didn't? The police never told you what they found
No.
inside the house? Okay. Were you still present when they went inside the house?
Yes,
Okay. And did they bring the baby out?
yeah,
And you were there when they brought the baby out?
yeah.
Okay. And what happened when they brought the baby out? What did they do with Kylie?
They put her in the squad, checked her out, make sure she was all right.
Okay. We said they put her in a squad?
Yeah,
Okay. And did they take her by squad someplace?
they took her to the hospital.
Okay. Do you know if anybody rode with her?
April rode with her.
How long were you at Dana's house?
Probably hour and a half.
Okay. Did you eventually go back up to Frankie's at all
In a cop car.
in a cop car? So they drove you up there?
Yep.
Okay. And were you able to see your parents at that time?
Nope,
Okay. Were they not there anymore?
they was there, but I sat in a cop car.
You had to sit there. Okay. And did you eventually go to the sheriff's office and give a statement?
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Sorry. When people walk, it's very creaky. And did you tell them everything, basically what you've told us here today?
Yes,
Okay. And did they also want to take your boots?
yep,
Okay. Did you give them your boots?
no,
Okay. Tell us about that.
I just bought them.
Say it again.
Just bought them
Okay.
for $200 boots.
Do you remember what kind they were?
Red Wing logger boots,
Red Wing what?
logging boots.
Okay. Did they take pictures of your
Yes.
boots? Okay. Did they take anything else from you on that day?
Made me leave my truck set there at Dana's.
Made you leave the truck there?
Yeah.
Okay. So after you were done at the sheriff's office, how did you get to your next place?
I called Mom and Dad to come pick me up.
Okay. Did you end up at the church at all that day?
Yep.
And is that a church that your family goes to?
Yeah.
Okay, it's right there on Union Hill Road.
Yep.
Okay. It's a place they had a service for your father, right?
Yep.
Happy anniversary, Dilly Pickles. We're glad to have you.
Did you also provide a written statement for the police?
Yeah.
Hi, Queen Swope. We see you lurking.
Yes.
Mr. Manley, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P, as in Paul, P8. Can you tell me if you recognize that?
Yep.
And how do you
Sheila
recognize
says.
it?
So what I wrote down.
Okay, so you recognize that as your handwriting?
Yep.
Okay. And you basically, they just asked you to provide a written statement about what happened. Is
Yep.
that correct? Okay. Do you have any memory of how long you were at the church that day?
Couldn't tell you a time frame,
Okay.
but after we left sheriff's department over here, went from
After you
that
left what?
sheriff department.
Oh, yeah, what did used to be right here, wasn't it?
Yep.
And was there some point where you also learned that Kenneth Roden had been killed?
Yep.
And how did you learn that?
And after we got to church,
Okay. So you found out when you were still at the sheriff's office,
that church.
at the church?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Mr. Manley, I'm just going to show you some pictures and ask you to identify them, and I'll ask you questions about them, okay?
They moved in the summer of 2017.
That's
Ricky Watson.
sister's place.
What'd you say?
That's my sister's place.
Okay. And your sister Dana?
Yep.
Place? Okay. The exhibit number for the record is C3. Okay, and that picture appears to be taken from the road.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Okay.
Dana's driveway.
You said Dana's driveway?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which
And
one?
then the walkway leading up to the home?
Yeah.
I'm
What's the
sorry,
number?
C52. Five, two.
So this is
Okay.
Dana.
And so that's the walkway up to her front, the front of
Yeah.
her house. Okay. And can you tell us, did that home have an addition on it?
Yes.
Okay. And a kind of a cellar or basement?
Like a little basement like.
Okay. All right. Seven, 733. Yep. And it states Exhibit C94.
Hi, Buffy Bot.
Front door to Dana's house.
Okay. And is that the door that you entered on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And there appears to be a screen door and a regular door. Which one, when you said you knocked on it, opened it, are you talking about the hard door?
The hard door.
You have a better name for it?
Front door.
Front door? I could tell you have something. Okay, 77. 7736.
7736.
C97.
Dana's living room.
Okay. And is that as you walk in the front door?
Yes.
So those kind of tiles there would be right when you walk in the front door. And then which way do you go to Dana's room?
To the left.
Okay. The next 7736. Okay, yeah.
This is Dana's brother.
When you walk to the left
This
there.
is Dana.
Oh, okay, sorry.
This is Dana.
The next one is fine.
Oops.
7737, very next one.
This is Dana.
And this is C98. Okay, is that the area that you walked through?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that there's a kitchen after you leave the living room, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And appears to be a little bassinet there in the
Yeah.
living room to the right before the
Yeah.
fridge. Is that correct?
Yes.
Cute little bassinet.
And can you see the hallway that you would have walked down
It's
in that picture?
bricked through by the refrigerator.
Okay.
Right here.
7830. Yep. States Exhibit C191.
Yes, Chris.
Dana's bedroom.
Okay. And is that the side of the bed that you would have walked up on?
Yes.
Okay. And is that how you found the bedroom when you arrived in her bedroom?
Couldn't tell. It was dark in there.
Okay. But I'll ask it a different way. Could you feel any part of her body, or could you only feel her body through the covers?
Through the cover.
Okay. You indicated that you picked up the pillow and you could tell it was sticking, and so you dropped it back down or let it back down. Did you remove any of the covers or change anything at all?
No.
Okay. You did not pull covers over her or
No.
anything? Okay. Um, 7837.
That's Dana's bedroom.
Okay, and that's the bed.
Yeah.
And C198. 7840, which is C201.
I feel so bad for him. Gosh, that's so hard.
Can you repeat it?
Yes.
7840.
Yeah, he went to his nephew's house first.
Okay.
So Frankie and his fiance's house first. There were 8 victims total. 7 of them were family. One of them was fiance. So it was his sister and basically brother-in-law. And his 2 of his nephews, niece.
C433. Do you recognize what this is? Okay. And you said you entered through the front door, correct? Can you just show us the path that you took to get to Dana's? Would be the side of the bed that you approached it from. So you didn't go up here and down the hallway. Okay. We're gonna do this for over here too, just because. Good distance there. Thank you. Um, 7716, which is C78.
The garage on Dana's property.
Okay. And the very next one, 7720, which is not the very next one, which is C82.
Inside of the garage.
Okay. Had you ever been inside that area
A couple
before?
of times.
Huh?
A couple of times.
Okay. And did you know what they were using that for?
They just used it for storage.
Okay. And was there a part of the garage that Hannah was using for pictures?
That one there.
That room right there? Okay. And so what was she doing?
That's where she put her cameras and stuff.
Okay. And do you know who she did that with?
Chelsea.
And who's Chelsea?
Frankie's oldest son's mom.
Okay. And so they just had a little, would they take pictures in there and stuff, or?
I couldn't tell you.
You just knew there were cameras in there?
Yep.
Okay, all right. 7680.
Dana's vehicle and Hannah's vehicle.
C42. You said Dana's vehicle and Hannah Mae's vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know which one's which?
The gray one's Dana's. Redmond's Hannah's.
Okay. And 7693 C55.
Touches Dana's vehicle and the Jeep, and I ain't sure about the G6 or whatever it is there.
Okay, all right. So you don't recognize the red car that's in the forefront? of
Nope.
that? Okay. 7731 C93.
It's inside of the garage.
Okay, that same little area you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. We talked about you and Frankie doing the derby cars together sometimes. Did you have a good relationship with Hannah Mae also?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about little Chris?
He was usually there.
You said he was there?
Usually there working on the derby cars like this.
Oh, he would?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Frankie is his nephew. Because remember, Dana is his sister, so Frankie is his nephew. So the derby cars they're talking about, they originally thought that maybe that had something to do, like competitive derby car racing or whatever, had something to do with the murders before they could figure out everything that was happening or what was going on. I know, he breaks my heart.
Questions, Your Honor?
The defense may cross-examine.
I haven't seen this cross-examination, and I'm already like feeling all protective of him. Like, don't you go after this
Good
man.
afternoon, Mr. Manley. How are you?
All right.
Good. Thanks for being here. My name's John Parker. I'm one of the attorneys for George. I know it's difficult for you to be here, but we just have a few questions if we could.
All right.
And you have a very soft voice, so just make sure you speak into that microphone so I can hear you. If I can hear you back here, everyone else should be able to hear you.
All right.
If I ask you a question you don't understand, please say so, and I'll try to rephrase it. So you knew Chris Sr., obviously.
Yep.
And how long had Chris Sr. and Dana been together, would you say?
This is Chris Sr.
I think Dana was 16 or 17 when they got married.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Dana was 16 or 17 when they got married.
Okay. Do you know how much
16 or
older Chris
17.
was than Dana?
Couldn't tell you.
I'm sorry?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. He was a little bit older than her.
Yep.
Okay.
3 years older.
And at some point they got a divorce, right?
Yep.
Do you know why they got a divorce?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. But they stayed friendly and together basically, even though they got a divorce. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And as I understand it, Chris was a pretty generous man with his money. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
He would help out Dana as much as he could
Yep.
and other family members.
Yes.
All right. And he would often give them cash if they needed it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where he worked?
He worked for himself and worked down at Big Bear Lake.
Okay. And were you aware of his marijuana grow operations?
No.
You didn't know anything about that?
No.
Now, the night or the day this all happened, these terrible events happened, you didn't go to work because it was a rainy day, right?
It'd been raining.
It had been raining. And in your logging business, you don't work under those conditions, right?
No.
Did you ever go to Chris's house?
Sometimes.
Okay. On the day that we're talking about, did you go over to his house?
No.
You went to Frankie's first, is that right?
Yes.
All right. You went inside and you looked at him and Hannah Mae, is that right?
It's Hannah Gilly.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Hannah Gilly. You went in and saw Frankie and Hannah Gilly.
Yes.
Was there anybody else in there when you were?
My dad was, my sister was, my son was.
Did you all gather in any particular room at any time?
Right there at the hallway and Frankie's bedroom.
Do you know if anybody removed anything from Frankie's house?
Not that I know of.
Frankie's a nephew.
And then you went up to Dana's, as I understand it, to check on her and tell her what you had found out.
Yes.
And her door was unlocked?
It was shut. When I knocked on it, it opened up.
Okay, so it was not locked from the inside, right?
I don't know if it was latched all the way in the latch or what it was.
Okay, but when you knocked, it opened slightly.
When I knocked on the door, it just.
Gotcha. You did not go inside at that point?
Yes.
Or did you go inside?
I did.
You did go inside. And did you go straight to her bedroom?
Yes.
All right. And it was dark inside, right?
In her room it was.
In her room, it was dark. Okay. When
Welcome
you're
back.
at the doorway to her room, can you see Hannah Mae's bed?
Not when it's dark in there.
Okay, but let's say it was light. If it's lit up, if you're standing in Dana's doorway, can you see Hannah Mae's bed?
No, not at the doorway.
Okay. There's a little hallway from Dana's bedroom to Hannah Mae's, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you described this as when you went to check on Dana, she was covered up with the blanket or the quilt.
Yes.
You could not see her body at all.
No.
How long do you think you were inside her house at that time?
Less than a minute.
Now, I believe Hannah Mae's child was taken to the hospital, is that right?
Yes.
Did you go to the hospital yourself?
No.
Did your wife go to the hospital?
Yes.
She rode in the squad with the baby,
Yes.
but you were never at the hospital.
No.
Let's talk about Hannah Mae for just a moment. You knew she had just had a baby, right?
Yes.
Just a few days before.
Yep.
Had you met the baby yet?
Don't think so.
But you heard the baby as you were leaving,
Yes.
right? Do you know who the father of the baby was?
Charlie Gilly. Charlie Gilly.
Okay. Did you know Jake Wagner?
No of him.
You know of him because he and Hannah Mae used to be together, is that right?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him before?
This is Jake.
Yes. Like the Thanksgiving or Christmas.
Would he be over at the Manley house?
Sometimes.
Now, you had your own cell phone on this day, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't working for some reason?
It was out of time.
It was out of time. And your wife had her own phone.
Yes.
Did you use her phone sometimes, right?
Yeah. I use
You
it.
called your boss to see if you needed to come into work.
Yeah.
Did you receive a text message from Jake that morning?
No.
You did not? On your wife's phone?
No.
on your own phone?
No,
Were you ever questioned by the authorities about that?
yes,
So over at Chris's, back over at Chris Senior's,
It's Chris
you
Senior.
did not know about his marijuana grow operation.
no,
Did you know about the big barn he was building?
no,
You did not know about that.
no,
Did you know about the pigs he had?
yes.
Where did he keep his pigs?
Down below the newer looking barn there in the front yard.
Okay, do you know how many he had?
I think it was 2.
Okay, he had 2 pigs. Okay. And he had some dogs, right?
Yes,
Were you familiar with the dogs?
yeah,
And he had some dogs out in the barn, right?
yeah.
Any idea about how many?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And he had a couple indoor dogs, is that right?
Yes,
Did you know their names by any chance?
one was Paisley, one was Chance, and I can't remember the boy dog.
Okay, so he had 3 indoor dogs?
Yeah,
Okay. And do you know if he had an electronic fence around the front of his property there to keep the
Yes.
dogs?
yes,
All right. And do you know if Chance and the other indoor dogs had those collars on to keep them in that area?
yes,
Had you ever seen Chance be mean at all towards other people?
no,
Did Frankie have any pets?
yes.
What kind of pets did he have?
He had chickens and had some dogs.
Okay, were his dogs out back behind his place?
That's where he kept them at a lot of times.
Okay. When you were over at Frankie's house this day, were there any dogs inside?
I didn't see none.
Do you know if Frankie was into fighting roosters or fighting chickens?
Could be.
All right. What about Chris?
I couldn't tell you.
The
Do you know
defendant
if
is the
Chris
brother
Senior
for this trial.
traveled out of town much?
Couldn't tell you.
It's Chris Senior.
Did you know who he worked with down at Big Bear Lake?
His brother and Robin Woodhill,
Okay, and who is Robin?
the guy that owns the lake.
Do you know if he and Chris traveled much together? Or ever?
I know it a couple times.
Pardon me?
I've known it a couple times.
Okay, do you know where they went by any chance?
Nope.
It's like nothing.
Now, Dana had just recently moved in the house that you went into, correct?
Yes,
She'd been there about a month or so,
right around the mouse.
right around there. And is it true that Chris Senior bought that place for her?
Was buying it.
They were buying it. Do you know if he paid cash for it or not, or if he got a loan?
Paid cash for part of it, and then the rest of it's through a loan.
Okay. Do you know how much he paid cash?
Don't know.
Did you know Billy Wagner?
Knowed of him
Know of him. Had you met him before?
once or twice at Chris's.
I'm sorry, at Chris's place?
Yes,
Okay. So it was your understanding that Billy and Chris Senior were friends?
I know they talked.
They talked, okay.
I love the name.
Did you know Chris Senior of having 4th of July parties?
Yes,
Tell us about that.
we'd have a bunch of fireworks.
It's a big event every year,
Yep,
kind of a really nice big display of fireworks.
Yes.
Everybody looked forward to it, right?
Yep.
A lot of drinking going on too?
Some.
Some? You would provide that, right?
You brought your own.
Pardon me?
You brought your own.
Brought your own, okay. But the fireworks, quite a big display.
Pretty good size.
Pretty good size. And that area between Frankie's trailer and Chris's trailer is where he would have a trailer, kind of a flatbed trailer to set off the fireworks, right?
Yes.
If I could have just a moment.
Yeah, those that have come in late, this is Dana's brother on the stand. He's the one who went and he went to his nephews first and found them and then went to his sisters.
Just a couple more questions, sir. Appreciate your patience. Do you know if Chris Sr. owned rental property at all?
Not that I know of.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. We have no further questions.
Does the state wish to redirect?
No, Your Honor, I have no questions.
Thank you. You may step down.
Bless his heart.
Jason, we have
Okay. So the ones that joined, the trial that we're watching right now, this fella is this fella. It's Jake's brother. This was about 9 months ago. November-ish, December-ish. So his trial is the one we're watching now. The dad's trial is going to be in April. So
15-minute break. So I guess it depends on what clock you use. I have 3:06 on my.
Yes, Deputy Chandler.
I love getting to skip forward. Okay, so real quick Cliff's Notes version to those who came in. They had the one in the like gray, white, whatever are the victim's family. And then the one in the black side is the ones who were charged in connection to this. So these two had a really bad custody battle going on over the 4-year-old Sophia. Yes, 4 years old. Yes, Hannah was only 19 when this happened. Yes, she was a young mom. She was 13 when she started dating Jake. The dads in the two families were friends and business partners. And then these two were exes and had a 4-year-old together. They were going through custody stuff, fighting over it. Fighting over it, not it as the baby, fighting over it as in custody. So there was a lot of tension going on at the time. The mom, Angela, from the Wagner side, had a lot to do with trying to kind of manipulate this whole situation, etc. So all of the ones over here were all killed in the same night in 4 different locations. So Frankie and Hannah, they were engaged and they were in one house. This Hannah Mae, and her younger brother Christopher and their mom were in one house. Chris Sr. and his cousin Gary were in one house. And then Chris Sr.'s brother Kenneth was in a trailer down the road. So this Jake, on the 5-year anniversary of the murders, he confessed and took a plea deal. Mama took a plea deal. She got 30 years. She wasn't there when it happened, but she was at home, supposed to be on the phones, texting and stuff to make it look like they were home the whole time on their phones. She also like bought them shoes to wear in different, like there were different types that they ever wore and different sizes so that if they had shoe prints, I mean, they went like all out on this planning, y'all. Their mamas, when I do my chart, I'll add her mama because her mama was involved in this too. But the mamas, the charges dropped for the mamas, but they tried to forge documents for the custody of Sophia. So these two took plea deals. Her charges were dropped. So these two are the two that are actually having to go through trial. So we're watching his right now, and Billy's trial is in April. So that's the Cliff's Notes version of what we are doing. Yeah, and Hannah said that when they were talking, there are messages where she said they will have to kill me. Not he, they, which is interesting.
First, and then Justin Waring. And I believe Deputy Chandler opted out.
I think that's
Justin opted in.
Jonathan Chandler.
See, they have so many that opted out of being shown that they just were able to be like, no, I don't want to be on camera or audio. So they were able to opt out of that, which is something interesting. Who killed them? This family. So she was at home and it was these three. Now he says he wasn't there. We're going through his trial right now and he says he wasn't there. But Jake is going to testify. Why don't we have audio? Oh, I wonder if they didn't do audio on this part. Yeah, so it's very, very Hatfield McCoys.
That screen, so be careful when you sit down.
The one that just got off the stand was Dana's brother. The one we just watched.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Justin Waring. Its last name is spelled Waring.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a paramedic.
Okay. And how long have you been a paramedic?
I've been a paramedic since 2012.
Okay. And what were you before then?
We
I was an
believe
EMT basic.
these three.
And how long were you an EMT basic?
I received my EMT basic certification in 2010.
Shell casings. Okay, choose your own adventure. Do y'all want to watch the paramedic? Or do you want to go to the next one? Because like I said, some of these are not like, I mean, we know what happened. So the paramedic part doesn't necessarily we'll do a quick poll. I don't think that we need to watch it, but this is your adventure. Jada Wonder said he tells what he saw and knew he couldn't help the victims. The only reason I say skip it is because this is a very long trial, and we are going to try to get through it in a very short time. So we know that all of them were dead on the scene when they got there. So if it were a regular trial, I would say, yes, absolutely, let's listen to it. But since we're trying to get through this part, I say we can make a time note of this one. If we have time at the end, come back to it. But I think it's not one of the things that is the most important while we're trying to get through it. Okay, I'm going to make a time note. Paramedic, this is day 2, 7/20/50. I think that it's up to y'all. Right now we're at 75 or 76% no. I think it's definitely going to be part of the, how horrible everything was. But as far as the actual story of what happened, it doesn't go towards that. All right, we're about to close it. This is y'all's deal. That's your choose your own adventure. We're about to go. All right, so I'm ending that one. So choose your own adventure. Y'all say no to this one. All right, so that is the end of day 2. Look, we're just breezing right on through this. Of course, that's what happens when a lot of them don't even want to be on camera. We're already to day 3. Let's see.
This morning that there were publications yesterday appearing in some media of an infant with blood on the child. There was no permission to publish that. There was some discussion yesterday concerning what could be published and could not be published. However, there may have been a misunderstanding about that. The court, in order to clarify, does not want pictures of deceased, does not want pictures of minors, does not want pictures of crime scenes, bloody crime scenes. These, and I remind everybody that these have not been admitted into evidence at this point. There may have been a misunderstanding yesterday, so I'm going to direct counsel for each side whenever they're dealing with photographs to make it clear in advance that the court has directed that this photograph not be published, consistent with our discussions in chambers a while ago. So hopefully that'll clarify everything and prevent any future problems with photographs. Now with that, is the state ready to proceed?
I'll make sure, Kelly P.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Judge, we're ready. We just asked the court enforce its previous order that no exhibit be published photograph before it's.
There was a prior pretrial order that until photographs be admitted into evidence that they not be published. That was relaxed a little bit yesterday.
See, like look, all of this is like they had the chance to opt out. So this trial took a really long time, but a lot of it we didn't even get to see.
You're at recess, ladies and gentlemen. Again, you're not to discuss this case with anyone. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case while you're on recess. It might be called in sequence here before we recess again. Is that only one? Yeah. All right. So bring the jury up. To be indicated. One, I'm just going to. May all be seated. Jason, can you approach up here just a minute? One of the attorneys from each side can come up here if you want to. I'm just going to discuss a witness's option. Is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can they do so?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Morgan Music to the stand.
So still have no audio, but they're doing pictures. Yes, I saw that. I have that saved on my stuff to watch, but I haven't seen it yet. So shows the cameras. We know that the cameras were disconnected. I hope they don't let him opt out during Dad's trial.
We're going to take a lunch recess, consistent with what we've been doing. We'll have you back here at 15 after 1 at the jury room. You'll be brought up from there. While you are at lunch recess, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves. My understanding too, is he to be the next witness?
Yes, he's our next witness, Your Honor.
Counsel
They
for the
pulled out
defense.
the
have anything
DVRs
before we-
too.
No, thank you. All right, go ahead, Brandi.
Oh, Jaded Wonder watched it. Said Shabizn's attorney didn't, or Shabizn's attorney said the same thing he said in court. He didn't answer questions. I thought he'd been like, dang, y'all, I was just as upset as you were. I was just ready to get through it. So, a whole lot of more wall stuff. See what I mean? Like, this is day 3, and we've already made it through almost because everybody, like, so many opted out.
Truth, the whole truth.
For the record.
Yes, my name is Timothy Dickerson. I work for Pike County Emergency Management.
And what's your specific job title with the Pike County Emergency Management Agency?
I'm the director.
And for those individuals maybe not familiar with what emergency management does, again, can you just give us a brief overview of what that is?
Sure. We handle events for the county that maybe would overwhelm local resources. So if there's a large tornado, a windstorm, or anything that would overwhelm services, then
Typically, they activate the emergency management agency, and I would help mitigate that response.
Bye, Mary Murphy.
And prior to becoming the director of the Pike County Emergency Management Agency, were you in full-time law enforcement?
Yes,
And where would that have been?
I was employed with the Pike County Sheriff's Office.
What was your rank and your duties at the time, Mr. Dickerson?
I was a major at the time, and I was in charge of the road and administrative duties.
And what type of training and experience did you have at the time that enabled you to hold the position of major at the Sheriff's Office?
I had been at the Sheriff's Office since 2002, promoted to corporal in 06, sergeant in 09, and major in 2012.
It's been 84 years.
In service training and plus the trainings that went on at the Sheriff's Office as well.
And I'm going to take you to April 22nd of 2016. What was your duty assignment at that time?
I was working day shift and I had administrative duties.
What were your administrative duties, just for the record, for maybe people not familiar with the Sheriff's Office?
Sure, I oversaw road deputies, so I would make sure when I showed up for work that they turned in their reports, and if anybody called off, to make sure that their shift was covered. And I also reviewed files and crimes that had occurred the night before.
Director Dickerson, you indicated you're working a day shift at that time?
Yes.
And at any point that morning, were you dispatched, apprised, directed toward an incident that would have occurred at Union Hill Road?
Yes.
Would you tell us how you became aware of it?
Sure. I was in, my day was just starting. I was in my kitchen and I was listening to my radio traffic, and I heard a deputy marking from, at that time, the crime scene, that he had located a code 16, which is a deceased person.
And once you heard that, what did you do?
That we hear those types of calls. It's not unheard of. But what really caught my attention was that he had reiterated another. He said there was another code 16. So not knowing what was going on at that time, I went ahead and headed out to the scene.
Yeah, how long did it take you to get out there?
If I was to guess, I would say probably 30 minutes or so.
What route did you take? Obviously, you don't have to, because you're still a peace officer, you don't have to put your home address on the record, but what route did you take to get out there?
I would have took State Route 32 west to the top of Union Hill and turned left onto Union Hill.
And once you turned left on Union Hill, did you encounter any other officers, or were any other officers following you in a convoy or anything like that?
I don't recall any officers following me, but I was diverted from the original crime scene to what was later learned to be another crime scene by an officer.
How were you diverted there?
Stopped on my way to the other crime scene and told we had to go back to another one.
And who was it that stopped you and had you go back?
I believe it was Major Evans.
And would that be the same Major Evans as the sheriff now?
Yes.
For the record. Once you were diverted back to another residence, what did you specifically do?
Well, I exited my vehicle, went into the home. I then turned right, went into a room and found a deceased male. He was in the bed. Went from there out through the, I guess would be the living room, the kitchen area, to another room where a deceased female was located, and then made a right, or was been to this direction, the right direction, and found a third deceased female.
Can you recall if there were any other officers in there with you at that time, Director Dickerson?
I remember an officer being in the doorway as I turned right. There was a doorway on my left.
And can you recall their identity?
I do not remember who that was.
And obviously it's been 6.5 years ago, at least.
Yes.
I mean, you found the 3 deceased individuals in there. Once you'd seen that, what did you do?
Well, one thing that happened was I noticed there was a baby in the bed in that bedroom. And what I recall was there was either I made a noise or there was a noise because the baby's arms came up. And I hollered for them to get a medic. And then the medic came in and he took the baby, and then we went back out to the ambulance.
And was anyone, when you came in to remove the baby, was anyone else with you that you can recall in the EMT?
I don't remember anybody being with me.
And do you recall if any of the other officers there on the scene indicated baby crime, if you can recall?
I don't recall.
would, I think you indicated it was a Daryl Hart that went in with you to remove the baby?
Yes, Daryl was the EMT.
And I'm going to start off, I'm going to backtrack just a little bit, Director Dickerson. You indicated you found a male subject that deceased in one of the bedrooms.
Yes.
Would you describe him for me?
Yeah, as I recall, he was laying on his side, face down, pointed that way, and he had been shot in the back of the head.
And just for the record, Director Dickerson, have you encountered gunshot wounds during your training experience over the years?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to identify these as gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Okay, once you encounter, at any point, were you able to learn the identity of the male subject that you'd found deceased there?
Yes, later I was advised that it was Christopher Jr.
So Christopher Jr. is the 16-year-old.
And you indicated you'd found a second female subject in another bedroom. Would you tell us how you found her and what happened?
As I entered the room, she was also in bed, and that would have been Dana.
If you can recall, were there any pillows, comforters, blankets, sheets, anything over her?
I believe a blanket.
Did you yourself remove any of the blankets, look under them, anything like that?
I did not.
Okay. Did anyone else in your presence do that, or do you know if anyone did?
Someone prior to me would have, because her face was uncovered.
And you indicated that, and you found the baby in the back bedroom, and there was a young female subject deceased at that time there too.
Yeah.
And did you ever learn her identity?
Yes, it was Hannah May.
Yes.
And would you describe any injuries that you would have seen on her at the time?
Yeah, she appeared to have been shot as well in the front.
What condition was the little baby in?
The baby was laying next to Hannah, right up against her stomach area and her breast.
Okay, not that you sound really morbid or anything like that. Was there any evidence that she may have been breastfeeding, anything like that?
Her breast was exposed and the baby was right there, so it could be.
And how
4 days old.
Could you give us an approximate age of the little baby, if you could, Director Dickerson?
I learned later that the baby was 3 days old. It was very, very tiny.
And what was the baby's condition?
From what I remember, I just remember the diaper having blood on it, but alive.
And you indicated EMT Daryl Hart had removed the baby for you. Tell us how that happened.
Well, I motioned for a medic to come in, and then Daryl Hart took the baby. He brought it up close to him, and then we both went out the house the same way we came in.
And can you recall which squad or company or corporation Daryl Hart would have worked for at the time?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Did you know him or work with him before then, if you can recall?
Yes.
Okay. And what was going through your mind at this time when you encountered the deceased and the baby in there?
Well, it was a traumatic scene, a large scene. And when I discovered that the baby was alive, I was very thankful for that.
Did you have a fear that the baby may not have been alive?
Yes.
And once Daryl Hart had removed the baby, do you know what happened with it?
The baby was placed in the ambulance, and I don't know where they went from there.
Did you encounter any other people at the scene at 3122?
Officers. And when I first arrived, later learned it was, I believe, James Manley, I believe was his name.
Did you have any discussions with him, Director Dickerson?
No.
Did you have any discussions with any other civilians that day?
Not that I recall.
I'm going to show you a diagram. I'm going to show you an overhead view here, just for the record. This is Stacy's Exhibit C 434. And if you would tell how did you watch your head on that gun? Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is Dana's home.
And can you see on there the door you used to make into the residence? I can't see the one. That was the holding these up. It has a garage right there. Did you yourself search that garage? No. Let's just stay up here a second. I'm going to go diagram as well. This is State's exhibit number C 433, Mr. Dickerson. Does the general layout of that familiar to you? Yes. Basically, tell us what we're looking at here.
This would be Dana's, the schematic for home. This is the room where Christopher Jr. was located. This is the room where Dana was located. And this is the room where he was located.
When you went into the residence, the student turned right first.
Yes.
If you can recall, can you show us the rest of your path through residence? Sure.
I was actually here, came through here, and then into Dana's room, and then into Dana's. Is that a seat?
I don't know who has I know that the last article I saw said that
Finding the little baby, how long would you say you've been inside
they
that
were not
residence?
disclosing if it was family or protective care.
Once you exited the residence with the little baby, what's the next thing you did?
I was outside and was later met on the scene by the sheriff.
Okay. Hey, would that have been Charlie Reeder?
Yes.
Hey, what did you do when the sheriff arrived on the scene?
I got into his vehicle and began briefing him on what I knew at that time.
And what happened after that?
The day, it just evolved. I don't remember specific things throughout the day. I do remember that the sheriff had mentioned James. He needed to be interviewed. So someone would have been told to interview James.
Would you have handled that, or would you have directed another investigator or deputy to do that?
Right, that would have been someone else who done that.
At any time, was there ever a discussion or a meeting to determine whether or not to call BCI in?
Yes.
Were you involved in that?
That is one of those things that was an automatic. The sheriff would have called dispatch to notify BCI immediately.
Okay. Obviously, BCI was called in, were they not?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of calling BCI in on this case?
Just the severity and the size of the crime. We knew that we were going to need assistance.
Was there a decision made to turn the whole investigation over to BCI?
There was.
Were you involved in that?
I may have been involved in the discussion, but ultimately the sheriff decided to turn the investigation over to BCI.
Hey, were you involved in that investigation?
I was later assigned to BCI to help them while they were in the county, yes.
Were there any other officers assigned as well?
Yes.
And who would they have been?
Major Al Lewis.
Okay. So your purpose then was to assist BCI because you knew the area, Major Lewis knew the area, you knew people who lived around here, where say an agent who might be from 2 counties away may not know people. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
I'm glad that they left the babies.
Did you ever go on that day into any of the other scenes
would have
other
made
than
this
one at
even
3122 Union Hill Road?
more horrific, but I'm glad,
And
and I'm glad that kids are
How
safe.
long were you in the on Union Hill Road that day dealing with all 3
But
scenes?
man,
I can't give you an exact time how long I was there, but I was there for a while.
so hard
with
having
the
to grow up
sheriff.
without their
We would have
parents
been in the
because
same
of
spot
all
for a while.
this.
And were you ever involved that day
Without
in
a parent.
obtaining any search warrants?
I was not.
Or would that have been assigned to someone else?
That would have been assigned to someone else.
And can you recall how long you were out there that day, evening or into the night, anything
Well, I
like
know as the day progressed, we moved from there to a church across 32, where some gatherers, where people were gathering.
Well, thanks, you. This will sound like a strange question that may come into play later. What type of footwear were you wearing that day?
I would have been wearing what the department had issued me.
Was it any particular brand or type of boot, if you can recall, sir?
I don't recall the
Crazy.
brand name, black style.
I think if they indicated Vibram boots, would that ring a bell?
Yeah, I believe that's what I told BCI now that you reminded me.
And did you, Sheriff Reeder, Major Evans, or anyone else solicit help from any other law enforcement agencies around Ohio?
There were numerous agencies and officers that responded that day. And I recall officers as, calling from a far away as Ottawa County in northern Ohio, but there were a lot of officers and agencies and sheriffs that reached out to offer help.
And did they in fact offer help and send officers to assist you at the time?
Yes.
I'm going to have you look at some pictures, Director Dickerson. Again, I'll warn everybody in advance that some of these will be prohibited. To draw your attention to State's Exhibit C4, it'll pop up on your monitor there. And the digital image is 7642, and it's a view of the outside of 3122. Just for the record, will you tell us what that is, sir?
Yes, that is the outside of Dana's residence.
We're going to move on to C52 in digital file 7690. And tell us what that is, please.
It's a different view on the same residence.
And are you able to tell us if it's visible on there or visible, how you got into the residence?
The stairwell there on the porch.
Can you indicate that? Where did you park when you pulled up to this scene?
I parked in the roadway.
Okay. Did you take the sidewalk, driveway, or did you just walk straight through the yard?
As I recall, I went through the yard.
Okay. I'm going to pull up C94, digital number 7733, Mr. Wilson. Just tell us what that is.
That would be the front door to Dana's residence.
Actually, the next pictures, pretty much all the rest of the pictures I'm going to have are going to be of deceased victims. So just so everybody knows. Move to, are we clear? Is it okay? Mr. Dickerson, I want to bring your attention to State's Exhibit C135, digital number 7774. Tell us what we're looking at, please.
That would be Christopher Jr.
I'm going to move on to Exhibit C137, digital number
Christopher Jr. was a 16-year-old.
Would you identify that, please?
Yeah, Christopher Jr., different photo.
And Exhibit C145, digital number 7784. And can you describe what we're looking at there?
That is the back of Christopher Jr.'s head.
Hey, Mr. Dickerson, you'd indicated you were familiar with gunshot wounds through your training and experience.
Yes.
And can you identify any on Chris Rudin Jr. there?
The wounds are consistent with gunshot wounds in my prior experiences.
And just for the record, do you still hold any police commissions anywhere or any other appointments at any law enforcement agencies?
Right. I'm still commissioned at the Pike County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy.
We'll move on to State's Exhibit C207, and that'll be digital file number 7846. Tell us what we're looking at here, Mr. Dickerson.
That would be Dana.
This is Dana.
And moving on to State's Exhibit C214. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Wilson, that number is 7853. Tell us what we're looking at here, please.
That was Dana, different photo.
Okay. And does that depict any gunshot wounds, if you can tell?
There appeared to be a gunshot wound to the face, yes.
Going to move on to the last bedroom. I want to call up State's Exhibit C237, digital number 7876.
It's been 84 years.
This picture depicts Mr. Dickerson.
This is Hannah in her bedroom.
We'll move on to C241, digital number 7880. And would you identify this for us, please?
All right, it's Hannah in her bedroom, different photo.
Okay, does it depict the baby in there at the time?
No.
Then move on to State's Exhibit C247, digital number 7887. And tell us what we're looking at here.
That's Hannah in her bed, a different photo.
And where would the little baby have been?
The baby was just below her right breast and against the stomach area.
Just me, which one did you watch? The one that we linked to earlier or a different one?
Mr. Dickerson, Mr. Wilson's going to blow that picture up for us. Your Honor, we have a specific reason for this. What are we looking at right there, Mr. Dickerson?
Well, state what's your reason?
You intend to have him take a look. It's a pacifier right there. It's consistent with the baby being there.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Mr. Dickerson, if you would, what are we looking at right there?
This is a picture of Hannah in her bed, her stomach here, and a baby pacifier there.
And we're going to move on to State's Exhibit C253. That'll be digital file number 789, please. Just tell us what we're looking at there, Mr. Dickerson.
It's Hannah in her bed, different photo.
Take that down.
I agree, Nancy Jennings. It is so sad.
And for purposes of venue, what county and state is 3122 Union Hill Road in?
It's in Pike County, Ohio.
About 4077 Union Hill Road.
It's Pike County, Ohio.
4199 Union Hill Road.
Pike County, Ohio.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Director Dickerson at this time.
Defense may cross-examine.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing this since mid-morning and we're
Mr. Dickerson, can you tell me
almost
what
done
your
with day 3.
current occupation is?
Yes, sir. I'm the Director of Emergency Management for Pike County, Ohio.
All right. And can you tell me again briefly, what do you do? What's the responsibility of that office?
Well, I oversee emergency management for Pike County. If there's a disaster or anything that would overwhelm the county resources like fire department, EMS, law enforcement, then they would funnel a request through my agency and I would be the liaison to the state of Ohio to fill that request.
And I believe you told us that your position is director. Is that right?
Yes.
I would imagine as the director of the Pike County Emergency Management System, it's important for you to know the boundaries of Pike County. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you indicated that you're familiar with where 3122 Union Hill Road is at, right?
Yes.
And who lived there?
Dana?
Okay, Dana. And you would agree with me that Pike County actually adjoins Scioto County, right?
Yes.
And are you aware that the county line between Scioto and Pike goes right down the middle of Union Hill Road?
Yes.
All right. And actually 3122 Union Hill Road is in Scioto County. You would agree with that?
No.
So you just agreed with me that the county line goes down the middle of Union Hill Road, right?
I am not disagreeing that it goes down through there. What I know from my experience is that the residence lies in Pike County.
Tell me, what experience is that? Did you base that on?
The conversation that was had between the sheriff of Adams County and the sheriff of Pike County on the day of the homicides.
So I ask you what your position is because I'm relying upon your experience as the director of the Pike County Emergency Management System. Do you know from that position where the boundary lines are?
I know from my position that I have been told in the past that the boundary is in Pike County.
And have you independently looked into that to verify that for yourself?
I have not had any occasion to have to verify that.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Director Dickerson, you indicated that you're privy to a conversation between Sheriff Kimmy Rogers and Sheriff Charlie Reeder as far as the location of 3122.
Yes.
And what was decided during the conversation between two sheriffs, yourself, and other officers?
That the crime scene was in Pike County.
No further questions.
Any further across?
Sir, tell me, are you aware if 3122 is logged in the public records for Pike County as a Pike County residence?
What I'm aware of is the conversation that we had that day.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to talk about government records for Pike County. Are you aware whether it's in the Pike County government records?
I'm objecting. He said the only way he's aware of it is for conversation.
Well, I'm going to leave. Do you need to hear the question?
Yes, please.
Are you aware from Pike County government records whether 3122 Union Hill Road is in Pike County?
I'm aware of what I knew at the time, that Pike,
So I'm
the
going to take that as
residents.
a no. Right? Objection, Your Honor.
That's badgering.
Well, I don't think he gave a direct response to the question asked.
So it's just based on a conversation that you overheard, if I understood that correctly?
Well, there were conversations in that day and follow-up conversations that it was decided that, based on conversation, that it was in Pike County.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any further questions from the
We have no
state?
further questions for Director Dickerson, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Does the state have another witness to call right now, or do you wish to have a break before?
We probably need to take a break, Your Honor. We need to make a check.
Photographed except for audio only, right? So is that your next witness?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready now for the jury then?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense ready?
Judge, just to make our position clear, not interrupt future witnesses, we have a continuing objection to projecting photos of the victims, especially if they've been identified by previous witness. These facts are not in dispute. And we think it's prejudicial to our client in claiming the action of the jury to have those images projected onto the screen. We don't object necessarily to a photographic copy of the exhibit necessarily. I just want to make sure that our continuing objection is on the record, so don't interrupt the proceeding.
All right, understood. And the objection was overruled. All right, bring the jury up.
Right. I'll see if I can find any parts of it. I'll do some digging tonight.
It's anticipated we'll probably have time for two witnesses this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Look at this guy's face.
The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Mosley.
This is the fastest we've ever made it through a trial. We're at the end of day 3. You know they've got a new judge for the upcoming trial. So they probably won't be doing all this
You
skipping
solemnly
stuff.
swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer any question.
I'm going to go
You
digging.
may be seated.
I'm not sure if this is court appointed.
All right.
State and examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nice loud voice. Can you tell everyone your name and can you spell your name for the court, your last name for the court report?
Yes, sir. My name is Gary Michael Mosley. My last name is spelled Mosley.
Now, sir, where do you currently work?
I currently am self-employed. I live out in Pickaway County, Fairfield County line right there in Stoutsville. I own a business called Ready Set List. I do real estate.
In your life, have you been involved in law enforcement?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us, in Ohio, how you become a law enforcement officer.
It is a long process of an academy. I'm not sure the hours now, but it was 6 months when I went, 6 to 7 days a week, 8 hours a day. Then you have to take physical test, written test, strategy test. There's a lot of training that is involved. And then afterwards, once you pass your physical test and requirements, you have to take a state test. And it consists of just any ordinances, the ORC, that you have to answer the questions within 2 hours. I think I'm not 100% on the amount of questions. I apologize to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while since I've taken it.
Okay. And when did you actually go through that initial training to become a law enforcement officer?
I initially signed up in 2008. I graduated and everything and been in law enforcement ever since in 2009.
Okay. And where did you go to become certified?
I went to SOPTI, Southern Ohio Police Institute. It's in Ross County.
Did you successfully complete all the classes you were required to take?
Yes, sir.
And did you successfully complete the certification course and get your peace officer training certificate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After you obtained that certification, did you begin working in law enforcement?
Yes, sir. I was in Chesapeake, Ohio.
Okay. And where is that? What county is that in?
That is in Lawrence County, right across from Huntington, West Virginia. It is almost right, it's right there, right across. I'm trying to think the bridge is 29th Street Bridge right there by the hospital in West Virginia.
Okay. And what did you do for Chesapeake?
I was only there for a short time, sir. I started out, that was my cutting my teeth in, I guess you could say. I started out as a patrolman, and within like 4 or 5 months, it was a very small department. I learned just the roads and stuff like that. I was promoted to sergeant, and then right after that, I resigned and went to the Sheriff's Department in Lawrence County.
Okay. And when you went to the Sheriff's Department in Lawrence County, what did you do for the Lawrence County Sheriff's Office?
Sir, I was initially a jailer for the first year, which is required by the union in Lawrence County. And then
Let me jump in real quick. As a jailer, what do you do? What were your duties?
My duties was to oversee the jail, the inmates, process them in, process them out, bring them to court, take them to court, transport them from anywhere that they need to go in the state, even out of state. I went and picked a woman up in Florida. I do anything that involved the jail at that time.
And as a entry-level law enforcement officer, is that kind of a good way to cut your teeth, kind of learn the process, get to know people?
In my opinion, yes. I believe every officer on the streets should absolutely, that works for the county anyway, I rephrase that. I believe that every officer that works for a county should absolutely mandatory do 1 year in the jail.
Okay. And eventually, obviously, you didn't go into law enforcement, be a corrections officer.
Correct.
Although it's a good place to start, did you eventually want to get out on the street, and were you able to do that?
Yes. Once I learned, because believe it or not, the jail's almost like a revolving door, is why I said that everyone should do it, because you know who you're going to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And when you run into this guy, you don't have any surprises. So, or female, no surprises. So I started to get out on the road. I started working extra duties. They would pull me from the jail and put me on the road when they were man down. So yes, I did work the road in Lawrence County also.
Okay. So eventually when you make it out to the road, what were your duties there in Lawrence County?
Deputy sheriff. I mean, you respond to calls. It's a large county, not a large department. So we were all over the place.
Okay. Eventually, did you move on from Lawrence County
Yes.
to somewhere else? Where'd you go next?
Yes, I did, sir. I actually, due to personal circumstances, I got divorced in 2012. My ex-wife moved back up to the Pickerington, Columbus area. So I followed her because of my 2 children. And I kind of took a little break. Now, I held a commission with Lawrence County after my employment was there. They kept me on so my certification wouldn't run out. Right after that, I turned my certification in, and I came to Pike in, I believe, 2015. If my memory serves me correct, 2015 or beginning of 2016. I can't really remember.
So you come to Piketon, and what do you do for Piketon?
I was a patrolman.
All right. And tell us a little bit about that experience. What was your job as a patrolman for the Piketon Police Department? Is that a big department?
It's a decent little department. I mean, I've been to Waverly to help. I've been out in the county to help. But yeah, Piketon it's an interesting county or interesting area. You got 23 that runs through there. So there's always something going on somewhere. It's a really nice place to work up there.
What were your duties there for Piketon?
Patrol, do traffic control, just respond to calls.
Okay. Now, were you full-time or part-time?
I was full-time, sir.
Okay. And what shift did you work? Do you remember?
All of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I worked all of them. Whenever they needed me, I was right there to help.
Now, typically when you're working for the Piketon Police Department, are you running as a single unit car or a double unit car? And explain what that means.
A single unit.
Okay, we don't really need to hear
They
this.
need Pike County up several times. They've backed me up several times. It's a really good. Where you? I would drive down in the lower hill areas, and I just something else. I drove the upper hill, and I came back down, and I was sitting along 23.
Okay. Do you remember the nature of that dispatch?
Yes, there was. I believe it was a shot call. Someone had been shot. And I can't remember the exact pronunciation of it, what they called out, but there was a single officer heading that way that day, and I asked if I should go, and they said yes.
Okay. And when you say a single officer, was that a deputy from the Pike County Sheriff's
Yes,
Office?
sir. Yes, it was Officer Chandler, or Deputy Chandler, sorry.
And back at that time frame, did the Pike County Sheriff's Office dispatch for Piketon PD?
Yes, sir, they still do.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, you were able to listen and monitor that radio.
Yes, sir.
When you heard the nature of that call or that something was going on, did you ask if you needed to go out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what happened next?
They told me absolutely they need anyone that can help, and I proceeded to follow Chief Dickerson at the time.
Okay. So which way did you go to get out the Union Hill area?
We went down 32 towards, or 23 towards, down 23 toward 32 area. I'm sorry, you got on 32 there. I apologize.
Did you get on 32 and head west at that point?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And did you take that out to the Union Hill area?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm gonna go and tell you what I'm gonna do.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna give this to you. Your Honor, come up, please come down.
Yes.
I'm gonna have
Thank you, sir.
stand. Get back at this right there. I'm gonna project some images on the screen and have you kind of walk us through. I put on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes. It states exhibit M3. I'm going to show you exhibit M3. M3 that I have on my hand, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize that area?
Yes, I do.
And we'll have to keep up with that.
That's fine.
Can you tell the jury what area of the county is that is, and did you find yourself in that area
Yes.
the morning of April 22nd?
Yes, I did, sir. We were approaching from this angle, coming down.
Okay. And if you could, walk the jury, well, as you're on your way out there, are you with some other law enforcement?
Yes, sir. I was behind another unit, which I believe was Deputy Music. Then I was behind Chief Deputy Dickerson at the time.
Okay. And how are you guys going? You guys like the sirens?
Yes, sir. I could just tell you we wasn't moving slow.
Okay. So when you get out to the Union Hill area, walk the jury through how you get on Union Hill and the route that you took.
Okay, we come down this way here from the from my left to the right. There's a church up here. We turn left onto Union Hill, and we circled all the way down.
Okay. Can you give me the M4? I'm showing you with the marked for identification purposes, states exhibit M4. M4 that you have in your hands, that same image is up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
And do you recognize that area?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay.
We approached, once we turn off, we come up this way from the last picture. We come up here and there's a real hard right sharp turn, and vice versa. He comes up this way and we head on out.
Okay. I'm going to show you with the marked identification purposes, states exhibit M5. M5 you have in your hands, that's the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury if you recognize that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And walk us through your actions out in that area on that day.
So we were approaching, we come this way, and we were driving out up towards that way right there, up this way.
Okay. I'm going to show you with the marked for identification purposes, states exhibit M6. The M6 that you have in your hands, that same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that area?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there, please?
Okay, this once we go Union Hill, it goes up, and we were heading up the road just a little ways from there.
And I'm going to show you with the marked for identification purposes, states exhibit M7. M7 that you have in your hands, that same image that's up on the screen.
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
This is the house that I was initially flagged down to, unaware of anything that was going on up the road at that time.
Really M7 up.
Sir.
State exhibits M3 through M7. They truly accurately depict the way those roads look on April 22nd, 2016.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to display for the jury what's been marked for identification purposes, state exhibits C434. Okay, and we still have state exhibit M7 up on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, again, do you recognize the picture that's depicted in
Yes,
state
sir.
exhibit C434?
Yes, sir. That is the front of the house that we're looking at from the backside here. That would be the front of the house.
Okay, if you could, with your pointer, walk the jury through, as you came down that area of Union Hill Road, did something draw your attention? And if you can, walk the jury through what it is that grabbed your attention.
Yes, sir. There was, as we approached, the other two deputies was a little bit ahead of me because they knew the road better. So as I come out the right about in this general area, to this general area, there was people I could see through like this tree line, kind of like running towards the road. So when they were running, they were waving like this, hollering and waving. And I looked up and I was like, hey, they're trying to flag us down. So and I had a good idea what had happened to the one house up the road. So I marked up and I told Deputy Dickerson, I said, Chief, they're flagging me down. I'm going to stop and see if everything's okay there. And he said, copy. As I pulled in, they were there and they were telling me that they could hear a baby crying and from the house.
Okay. And you said you had a pretty good idea of what had been going on at these other scenes. Were you getting updates or listening to the radio as you were driving out there?
Yes, sir. I can't honestly tell you what was said, but yes, they were up. Everything is updated by dispatch from officers talking also. So dispatch is stating things that they're being told. And then we also have officer communication between officer to officer on our radios also.
Okay. And as you said, they flagged you down and they tell you that there's a baby crying inside.
Yes, sir.
What was their emotional state? How did they appear?
Panicked.
Okay.
Panicked. Very, very panicked.
Shortly after you pulled into that driveway, did a Pike County deputy pull in and join you?
Yes, sir. It was Deputy Ball.
Okay. And did you touch base with Deputy Ball and start to formulate a plan for what you're going to do with that residence?
Yeah, at the time, I mean, the plan happened very quickly, obviously, because it was, hey, I informed him what was told. He said, let's go check it out. And that's when we were parked in this general area and we walked up to the front of the house right there.
Okay.
What's he writing?
Walk around to this, because I'm going to move you over here anyway.
We pulled in, like I said, we pulled into this side, this area right here. The family, I had the family in this general area, and I pulled in here, Deputy Ball came, and we pulled in here, because we got out of the car, this is how fast the plane formed from the walk, heading fairly fast pace from here to there. So we didn't have maybe 150 feet to come up with a plane at that time.
I'm stay put right where you're at, sir. And I'm going to put up that board, a new board, that's marked for identification purposes, case exhibit C-433. Won't comment on it yet. I might ask some questions about it in a second. Just kind of want you to look at it, familiarize yourself with it. And Mr. Junk, if you could give me State's Exhibit C-94. I'm going to put in front of you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit C-94. State's Exhibit C-94, the image that you have in your hand, is that the same image that's up on the screen? Yes, it is, sir. Okay, and do you recognize that area of that residence? Yes, I do, sir. Okay, so walk us through, you and Deputy Ball approached this front door, is that correct? Yes, sir. And walk us through what the plan is. What are you going up to that house for? What are you going to do?
We're here to investigate. The way people were acting outside, they're frantic. They secured the crime, and obviously the door was, I can't remember 100%. I know it was unlocked. I can't remember if it was shut or cracked at that time. I apologize. It just happened so fast. Us making entry. We were there to investigate. I mean, it was, the family was acting frantic.
Okay, and you say you can't remember if it was cracked or just barely latched. Was it wide open like this?
No, sir. No, I opened the door first.
Okay, so walk us through. One of the first things you do when you come into a scene like this, do you need to secure that scene to make sure it's safe for you and other officers and that nobody's in danger in there?
Yes, sir. 100%. That's safety first priority there.
Okay, so walk us through. When you get on that porch, what are you doing? Do you have your gun drawn? Do you have, what's the plan for going in and clearing this?
Yes, sir. Guns were out. We had a plan. Once again, we had no idea the house was designed the way it was as we got in. So our plan was just to go in and set up a security base once we make entry and go from there. And secure it bit by bit.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm going to have you go to State's Exhibit C-433. If you could, do you recognize the diagram that's marked as State's Exhibit 433? C-433.
Yes, sir.
Okay, walk us through when you cleared that place. Where'd you go in at, and what was your first move when you got in there?
Once again, there's two of us left. As we open the door here, the door swings inward to the right. I instantly stepped right here. As I'm standing here, I could see a line of sight from here to this wall. So as I came in, you do what's called a pie graph cut. I'm an active shooter instructor, I was told that. So when you come, I spin from this wall to this wall, constantly looking to see if there's any threats in this room, while Deputy Ball is standing facing this way.
Okay, let's clear that up a little bit. When you say you spin, are you standing or are you actually moving? Okay,
So I'm spinning in circles. I'm scanning the room.
okay, so how far in do you go in that initial entry? Do you remember?
Nothing ball get into.
Okay, and then what move does Deputy Ball make?
Now that I've got this area here secure, Deputy Ball enters this area right here.
Okay, and when he enters that area to the right, what do you do?
I backpedal, keeping my line of sight all the way to here. And back up because he's going to check this area here, back from area. I backpedal, make sure he's safe here. So I stand right here at this wall, where I can see to this corner, and I can see all of this straight across to this room. This wall right here.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit C-95. C-95 that you have in your hand. Is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you tell the jury, again, what they're looking at and where in that diagram that picture's depicted?
So
He
what
looks
you're looking at
angry.
is this little breezeway right here and the bathroom door right here. Okay, so when I was here, Ball was standing right here. He already cleared this little area. It's a bathroom. It's not like it's a huge room. So he cleared this little area, just looked around. He came out. That's when he came in here. As he came in, he cut straight across. That's what you do. Cut across the room that way there. If there's anybody here, he's already cleared this section of it by doing the pie cut. I backpedaled to here. Now, I lose sight of him here if I stay here. So I need to keep sight on him. So I put myself in a tactical position here where if something happens to him, I can defend him and I can also watch us far back.
We show you the marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit C-105. C-105 that you have in front of you. Is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, and can you tell us where that picture is depicted in the diagram and what it's showing?
This picture is a picture of Chris's room, this room right here. So someone had to be standing right in this area, maybe back, right almost parallel to the bathroom door, which would be right here. We'll take that picture straight up.
I'm going to show you what the marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit C-106. And where is that?
That is this bathroom right here, sir.
Okay. And as you went into that area of the residence that day, again, did you, other than the victim, did you clear it of any suspects or any threats to you at that point?
At this point, sir, all we had done, secured this, not even secured, but we knew nothing was in this area, and we secured this area, all total.
I'm going to show you, and this is an image probably that should have been. going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. The State Exhibit C114. State Exhibit C114 that you have in front of you, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell us where we're looking in that picture?
You're standing right here. This is a photo of the bed.
Okay, and again, does that truly and accurately depict the way you saw that area of that house on the morning of April 22nd, 2016? I'm going to show you, again, this is another one, next to be correct. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification for State Exhibit C122. C122 that you have in your hand, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, tell us where that picture is taken from and what it's showing.
This picture was probably taken right in this general area of the bedroom where Christopher was at, and they're facing the wall right here, and he's lying right there, deceased.
Okay, and again, does that truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on that bed?
Absolutely.
Okay, at some point after you had cleared that bedroom, did you come back out and start to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, we did, sir.
I'm going to show you what the marked identification purpose State Exhibit C100. State Exhibit C100 that you have in your hand, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury what they're looking at and where that's depicted from?
This is going to be roughly in this general area of the picture. So I believe, yeah, it's in this general area because there's a couch right here, obviously, and they're taking a picture of where the refrigerator is at. Right in this general area.
Okay, and walk us through the clearing that you did in that room or in that area of the house that day.
Okay, so that day, myself and Adam, this was a very difficult house to clear because they had the add-ons and the doorways. It was just circular, so you never knew what was what. So when we approached this area right here, there was a blanket that separated this room from this room. And
Rochelle says we need some hoodies and t-shirts.
I cannot remember 100% on that, but I know there was a doorway right here. So I was standing here watching this door. Deputy Ball opened this door, did a quick sweep in it, and we stood here. At this point, we knew this door shut. We didn't know what was on the other side of this wall or this blanket. So we took that blanket down, and once we did, I rolled this way just to cover this area. I see the door, and he kind of covered this whole area right here. So this door here was now secure. This was secure, and we knew this was secure. This, and the rest of the house was not yet at the time secure. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. The State Exhibit C262. That's 262. The 262 that I put in front of you, does that image?
You look so mad.
What you have in front of you is the same image that's up on the screen. Okay, and can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This picture was taken from the doorway, probably right about this area right here. Taking a picture of there was a blanket, as my memory serves me correct now. There's that black blanket right here in the corner by the door. That was up over top of that door, that entryway.
Look, he's even like breathing heavy and stuff.
It's like right from somewhere in that area. So that's the rear door right there in the corner. The big windows are here and here.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State Exhibit C260. State Exhibit C260 that you have in front of you, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
And can you tell the jury what they're looking at, what part of the house they're looking at?
So this has been taken from right in this general area, facing the opposite way we came in. Here, the refrigerator, you can see the refrigerator, back of the refrigerator, it's right along the wall here. And you can see the blanket we had to take down into that room.
And when you say take down?
It was pinned up.
Okay.
It was like the thumbtack held up and we moved it.
Okay. And again, it's still hanging there. Did it just fall to the side?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When I went to move the blanket, cut in this way, it's like pulled it out away from the wall.
Okay. It didn't hit the floor. You later pick it up and head it back up.
It's right like that.
Okay.
Never touched that floor.
Okay. Walk us through, once you've cleared and secured that room, what's your next move?
At this point, we're out here. We bottleneck ourselves here. We can hear a lady crying from this area.
Okay.
So once again, we walk backwards to here, make sure this is secure, and call in Chief Deputy.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State Exhibit C233. State Exhibit C233 that you have in your hand, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And kind of dark. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there and where that picture's taken from?
Yes, so you were roughly right here looking in, and this would have been one of the top beds.
Okay. And when you got there, you said you could hear a baby crying, is that correct? What did you do when you got to that point?
So we We had to clear the area to make sure there's no more hostile threats, because we knew at the time we had to have the EMTs come in because of the child. So at that point, we just swept the area, make sure there was no harmful entities or anything that could hurt. At that point, we stayed fast right here. We had Chief Deputy Dickerson come in on the 2 EMTs to retrieve the baby.
Okay. And were they able to successfully retrieve that baby and take that baby out?
Yes, sir. We stood right there, make sure everything was secure, and we watched them.
Okay. After that baby was removed, where did you go next?
At that point, sir, as Deputy Dickerson was leaving, there was a basement. The basement was right here. And I didn't have a flashlight, I was working 7 to 3 in the morning. So I asked him for his flashlight when I was in the car. So he gave me his flashlight, and Deputy Ball stood here while I entered the basement. And I did a quick sweep. The basement was probably roughly about the size right here, maybe a little bit bigger. So I just, the stairwell went down this way, and it was an empty stairwell from underneath of it was empty. So I did a quick circular motion. As I entered the room, I did Pike County circulation. I cleared everything, and I came right out of the steps.
Okay. When you guys came out of that area, where'd you go next?
We entered this room right here, which is Dana's room. And as we entered this room, this door, I believe was still shut, because it was not open when we came through, like our initial thing, our initial approach to the house. So we came in here, I went this way and cleared, this is the master bedroom, or bathroom, I apologize. I cleared this, and came over, and that's where we found it.
Okay. And when you observed her in that bed, again, was she covered, or was she predominantly covered with? Okay. And okay. And at some point, were you able to at least look and take a look at her condition from the angle that you're at? Okay. Okay. After you were able to view her, again, where did you move from there?
At that point, I came around, I checked under the bed, and we came back around here. We knew now the whole house was secure. We had other deputies come in, and I exited the house at that point when we were going to set a tape on. We knew everything was secure in this house now. At that point, I was all down the street to another house.
Okay. So you assisted and helped set up the tape line. Let me ask you this. When you were in that property that day, do you remember what kind of footwear you had? What kind of...
Yeah. I've had the same boots forever. Been a lot of boots. So they're Oakley military style Oakley issued boots.
Okay. At some point, you said you were
Says
called
it was his family,
to go
not
down
him.
and assist at another scene. And was that after you got the perimeter?
Yes, sir. I think second security.
So where did you go from there?
Went down to the red barn.
Okay.
Just went down the road just a little ways to where everyone else got to the red barn. I'm going to show you, with the marker identification purposes, the state's exhibit B332.
And now, again, we left that initial scene that you cleared. Did you go down the road a little bit and see a large law enforcement presence at the
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Okay. So when you get down there, where do you go and what do you do?
I went up to this house where this house where the babies were at, where the 2 toddlers were at. Then, when I approached that house, I talked to another deputy who was there. I peeked in, looked around the house just a little bit. Remember, we were setting up security area then. So I didn't really enter the whole house at that time. See the TV was on. I'm trying to think of the rest of it. It was so fast, so I apologize.
So when you got down there to that scene that's depicted in that picture, were there still civilians on site down there?
Yes and no.
Okay.
What I mean by that, I apologize for saying it that way. Let me correct myself. There was people who we had been pushed back to like the road area where no one could touch it.
Okay.
So we had a security area.
And you said you saw a couple toddlers or babies. Okay. Did you interact with those folks at all?
Yes, yes, sir. I did.
Okay. Tell us about that.
I talked to the youngest one was named Ruger. He had some blood on him. And we started wiping him up. I was kind of wanting him a little bit, just interact with him just to I can explain. I wish I could explain in more detail. And it was tough.
And at some point, was he, well, what did you wipe him up with a little bit?
I always carry a baby wipes in my cruiser. It's like you carry wipes. Going in these houses, you get sticky, you get dirty, and you just want to wipe your hands down afterwards. When you get dirty, it's hard. So I had to clean my baby wipes in my car.
Yeah.
So I retrieved them and started wiping them down.
Okay. And at some point, was he removed from the scene or he believed in place? And did you help hold security at the front of that house? Okay, what area of the house were you at there?
I just unfortunately, I never really decided to keep in. I'm
going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B6. B6 that you have there in front of you, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, can you tell us what is depicted there in State's Exhibit B6?
It's the house. Once again, without me knowing the exact diagram of the house, I know the living room was right through the front door there and the TV's on.
Okay, and while you were on the front porch there, could you see in through the open door? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B68. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's the front door of the house, sir.
And in that picture, as you look in, can you see what front door the TV is?
Yeah, it's right across. It's hard to see in this picture because of the darkness on the TV, but if it was lighted, you're able to see right across from how the view, sir. That's how it is. From my side.
Show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B81. State's Exhibit B81 that you have in your hand is that same image on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And when you talk about looking in or peeking in that residence and seeing a TV, is that what you saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you peeked into that scene. Did you actually go into or into that scene?
I just stepped in like this and just looked around like around the corner a little bit there. And I just backed out that one. That might be right before that scene.
Okay. At some point, were you pulled from that scene and sent down the road to block traffic?
Every time.
Okay, and can you tell us where you went?
Down the road, I'm going to guess maybe quarter to half a mile-ish. There was an intersection right there. I stopped news vans. I stopped some of the family members trying to come down the road, and I just redirected them out.
Other than your actions on this day, did you have any further involvement in the investigation?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Other than this day, I did not after that. I participated later on when we had some tip with the, I believe it was Jackson County.
Okay.
I love having y'all in here. Melissa and Chevelle, y'all followed this so close, and so I just keep putting your stuff up.
I know.
You're through questions, man. Are you through questions?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
The state may, or the defense may cross-examine.
We have just a moment, Judge.
It's always Walmart. The only one that went to Target and got caught was Carly Russell. She went and got her some snacks. Every other time it's Walmart. Yay.
Just a couple questions.
You're fine, sir. You're fine.
Let me take a moment.
Take your time.
His faces. He's so angry.
Just a couple questions, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Not a problem.
My name is John Parker. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Wagner.
Pleasure.
You identified this photo earlier. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 233. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, sir.
You just identified that a moment ago?
Yes, sir.
Can you hold that up and describe what that is?
That's the room. This is the doorway leading into where the infant was at.
Okay, could you maybe just stand up
Yes, sir.
and show it to the jury? Okay, if you could project that, that would be. Thank you.
Sure.
Wait for it to come
Yeah,
up
you're
on
fine,
the-
sir.
on the screen. Okay, the image that you have in your hand is also on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you did not take these pictures, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, but this is the angle that you identified as being across from the bathroom, looking towards the room where where Hannah May was
Yes, sir.
found along with me.
Yes, sir.
right? And where would the person taking this photograph have been staying?
They would have been standing, it would have been in the hallway right by Dana's room. So because it was this hallway, if you exited Hannah's room, you could go straight to Dana's room down this hallway. So they had to be standing somewhere. Once again, this probably looks like the doorway. And this is my opinion. I don't know this 100%. This looks like the doorway to Dana's room.
Okay, you're talking about the hinge?
Yes, sir.
Right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're looking straight down this hallway and you see a child's bed.
Yes, sir.
There were no victims in that bed.
No, sir.
Do you know approximately how many feet from where that door hinge is?
Bless their hearts.
So I couldn't tell you. I mean, it's a
Or how many steps?
maybe from the bed to the doorway.
Well, say from the hinge,
Okay.
all right, to where the carpet begins.
6 to 7, maybe. I mean, just
6 to 7 steps?
maybe that far. Yeah, I'm not. Once again, I didn't count my steps between point A and point B.
Understood. So you're actually in this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions about that. exhibit.
No problem, sir.
Now, are you telling us that you're the one that went into the basement and cleared it?
Yes, sir.
Did Deputy Ball, I believe it was, do that, or did you?
No, sir. It would be unsafe for both of us to do it at the same time.
Did you both go down one at a time?
No, sir. I alone went in. He stood fast at the door because we still had not made entrance into Dana's room at that point. So we knew everything else was clear except for what was behind us, and he was facing that. I went down for simple fact that there was someone in the basement. You don't have 2 more casualties.
Of course. We
So,
wanna make sure it's-
yes, sir.
Thank you very much. sir.
No problem, sir. No problem.
Just a couple of thoughts.
Yes, sir.
I love y'all being here with us.
I think Stacy did. I put up again, what's been marked for identification purposes, State Exhibit C433. All right. State Exhibit 230, C233 is still up on the overhead. Again, can you show us where that picture's taken from?
It appears to me by the picture, once again, sir, that whoever took this picture was standing roughly in this area right here, but you can see the door hinge. That's the only reason I'm saying that, because the door's, I believe, it's swinging this way. And that's the picture. You got a direct line of sight from the doorway to the bed.
And if you were standing in this area right here, the threshold between that addition area and that hallway, again, would your line of sight or your angle into this room change?
Well, a little bit, yes, it would, because the closer you approach the room, you're going to, as you walk down a hallway, which everybody's done, as you approach an opening, a larger opening than the bottleneck you're in, your line of sight's going to drift. It's going to be able to be seen more and more of the room as you get closer to the room.
And if you're standing in this area right here,
Mhm.
all right, would you be vulnerable to an attack or assault coming from this area? Do you have line of sight into this bedroom?
No, I do not.
Okay. So again, if you had not cleared this room, would it be incredibly dangerous for you to be right here without this area of the living room being secure?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, wait. All right, after you got done, you said you helped in assisting set up the perimeter.
Yes, sir. Yes, just take it.
And you helped rope that off?
Yeah.
And at some point, as you were doing that, you were helping to secure, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you got called to go to another scene.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, when you got called, did somebody replace you?
There was already deputies there at that time. You still had Chief Dickerson and Deputy Ball.
Okay.
Any further questions?
No.
Does the defense have further cross?
Just one question, Judge. So what were the lighting conditions like when you were inside this house?
The windows are closed. I'll be honest with you. I don't remember the exact lighting on it. You could see you could see vividly. The only place I needed light was in the basement. I mean, the windows were, it was 7:30 in the morning, 4 to 8 at this point. So the lights was fine. You could see perfectly. I mean, there was no distraction with my vision at all.
Thank you very much.
No problem, sir.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The state may call us next witness.
Your Honor, this
Oops.
state would call Marie.
May be seated there.
Good. Can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Miranda Cable, Cable.
And Ms. Cable, where are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm a nurse at primary care.
Okay, and where is primary care located?
It's in Southfield, Kentucky.
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
About 7 months.
And can you tell us where you were employed prior to that?
Prior to that, I worked as a nurse at Southern High Medical Center in the emergency department.
And where did you work prior to that?
I worked for Portsmouth Ambulance.
Okay.
I have no idea what just happened. Portal problems? I guess. We made it to the last, like, 15 minutes of day 3, and then all of a sudden, everything goes crazy. All right, let's see. I want to get through hers. Hers won't be long. Hers is only like 15 minutes, and then that way we can be completely done with day 3. Okay. Let's see. Let's try it this time.
In 2020, I got my associate degree in nursing, and then
I'm sorry, back in 2016, where were you working?
I was also the station manager at that time, making sure that we had days 7 to 5 a.m. or 7 a.m. to 7.
Yes. I don't care about her shifts. Okay. I'm sure she's lovely.
Did you do that in this situation?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something you do as shortly thereafter as possible?
Yes.
To doing the run, and you do that every time?
Yes.
Is that correct? And it's something that you fill out by hand?
Yes.
Is that correct?
One of my run sheets.
Okay, one of your run sheets?
Yes.
Okay, from April 22nd of 2016?
Yes.
Okay, and you said one of your run sheets. Is there an additional run sheet for that day?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to that later. Okay, and does it also indicate approximately what time you arrived?
8:42.
Okay, and can you tell us what the call, when you were dispatched, what did you believe the call to be, or what did you believe you were responding to?
We believe we were responding to a possible domestic violence. They said there may not be someone dead on scene, and that there may have been an assault.
Okay. And was it just, first of all, did you have a partner that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and is that typical for ambulances to have
Yes.
more than one person?
There's always 2.
Okay. And can you tell us who your partner was that day?
It was Jeff.
Okay, and Jeff?
He is my husband.
Okay, so same last name?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who was driving that day?
Jeff was driving.
Okay, and is there a reason for that?
He is a basic EMT, and I am a paramedic. Just
Okay.
unit. And then later a third was sent.
Do you typically have that many ambulances on staff at any given time?
At the time, yes, we would normally run 3 24-hour shifts.
Okay. That were dispatched?
Yes. My husband and I were the first truck, and then Justin and his partner were directly behind us.
Okay. And do you remember who was Justin's partner at the time? Chuck Turner.
Okay, and you said Justin, do you know his last name?
Waring.
And you said you were the first Chuck and they were the second Chuck. How close were you guys as far as when you traveled?
We could see them behind us.
See, all this question, like
When
these
we pulled
don't,
up to the first residence, we pulled up and Justin pulled up right behind us. We both got out. At that point, they had said that there was more locations down the road. So Justin stayed there and we got back in the truck and continued down to the next residence. At that time, we were told by an officer that we weren't needed there, that there was deceased, but that they believed there was someone on down the road that was alive and needed help. So we continued down to a third residence. When we got there, Pike County had a truck on scene, and Daryl Hart, which is a paramedic with them, was coming out with a baby. I asked him if he needed anything, if he needed any help. He said no, everything was fine, and that he was going to be going to Adams County Hospital. So then we returned to that second residence and waited until we were told
Okay.
what
So
else to do.
Okay, you gave us a lot there. But do you recall the path that you took that day to get to Union Hill Road?
Yes, we went there.
Okay.
Ended up staying there.
Yes.
And do you remember if it was on the right hand or left hand individuals? You indicated then you went back to the second residence. So is that second residence where the officer told you you weren't
Yeah.
needed because there were deceased individuals?
Yes.
Okay. Pretty much arrived at the same time.
Yes. I didn't chart my time until I actually got back and stopped, because we kind of went from one place to another to see where we were needed. And then when we finally stopped, I charted that time.
Okay, so it would have been when you had already gone to the second location, the third location, and back to the
Yes.
second location when you, okay,
Yes.
perfect. And then was there a time where you changed your location from that second residence?
Yes. After a while, we were all told to go and stage.
Okay. And do you recall who told you that or where that information order came from?
That came from Sheriff Reeder.
Okay. And you were asked to stage, do you recall where you staged?
There was a dead end road. It was a little gravel road.
Okay.
In the middle between the second and the third residence.
Okay.
And we staged at the end of that road.
Okay. And
way late, Peter Ware.
E332. Do you recognize this location? Okay, what do you recognize that as? Okay, and is this the first residence that you came to? Yes. Okay, and which direction would you have been at that time? We would have been coming from this side. Okay, so again, this was the first residence that you got stopped at. And then where was the second residence?
It was on down the road on the right.
Okay, all right, and just the very next trailer that you got to, right? Okay, I'm gonna show you now, because you're too, you don't mind sending down just to the end, show us what direction you came from. This way, okay? And then where was the second residence? It was one down the road. Okay. And second Is it an A place? Okay.
I can't hear them. I'm sure she's lovely, but this stuff is just.
Do you recognize this? And you had to know Daryl Hart before. Okay. Okay. Do you recall then how close you got?
They had their squad on the front, and they just pulled up on, and then they were going to start. Okay. So it is fairly close off the road. Okay. All right. Yes, while we were staging, we were asked to go back to the first residence to transport a child.
Okay. And do you know that child's name?
Yes, it was Ruger Roden.
Okay. And do you know how old Ruger Roden was at that time?
6 months.
Okay. And so you returned.
Yes.
And what did you do when you got there?
When we got there, Children's Services was there
Okay.
with the child. We spoke with them briefly, checked him, got his vitals, put him in the ambulance, and took him on to Adams County as well.
Okay. And why did you choose Adams County?
They wanted him to go there because that's where the other child had been taken. That way they could keep everyone together and so that hopefully it wouldn't be as confusing. Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you got dispatched to take care of Ruger Roden?
A little after 11.
Okay. And the same question to you, if I showed you your run report, would that refresh your recollection as to an exact time? Okay. Actually, it's that. State's Exhibit R2.
We were dispatched at 11:08.
Okay, 11:08 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then does it indicate, well, approximately?
Actually, that was when we contacted. It didn't say when we were dispatched.
Okay, that's when you were contacted?
Yes, we were, it had contact with Ruger.
Oh, that you had contact with Ruger? Okay. And does it indicate then when you left that residence and went to the hospital?
Yes, 11:13.
Okay, so 5 minutes later, basically. Yes. Okay. And do you recall the condition that you found Ruger in?
He had blood on his head, on his arms and legs, and various parts of his body. He didn't appear to have any visible injuries. He was looking around and age appropriate.
Okay. And obviously this was some time after you had first arrived, because I believe you said it was like 8:13, or I don't remember the exact time now.
Yes.
But so it had been a few hours.
Yes.
Since, okay. And when you came upon him, did you have any knowledge as to whether or not anybody had tried to remove any of the blood or anything, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Okay. When you found him, did he in fact have some blood on him?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just Q1. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit Q1. It will show on your screen there.
Mm-hmm.
And just ask you if you, please don't. Please. Do you recognize that child there?
Yes.
And who do you recognize him as?
Ruger.
Okay. And that is the child or the infant that you took care of that morning on April 22nd of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. And Q2, please. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Q2. Again, there appears to be blood on his legs and feet and head and face. Is that consistent with the condition you found him in?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, when you were examining him, did you personally take care not to clean him up or anything
Yes.
at that time? Okay. And Q3. Again, is that consistent with the condition you found him in?
Yes.
And then Q4. Again, do you recall seeing him in that condition?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what the concern was, or were you aware of what any concern was as to why they wanted him transported to?
I was told this. The social service workers were concerned that he was found laying between his parents, and with there being a shooting, there was concern for hearing or maybe a rupture of an eardrum due to a possible loud noise.
Q3. And just showing you what's been marked as Q3, and I apologize, that if you see on inside his ear, there appears to be a lot of blood.
Yes.
Okay. And so obviously they would not know what the origination of that blood was.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then the second page of that exhibit R2, can you tell me what that is?
That is where we get our signatures. We would have the hospital sign that we arrived and that they were taking care of the patient. We would have someone sign, in this case where it was a minor, saying that we have permission to transport. But yeah, that's our signature page.
Okay, and then you keep a copy of that for your records?
Yes.
Okay, and again, is that something you do in your normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't know that I asked you, but is R2, is that something again that you filled out in your handwriting?
Yes.
And placed your signature on that?
Yes.
As your run report? Okay. And what did you do after you had delivered Ruger Roden to the Adams County Hospital?
After we left the hospital, we returned to service.
Okay, and do you know what time it was that you arrived, that you would have arrived at the hospital with Ruger?
11:43.
And then you said you returned to your station?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you go back into service or regular service at that time?
Yes, we did.
All right. So while you were out there at those locations on Union Hill Road, did you ever enter any of the residents at any time?
No, I did not.
I have no other questions, John.
The defense may cross-examine.
We have no questions.
You may step down. Resume tomorrow morning at 9.
Thank you.
Anything further from the state today before we
No,
adjourn
thank
for the
you,
day?
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to adjourn for the day. You'll be going home. You'll be taking your badges with you. You'll be leaving your notepads on your chairs. And you know what else I'm going to say. You're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it is finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're to do no research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. You're not to read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of this case from any source whatsoever. And as I've reminded you, that would include the internet, Facebook, any social media sites, radio, television, or newspapers. And you're not to have contact with any participants in the case. That would include, of course, then we are adjourned until 9.
So that was the quickest we've ever made it through 3 whole days. Let me mark that. I'll be like tomorrow with like, did we get through 3 or 4? Thank you for joining us. It was good to see you. That opening statement was rough. There were so many ums. That was more than Zulema. And Zulema says a million bazillion times, but that one was even worse than Zulema's. All right, so tomorrow we will continue on with this because there's no other trials that are starting tomorrow. And because this one is really interesting and because we get to breeze through it pretty quickly since they let people just be like, you know what? I'm good on the audio and video. I think I'll just keep to myself. Craziness. I will get what I'm going to do. I have a plan. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the little timeline. I'm going to make it my own because there's some things I want to do. And I am going to set it up to where when it's on the screen, it doesn't block a lot of things. So I have a whole plan. And then we'll breeze through. We'll see how much we can get through of this. The transcripts of Jake and Angela, I know we can't get the actual transcripts, but I'll go through and see what I can find from like the reporters who were reporting on it and, you know, saying things. Some stuff is always referred to in court documents. So I'll pull court docs too and see, you know, if there's anything specific that they refer to on that. I can get as much of the information as I can and, you know, see where it takes us. Well, hello, ma'am. That's a plan. So Brandi always has a plan. Always. Tonight is right. Dang it. Shoot. Okay. Sorry. All this stuff on this side of my computer just exploded. ADD medication is worn off for the day. So we will get through as much as this. We don't have anything else for the rest of this week that's starting. So we will get through as much of this as we can. And then, you know, we might end up doing, we'll figure it out. We'll play it by ear, but we'll figure it out how to get through this part, because it's such a good trial to watch, because it's terribly sad, but it's incredibly interesting as well. So that is the plan for the rest of this week. And then next week we have a whole nother plan. So we will see how it goes. Squirrel. That's exactly how I feel. Squirrel. So we'll see. I will be back tomorrow morning. It's a great lead up to Billy's trial, especially because, keep in mind, we have a whole different judge, and the 3-part documentary that Joseph Scott Morgan is a part of is coming out in November. So it's great to see this and to be able to see as much of the trial as we're able to see. So we will get through it. Tomorrow we will be back about the same time in the morning and see how much of the trial we can get through tomorrow. And then don't forget, tonight is Wednesday, so we have night court, 8:45, 7:45 Central. So that's always a blast too. Tomorrow morning we will do 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Since that's kind of been the schedule we've been going on, we'll just keep it going at that. And then we'll start at 9 Eastern. Probably start a few minutes before that, just so we can, you know, I like to come on a little bit early and say my hellos. So we will probably start about 15 minutes before that. So I will see y'all tonight, and I will see you tomorrow. I appreciate y'all hanging out today. You have made my day infinitely better, and I appreciate everything. So I will be prepared. I will get my charts. I will get my family tree. I will get everything. And then, of course, Melissa and Chevelle, you are due tomorrow also, because you are our case specialists. So I expect y'all to be here promptly. Just joking, but not really. And that's all I got. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. I love you all, and I will see you tonight or tomorrow.